here now? What the hell's going on? No voice either. Should be able to hear now. Right? Yeah? Can you hear me speaking words? I don't know what it is, dude. Sometimes when I boot up OBS, it just doesn't recognize any of the stuff that I've got hooked up for my audio system. Thank you for letting me know. That's super frustrating. Anyways, I've been just babbling about units and replays that we're going to be watching today, so you didn't really miss much. Just a little bit of rambling. But yeah, it's good to see you, Tabith. Good to have you around, man. I'm really excited because we do have a Beastman player for the new player tournament. There is a CA qualifier that's going on at the same time, so we do have a little bit of a lower number of people here than normal. I imagine that lots of new people are over there playing anyways, which is good. It's fine for them. I wish them well and much success. It's a really tough bracket. I mean, there are so many good players geared up and waiting to scrap over there. Cool to see CA is gonna be doing like an actual like multiplayer event sometime in the future. When they actually put effort in, they really do make for some pretty compelling viewing. It's just CA is very up and down with their like community-based support. You know, it's kind of just like on streamers and especially on Turin and Dov and some of the bigger guys to really keep the multiplayer side of things like going and on track. Alright, so we've got a really fun replay to kick off the stream today. We'll just go ahead and get into it. We've got some Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos. This is from the new patch. Warriors of Chaos just didn't bring any of the new stuff, but even without the new stuff, you've still got like everything you need anyways. Khorne, weak to kite. You see Renataki literally didn't bring a single infantry unit in here, and that's really not even a bad idea, scrapping into the Blood God. Empire brought his own infantry corps. Even if your opponent doesn't bring infantry, Khorne infantry is just so tough and survivable that generally speaking, they can function very effectively to delay your opponent's ability to cap points and win on objectives, right? I mean, just bring more cap weight than your opponent can and camp the objectives out, because it does take quite a bit for Marauder Horsemen to work through even basic Marauders, because these guys do have a little extra armor, and the Bronze Shield is not bad for stopping up damage. Not even to mention actual Chaos Warriors. I know there's one in here. Oh, here it is. Out here on the end of the line. These guys are just so rock solid with 110 armor and the silver shield. They just don't care about anything that's kite adjacent. The only thing they need to worry about is Chaos Knights and Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, just hammering them endlessly. Otherwise, they can just chill, catch javelins and axes on their shields, and have a good time. Nice shot from the Hellforged Bellowers to open this up. Just a little bit of poke against the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes here. Gonna be setting up and looking to hammer. Renataki is doing a pretty good job right now of moving around and getting some early damage on Arbol. Arbol actually gets smacked up there. and loses almost 1,000 HP in the early going here. Hellforge Beller is similarly taking a little decent chunk of change in damage there. Chaos Warriors move into the uncontested number 3 objective, though, early to try and grab that, which is really awesome for them. Now, Sartorial is a great combatant. He does excellent damage. He pops the Rock of Inevitability to lower speed and melee defense here, but now Arball's in on him, and Arball is just going to give the big chicken an absolute hellish time here. His melee attack is just so good at 71. He's got the magic damage, and Karanak comes in with a beautiful timing on that Prey of the Blood God. Oh, to catch Sartorial on the ground in the backfield, isolated away from all of his support. What an opening for Empire here. Now, he doesn't... summoning Karanak out, Karanak is really expensive. He's got a 1,700 gold kit here, so all of the supplies have been saved up to bring him out, which has meant that the mobility has done a lot of hammering against the infantry in the early going here. Chaos Knights have taken a decent amount of damage, but these Marauder Horsemen just getting away with murder. Every time the Forsaken and the Marauders are getting a little bit ahead of themselves, they're just getting pounded with all this missile fire. So it's trading out fairly evenly, but losing your big expensive Chicken Lord in the first minutes of the game is so painful. And Sartorial is all but dead here. I don't think he's even going to be able to get out of here before crumbling. He does hit Demonic Instability, and that's a GG for Sartorial. Arball and Karanak in the opening moments. 800 on Karanak. Arball with 1,400 value already. Beautiful stuff. But Renataki punishes the Marauders and Forsaken with a beautiful Searing Torment. And charged from the Knights of Immolation to free up the Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are very battered, but still alive, still functional. Bloodweight Berserker's going a little too deep here. Definitely want to pull those guys back. Look at the positioning from Renataki. Going to be a very well positioned to take out this very elite Cornate unit in just mere moments here. They do make contact with the throwing axes, but Gorby's Chariots coming in and just tossing them around. Chariots are decent against the Bloodwake Berserkers as long as they're already beat up, and the Chariots can't stay for long because they will get shredded by these guys. The shock damage, though, is helping keep Renataki in this game. This is definitely not a bad situation for the Warriors of Chaos to recover from. They definitely are down just because their lord is dead, but the Searing Torrents and charges from the Knights Immolation have done a number on the throwing axes that have come out. You see a Marauder summon and some Khorne Gores coming up, and Khorne's just going to try and weather this. This really isn't a bad way to go about it. Like, you don't have an easy way to go after your opponent's units. Just get on the points, don't move an inch, and just try and hold through it all. Bloodwake Berserkers just completely dismantled in the back line by all of the skirmish. Exceptional control from Renataki on those units, but Bloodwake Berserkers are very replaceable. It sucks to lose them this early. They do cost an arm and a leg at 1750, but you can definitely find a way back into this game having lost them. So everything being pretty equal right now is going to make for a pretty exciting game. Now, the thing that Wok needs to do is find a way to get some infantry out on the field and cap some of these objectives away. Khorne has been holding the triple cap for a decent amount of time here, but they're only just now starting to equalize the actual ticket values here. And you can see a lot of the Marauders and all of the Forsaken have been punished in the interim period. Hellforge Bellower is getting a little crunk out here in a really scary position, actually. But that does mean over here on the other side, the Gorby's Chariot gets cleaned up with Arball and Karanak just running it down. They actually have gotten quite a bit of value off of it. Khorne Gore is doing a little bit of cleanup. Those things can just be ignored at that point. It's not really that much of a threat at this stage. Hellforge Bellower is with not that much value about to go down. Fury's going for the Hell Cannon in the back line, seeing it sneak past the Skirmish Corps. trying to get after the Chaos Dowie artillery crew, but getting countered by Forsaken. Forsaken are really good against Furies, obviously. Fury's very, very, very lightly armored, so the Phys-Res helps in fights like this, but they just can't weather the melee attack and weapon strength of Forsaken. So really good defense of that artillery piece by Renataki, and taking a pretty dominant value lead. 6,700 gold value damage versus 5,700 for Empire. That Sartorial pick showing just how important it is in the early going, but we are out of ammo. All of the javelins and throwing axes have been used, and the unsummon is going to give Renataki a tremendous amount of supplies to work with. The thing that I'm a little worried about, though, is that you can bring out all of the infantry that you want, but that's when you're really going to start having to play Khorne's game, and actually spends a lot of that on summoning Sartorial back out. It's not a bad idea to resummon him, but Sartorial is going to be a little weak to Karnak and Arbol still. Arbol is just way too much for the chicken to handle. Even if you get a good engagement against him, this guy is rocking a decent amount of melee defense, and the weapon strength is just so much. I mean, over 500, you're talking about somebody who can thump pretty hard. Arbol is just having a good old time down here. He's gotten 2,000 value already, which is impressive. And the Bloodwing Berserker, there's one guy left. I don't know how he rallied, but he gets back in here, and he's waddling around. He's, you know, pumping up the jams with all of his boys, and the Forsaken go down really hard to the Khorne Gores, and the Spawn Summon, you know, the Spawn Summon from Arbol, it is a little bit up and down in terms of what it can provide, but about 300 value isn't bad use of it. Definitely giving you something to work with in that respect. You're not too upset about that summon. Khorne is holding the points very well. The middle and the number 3 are very secure. And a Marauder Horseman throwing axe is actually working on taking the number 2 here and gonna face check a massive horde of Marauder Horsemen from the Warriors of Chaos, who are just going straight for them. Now, this is a pretty good trade for Khorne. You get a lot of good damage early with the charge bonus on the Marauder Horseman dual axes, and their weapon strength just so high. Excellent, excellent work done here. And Arbol runs in and actually uses his little Fear of the Blood God. You hear the little explosion effect there. He actually does pop off on these guys and actually ends up breaking them, with their leadership shattering because he gets in behind them. Oh my god, and now Arbol versus Sartorial, round 2 begins here. Sartorial immediately wants to get out of here. Very fortunate the Marauder Horseman throwing axes for Khorne broke, because without that, they could have continued to surround Sartorial and allow Arbol to continue feasting. Nonetheless, though, he just keeps pace with Sartorial here, and the big chicken having a really hard time getting up in the sky. Loses all of his barrier and 2,700 HP here. And Karnak and Arbol just go right for the throwing axes. They don't want to spend too much time just chasing around all of these little cav units. They can definitely get thumped by the missiles. There is one throwing axe here with quite a bit of ammo that can do some good work here, but it is being screened out by a very beat up Marauder, which is pretty hilarious, honestly. Marauder Horsemen, just so bad in melee combat. Even, like, beat-up Marauders can put some moves on them. Hellcannon has done some good damage, but is almost out of ammo and has not paid for itself. That can happen if your targeting priority is a little off with it. Shooting Khorne Gores is important. You do need to get rid of those guys because they're just so annoying, but they're a pretty spread-out unit. The Marauders, but more importantly, this Chaos Warrior over here would have been a better target for the Hellcannon. It does way better damage to bunched up formations than it does to those very spread out Khorne Gore units. It's taken out like 4 or 5 guys at a time here, when it could hit the Chaos Warrior formation, probably kill 7 or 8, and that's a higher value unit as well, so I think you'd be better off trying to focus there. The Knights of Immolation come back out. They did pretty good the first time around, but they did get taken down in the fracas on the middle objective. I did kind of miss that, unfortunately, but they come back out here just to screen Furies and dive on anything that might be out of position, especially stuff like the Marauder Horsemen are perfect targets for those guys. Ever since they got the bonus versus large, they've been a much more effective unit. Rinataki is still trying to work down these infantry units, and I do have to hand it to Empire, just not panicking, not trying to equal the mobility game and just going for full infantry core to try and lock down these points has paid off pretty well. I mean, you've seen the domination on the objective side of things, and now you've got Sartorial landing in here a little antsy. You gotta respect Karanak's space, man. Oh my god, and you get the perfect Prey of the Blood God, and Sartorial's gonna die. This is round 2 of him getting absolutely clowned on here. Arbol with 3,500 value. And Karanak, I cannot imagine being sub 2,000. I said 2,000 exactly as we speak now. Very impressive performance from the two characters from Khorne here. They have carried this game on their back, really. And now Minotaur's getting in against the Knights of Immolation, who stick around a little bit too long. Rinataki, because of the need to cap these objectives, playing with fire and now getting punished with the Khorne heavy lifters. Minotaurs at Khorne are just a disgustingly strong unit. They do so much damage. Searing Doom a little bit off-center. The Forsaken actually avoiding a majority of the damage on that one because Rinataki just didn't quite get it on the center of the blob there. The Forsaken are clearing a lot of the Horsemen, and they're making it very hard to support this fight in the middle. There's enough here for the Warriors of Chaos to comfortably fight if they have the support of the throwing axes and javelins, but they just don't have them available to keep the Forsaken upright. The Forsaken are still scrapping, though. They're not going to break anytime soon here. The worry, though, is that Karanak and Arbol, in the midst of all of this, find a way to kill Sartorial again, because without Sartorial on the field, your throwing axe's leadership is just going to be too low in the late game. Not that it's really going to matter, because look at the Forsaken just running around here and cleaning up all the horsemen who are trying to brute path onto the point. Khorne dominating the objectives, and maybe at a value deficit, but the second the fight comes to them, they start to flip that around, and Karanak finds Sartorial one last time, breaks his leadership, that demonic instability, just too punishing, and Karanak gonna just happily munch away on some chicken legs tonight in the warp. Actually brings down Sartorial for a second time, his staff. Just the last evidence that he was even here to begin with. You see the Minotaur still scrapping against the Knights of Immolation, and Arbol's mixed in here somewhere, I think. I don't know where he's at. Running around being disruptive somewhere, which is just his bread and butter, right? He's a very tough lord. There he is, in the middle of everything. Good job, buddy. Arbol is actually really strong. If you just use him aggressively and you're not trying to get too cute with him, he is an absolute beast mode duelist. He is definitely your go-to if you just want to go and smack characters around. He's not too good in a support role. Valkia is more of a character that you utilize to go and poke enemy mobility. Arbol, on the other hand, is just like, I see you brought an expensive character, it's a nice character, but that character's dead now. So, 4,000 value on Arbol. Absolute beast mode performance from him. Definitely the best I've ever seen somebody get from him. Very impressive stuff. Karanak, though, did a lot to enable that with the two excellent uses on the snare. Those were just absolutely clutch. Amazing, amazing timing on both of those that caught Sartorial on the ground. Just talking with Bird for a minute. Bird, one of our winners of the new player tournament in the past. Is playing in the CA qualifier that's going on right now. That Dav is streaming. Definitely worth checking out. I'm just going to be focusing on the new player tournaments. And games here. Empire is playing Kislev. I was just streaming a game they sent me while everybody was getting their first round games out of the way. Because I'm just going to be streaming anything and everything that I can get my hands on today. Because we don't have a lot of people signed up for the tournament right now. Hit up people. I've got another replay that I really want to show off, so if we don't get any replays from newer folks here in a minute, then we can jump into that, because I want to show off the Bloodshriek Chimera. It was a little bit of a game that I was definitely still getting my feet back under me, but it still did so much work for me. Oh my god. Really excited to show it off. As I play with it a little bit more, I think I'm going to get it into a spot where I think I can use it to just absolutely terrorize people with. It's a very strong unit. Awesome. Alright, looks like people are starting to finish up their first round games, but really want to show this game off. So Beastman versus Slaanesh has definitely not been a very Beastman favorable matchup in the past. Harrison's coming in here with a lot of the new stuff. All three of these characters are new. You've got the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. This is Shadows Caster. Shadows magic always very good against Beastmen, because Beastmen very heavily reliant on mobility. We've got, what's his name? Strykar. He's hovering around here on his little pleasure worm. These things are so, they're cool. I mean, they're like the definition of Danger Noodle for sure. I don't even want to know what kind of weirdness you'd catch from being in close contact with these little things. There's an Exalted Hero of Slaanesh too. These guys are really strong combatants, so very good at running in with Rock of Inevitability. You might recognize this from the last game. This is only on Sartorial and this character now. It is incredibly powerful. Lowers melee defense by 26. Speed and charge speed go in the toilet as well. Great tool to have against Beastmen. So I'm starting off pretty wide here. I was going to see if I could just grab all 3 points. I didn't think that I was going to be able to. We're going to just get ready to fight over the number 2 and the number 1. We've got the Slangors on my side here. I brought them because I knew that a lot of the new shenanigans for Slaanesh is around just leadership breaking and massive debuffing. And the Slangors actually get buffs as they take damage, for one, so that's something to fall back on. On top of that, they're ITP, which means they never terror route, which is really important against Slaanesh, because they love feeding on routing units. Just want to make sure that I've got as much defense as possible. And I brought one Zangor just so I could have something against Horsemen. I was a little surprised to see so many Marauder Horsemen with the Javelins, but, I mean, they do outrange the Cinnabar Throwing Axes. They're also good at just thumping on Sentias of any and all kinds. So we're just using these guys to run around and scream. I did move these guys a little farther away than I really should have, but Harrison hasn't tried to jump on them yet. It doesn't quite have enough punching power to clear these infantry yet. So just taking the opportunity to pull back and use Malagor and the Bloodshriek Chimera to get a little damage on the Horsemen. I drop a fat Flock of Doom here. Just chasing the horsemen back towards their buddies and then punishing with the very powerful spell. Flock of Doom is still incredible, by the way, guys. You just need to be a little bit more discerning about when and where you're dropping it so you can get the maximum amount of damage. So Bloodshriek Chimera, I'm flying it over here because I wanted to use the breath attack on the Spearman, but he gets smacked by the Javelin Volley. And then staggers and doesn't use the breath attack. So I'm just going to try and get him out of here now. You know, he took an insane amount of damage. You might be wondering why I took this risk with such an expensive unit. Well, the reason is that he's got Perfect Predator, which is a really powerful heal. It heals about 1200 HP, and something to note about the conditions on using this, you do need to be out of melee and grounded to pop the heal, but you don't actually have to stay out of combat and on the ground for him to continue getting the healing. It's something that I realized as I was playing this particular game. I could actually get this guy back up in the air and he'd still get the heal. He just has to land for the conditions to be met for the usage of it early. Lots of Melkoths going off on my Cynagors. I'm going to get a really nice rear charge on the Princess of Perfection. Just hammering real quick and trying to pull back. I've got multiple Cynagors on the field. Fighting Hellstriders 1v1. Not really the Cynagor's cup of tea. But I already have the infantry advantage on the field. I want to use the Cynagors to actually attract as much of the damage from my opponent as possible, so that the Slangors can kind of dominate in the later stages of the game and make it hard for my opponent to get flanks off. You have to control space against Slaanesh, because the devastating flanker will just fold you up, and Pleasure Seekers are on the field who have it, and they will absolutely feast if they get a rear charge. You cannot let Pleasure Seekers get the engagements they want. So the Cynagors are non-negotiable. They're not super strong in this matchup. They can get good charges in, though. They can definitely get work done, but the work that they do is just getting what kind of value they can and holding up the advance of units like this. So we're going to face check all of these Hellstriders and the Pleasure Seekers here. I'm going to rally my throwing axes to this side of the formation and just try and chip away at these very expensive Pleasure Seekers. Drop Enfeebling Foe here. Going to get a little bit of damage in that way. Bloodshriek Chimera finds Strykar, who's surrounded by the Sons of Goros and some Slangors, and just starts beating the ever-living crap out of this guy. Chimera, very, very capable in the dueling scenarios with this very high melee attack and really solid melee defense. It's also got good weapon strength, so there's a lot going for this thing. Sons of Goros going to go help out some Centaurs who are losing to Hellstriders. We get a perfect little sandwich here and crush the leadership on those Hellstriders. Bye-bye for them. They're just not able to get it done. Going to be replacing the Cynagors that I lost out here on the edge of the formation. You can see them routing here, with a Slangor, just moving them up into the front to screen for what remains of my Cynagor core here. Throwing axes are just here to poke away at whatever comes in range. I'm not relying on them to be the meat and potatoes to like catch any mobility in a head-to-head fight. They're just going to be there to try and use up all their ammo and get whatever value that they can. Zangors just grinding down the Princes of Perfection. Do get rear charged by the Pleasure Seekers. There just wasn't much to do. I couldn't really disengage those Slangors because of what they were fighting. They were fighting a target that was worth engaging against. Their back was turned. I couldn't really pull them back and then out and around without like overcommitting forces over here that could just be jumped on by all the mobility that Slaanesh has. So we're just kind of hanging in here, doing whatever we can to maintain the integrity of our formation here on the number 1 and 2, because we are getting the objective lead. That's really all we need, and Malagor has done a really good job of just wearing out a lot of the horsemen here. They've used up a lot of their ammo, but it's been a little bit lackluster in terms of the value that they've gotten. They've just about paid for themselves, but they're very weak, so they're not providing much once they do get unsummoned. It's very important to use Malagor that way when your opponent has like a skirmisher advantage, and against Slaanesh that's just kind of the norm, because those Slaanesh javelins are just so much more powerful in the skirmish game than your Cynagor throwing axes are. It's a little unfortunate. Prince of Perfection getting folded up by the Slayengors. My throwing axe is a little overlapped here. I can definitely do to have the lines a little bit cleaner here and here. But they are still firing fairly effectively, and they're just wearing down those Pleasure Seekers. Steady as can be, man. Excellent work by them. See them starting to get some really nice value as they chip in there. Now, you might wonder why the Bloodshriek Chimera isn't in here for the seemingly decisive engagement. You got all those Slaanesh characters over there. The Chimera's just really beat up. It's been taking a lot of javelin fire. That's where a lot of the value actually has come from for those guys. I'm keeping it back here so I can pop Perfect Predator in a moment, because I want to make sure it's here in the late game. It's got all of its breath attacks, and I really wasn't sure, actually, yet how strong these were. This is my first time playing with this unit, actually. I'm just popping the Perfect Predator here so it can get its heal off. You can see how much HP it heals over time. 25 HP per second. It's a 48-second heal. 1200 HP is about what you get most of the time. I'm just making do with what I've got in here. Slayengors are doing a great job of holding the line with a little bit of Synagore support. Good collapse from the flank from Harrison. My spawn were a little slow getting over, but the spawn are going to be so good in the late game. An unbreakable unit against Slaanesh is just really smart to have. These guys do hammer with their weapon strength. And the fact that they don't feed any of the abilities of Slaanesh, really, because their leadership never wavers or breaks or anything. The only thing they would feed is Nakari's ability. Got our first breath attack from the Chimera here, just roasting down the devoted Marauders. Gonna use him to just charge in here. He's got a lot of armor, so he's actually pretty resilient against these Marauder spears and the like. Anyways, the only thing Spawn would feed ability-wise for Slaanesh is the Nakari heal. But Nakari is very rare against Beastmen. Nakari is a little too expensive to be bringing against Beastie Boys. Synagores getting hammered a little bit by some of the units that Slaanesh has running around the field. Fiends, though, just run smack dab into the Spawn, and Spawn actually can do a lot of work against Fiends, especially with some enfeebling foes. I've been popping those every chance I get against expensive targets. It's really helped to grind down some of the scarier stuff, especially this Fiend unit. They just got absolutely hammered here by the double Spawn, collapsing all over them, just ripping them to pieces. So Pleasure Seekers, they are feasting on some Synagores over here, but those Synagores doing exactly what they need to do, just keeping my throwing axes safe, who continue to maneuver around and get value. And Strykar has died. The Bloodshriek Chimera was actually able to finish him off in the midst of all of the confusion and this big engagement that we had. Slaanesh does grab the number 2 objective, but the Exalted Hero overextends a little bit, and the Bloodshriek Chimera, with 1900 value, finds him isolated out here, and this guy's pretty tired from all the fighting he's doing, while the Bloodshriek Chimera, because of the heals from Perfect Predator and the need to like keep it out of combat for that, actually has some time to keep itself from getting too exhausted. So it is only winded right now, and it just absolutely smacks the hell out of this dude. Exalted Hero gonna be running for the hills, and I'm just gonna make sure to chase that guy off. Don't want to leave him to potentially rally and get in here with Disarm and Banner of Unholy Victory, and that Rock of Inevitability would be a disaster to have it proccing on me. So, Goreherd moving forward. We've got 2 of those out on the field, replacing all the Slayengors that we've lost. I've got some Synagores in here. A little bit of a messy advance for me there. I was trying to charge the Slayengors, but just got a little bit too compacted, didn't quite get the charge that I was looking for, but Goreherd fighting against the Slayengors, and now Spawn support from the other side coming in here, just to collapse on these guys. You can see them piling in, and they're going to start ripping apart this very low armor Slayengor unit. Definitely not going to be too bad for me. Pleasure Seekers engaging against more Sentis. Sentis have just been getting hammered all game. They're just not doing a whole lot. But we are going to just charge in and commit with our throwing axes now. They use most of their ammo, and this is a pretty decisive moment for me here. If I had caught those guys, they'd just be gone and dead. And you can see Harrison is really starting to struggle on the value front. We get a huge break on the Slangor. We intercept the Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh with our Goreherd and the Spawn together. Very important to keep them both apace with each other. It actually works out pretty easily. Normally, Spawn are... they're really weird because they're faster than most of the infantry that they would want to fight with, but for Beastmen, you actually just have all of your units outside of your, like, truly fast stuff like Centaurs and Razor Goreherd and the like, having pretty equivalent speed. So Spawn and Goreherd running together actually keep a pace of one another very easily, so they actually are very easy to position together. And you can see here, they're just going to grind down these Devoted Slaanesh Spearmen. As long as the Spawn fight together with the Goreherd, they'll be able to fight just about anything. They just need a little bit of buffering to get most of their work done. And otherwise, they're going to be a very effective unit. Hellstriders charging in, but Bloodshriek Chimera is here. We got Malagor fighting toe-to-toe with his lads. Senegor is in here, maybe a little too blobbed up here. I'm very lucky that Harrison didn't have Pit of Shades or anything. Although, you don't really see Pit of Shades too often, because you don't need super heavy AP against the Beastmen. That's why Melkoth's is so effective. Just use that for the direct damage and control against Centaurs to wear them out. Make your mobility fights even easier. This Chaos Lord has gotten decent value, but he's going to get bullied by the Chimera if he has to fight him head-to-head. And this guy's got 2,400 value. Awesome performance from him already. Just chasing really deep. I'm going to pull away here now, and you're going to see probably the filthiest breath attack that I've gotten out of something in ages. Just deleting the Princes of Perfection. Taking out more than half of their HP, and now we're just going to walk away, and he got 400 value out of one breath attack against this one infantry, and it's not really even that expensive of a unit, honestly. Just amazing work done by this thing. I got one more breath attack, too. Really awesome. Just using this very beat-up Senegor throwing axe just to YOLO charge down the Princes of Perfection while they were a little bit discombobulated. A little bit of extra value out of those guys. They got 1,500, so they basically doubled their cost. Just awesome stuff. That is exactly the game plan. I was able to execute it and just grind down these Slaaneshi forces. And now Harrison's just gassed. He doesn't have the leadership breaking blob. I've just picked off his characters slowly but surely. And now I've got the Spawn and the Goreherd just sitting on top of one another. What is Slaanesh? I mean, Slaanesh just can't do anything against this. Normally they could try and use Fiends to just kind of bulldoze over the infantry and pull through them, but with the mass here from the Spawn, they're just going to end up running into these guys and kind of bouncing off of them. The ability to actually fix Slaanesh on something and maintain the ability to hold them into a fight and punish their overextensions is so important. So we got the Slangors moving in just to clear out whatever infantry might be underneath this. Bloodshriek Chimera working at the flanks. Senegors move up and get a nice rear charge just to force the Fiends to stay in here. Nowhere for them to go. They're just completely outclassed by all of the bodies in here. Fiends are a really strong unit, but they are very beatable. They do cost 1,300. You just have to force them to stay engaged in bad fights. It can be a little tricky at times, but this game, I hope, kind of gives you an idea of how to fight against Slaanesh. I mean, you literally just camp out two objectives, force your opponent to interact with you, and take advantage of that fact. The Bloodshriek Chimera dropped its last breath attack, didn't quite hit square on the Marauder Horseman, but did amazingly here. Got 2,800 value for me, or maybe even 2,900. Really damn close. Good value on the Hellstriders. They were just eating all of my Senegors alive. It was really bad, but we punished the infantry really hard. The second that Harrison had to actually fight me on the points and I was able to maneuver in, and collapse, you can see that a lot of my units were able to acquit themselves really nicely, especially the spawn. Got 3 of them in here. I've got 1 Razorgore chariot just for any, like, Forsaken or Chaos Warriors. I never needed to bring it out. I wasn't really too worried about the Slain Gores and whatnot. We hit pretty hard as Beastmen against light armor. So just taking full advantage of that fact and able to win this game. It's a really well played one by Harrison. He just wasn't quite able to open up the path onto the objectives and then kind of hammer against Beastmen on their weak armor. I really do have to shout out the Chimera because it was just dominating in the late game. It really helped to solidify that win for me. Alright. Start casting some of the replays people are dropping here. We don't have a ton. Thanks, Bird. So we got a couple replays that people have sent us. We're not going to have a ton to go through. Like I said, lots of people playing in that CA qualifier today. But I am going to try and work with some people to see if I can get replays from them. If it's cool with Dov, who's hosting that tournament. Let me go message somebody about it. So I'm just asking around. I'm going to Dov himself to inquire about any replays from there. But we've got a couple here from the new player tournament that I definitely want to get into now. Oh, we've got an Empire mirror. Oh my god. I've mentioned it many times, but I actually enjoy mirror matches oftentimes. I think that they're pretty engaging, truth be told. It is very rare in domination mode that the mirror matches end up being very similar builds. And you can see the proof in the pudding here with Torsen going very elite and very, very long range. Going really heavy into Hellblaster volley guns and Hawken long rifles with 2 Null Ironsides, which is kind of cool. They're just going to be defending this backfield. It's going to be a really nasty position to try and break because these guys are just wicked powerful. They hit so hard. I love Nolan Ironsides. I think they've been pretty underrated for way too long. They can actually function very effectively in both their intended roles. I mean, they're not like great in melee combat, but with their leadership, I mean, they're basically a state trooper, but with a black powder rifle. And they do have a decent amount of HP for 60 models. I mean, if you're averaging it out, these guys all have about 105 HP, I believe, for each of them. So they can weather attacks. They're not so vulnerable that you just have to constantly protect them. You can play a little bit of footsie with your opponent and bait them in by maybe leaving them a little bit exposed on the line, so your opponent thinks they can get a freebie against them. Black Lions just opening up and hammering some units. Bright Wizard gets hit by the Hawk and Long Rifles pretty hard. Now going to eat a Spirit Leech, and Knights of the Black Rose also having to pull back. This is the tail of the tape oftentimes when you're seeing very heavy range builds from the Empire. They just control space so effectively. It's very difficult to be able to engage against them without just getting hammered in the early going. You can see the Sigmar Sons just getting absolutely tossed around. They're getting shredded right now by that artillery piece. Black Lion's very, very powerful with the repeating volley guns on top of these war wagons. You know, the noise, the sound effects of the Hellblaster volley guns is really about the only thing that lets it down. It'd be really nice if it were a little bit throatier sounding. You know, they sound like pea shooters, but their performance is very unlike a pea shooter. I mean, they just absolutely shred targets of any and all kind. Elspeth is getting hammered by some magic and a little bit of shooting from the archers. We actually have a mortar war wagon coming in. What the hell missile is that? Oh, from Marcus Wolfhart. Marcus is also chipping away at her. But Elspeth's doing okay. She's got, you know, her magic. She's got a lot of her abilities here, too. Coruscating Blast is going to be able to get her some good value. And she's got one more Death's Timekeeper for another 10% heal when the time comes. Just hang on to that, drop it on the Hunts Marshal or on the Bright Wizard when the time comes. Marcus Wolfhart is a really strong little character on foot. You can definitely get some pretty good value, and you gotta be careful of stuff like this. This Black Lion, very strong, and you might think it's safe, but getting hammered here by Marcus is definitely not what you want for it right now. Definitely need to pull it back in a moment here before it starts dropping models. Swordsmen and Camera's forces have captured the #1 objective, and they do have the #3. Some Pistoliers are skirmishing against the Stirland's Revenge out here. Pretty even fight between the two of them right now, but I think the Stirland's Revenge will win out because they're an ROR, so they're a little more accurate. And fire a little bit quicker, plus they have more models. The Pistoliers trying to charge the Stirland's Revenge is going to go very poorly. These guys are not good in melee combat. Stirland's Revenge do have pretty decent stats, all things considered. So they're able to take those guys down. Pistoliers getting after the Hawk and Long Rifles here. They make it most of the way in. Their leadership is so close to breaking. I don't know if they're going to be able to hang in here for very long. You can see the Hellblaster Volley Gun War Wagon and the Nola Ironsides just pounding away at these dudes. The Hawklands are secured very quickly. You don't even lose a model. They only lose about 400 HP, which really isn't that bad. Knights of the Black Rose getting netted very cleanly by Marcus Wolfhart. Excellent, excellent net there from him. But you actually have to get something in here to intercept these guys, because that's going to wear off, and actually wears off just now. The archers are still in the danger zone, but swordsmen there are stopping the charge up a little bit. You can see, though, that they are able to collapse on this one archer here. A little bit painful. Altar of Griffites could rotate around or come up from the other side, actually. Instead of rotating back around the rock to friendly lines, should come around the other side and pin the Knights of the Black Rose in. Although Nola Ironsides are on the hunt around here, so could be a little bit dangerous. Black lines are incredibly low. Need to get these guys the hell out of here and just pull them all the way back for the time being. And find something else to do for a moment. Just so that you don't lose any models on these guys. Actually already dropped one. Very unfortunate. But Elspeth is starting to bully. She, I think she hits a Coruscating Blast here against Marcus. She does have one use on it. And Marcus was very healthy last time I looked at him. Now he's basically on death's door. And Elspeth is on the hunt against the Bright Wizard, who is broken. He is routing. I don't think that he's going to rally before he runs off the field, because Elspeth is just way too close to him. She's really fast on this dragon, actually. She's one of the quicker dragon lords in the game. Hits a beautiful Spirit Leech against Marcus, which is amped up. Oh my god, spell intensity up to 124% right now. Just thumping with the Spirit Leeches. Doom and Darkness, I don't know. I don't think I've seen any of those being used here. It's on the table, though. It is pretty nice to have. to use against your opponent's like elite units that might be wavering, or just to break low leadership units out of important fights. You can see Torsen moving up on the low ground with the Sterling's Revenge. They did cap it, and they're going to try and hold against these Spearmen. Spearmen probably going to steal this away from them, but got some time to move Elspeth over after she's chased off the Bright Wizard. Silver Bullets get a little bit of damage in against her, but she's still very functional. She's got a lot of HP left. She'll be able to maneuver around and find some opportunities to tear out stuff or drop some Coruscating Blasts on things. Coruscating Blast can do good damage against infantry. Just have to make sure you get really far out and hit from a pretty flat angle to make sure that the laser beam goes down the length of the formation. But it is really good against Cav. It can nuke Cav units that are blobbed up. Knights of the Black Rose, though, don't really need to be hit by any Coruscating Blast, because even though they're killing the Black Lions here, Torsen's own Royal Altar of Griffites are right here on the flank, and just hammering through their HP very quickly, chipping those guys down and making them non-functional here. Knights of the Black Rose for Torsen have done a really good job of holding in here, actually cleaning up all of the forces that Camera had out on the #1 objective now. Camera's Royal Altar of Griffites, this is what I was talking about. They tried to go after the Null Ironsides. They got hammered on the way in. You can see a lot of their bodies scattered around here. A couple of them here, and some Knights of the Black Rose, I believe from Torsen's side. Yeah, it's the color scheme for Torsen. Looks like they held up the advance, and the Null Ironsides kind of hammered against them. Royal Altar of Griffites got here, but then they got cleaned up by their counterpart on the other side. So, in the Empire Civil War, it's looking like Torsen, a pretty dominant win here with a very small elite build. Going very heavy into long range early in the game. And honestly, I mean, the long range stuff was pretty effective, but it's been the micro and the utilization of the mobility around those units that has really won the game for Torsen here. Like these Empire Knights just shutting down anything and everything that they come into contact with that might be a range tool that Camera's wanting to utilize. Royal Altar of Griffites and Knights of the Black Rose have been cleaning up a lot of scary, annoying units. Royal Altar of Griffites have gotten rid of a lot of the Knights that Camera's brought in, while the Knights of the Black Rose have just been killing all the archers and all of the Free Company militia and the swordsmen. They've just been chewing through everything. They've done excellent work. 267 kills. Tells you they've been fighting a lot of low quality units, which is why their value isn't great, but they've cleared out the numbers very efficiently, which has allowed all of the other elements of Torsen's army to thrive here. Able to clutch out a pretty dominant win. Very nicely played by Torsen there. Love to see some Elspeth action. She got 2,700 value, which is really strong. Actually not quite paying for herself there, but she probably would have by the end of the game, just with whatever spells and charging around that she could do. Griffites at 1,200 for Torsen, only 400 for Camera. They just got pounded to bits, man. Absolutely no hope. Hellstorm Rocket Battery wouldn't really provide a lot for you here. I think for Camera, the best thing you could do is mix in a cannon. Instead of having the Hellstorm Rocket Battery. I know you might be a little worried about your opponent bringing numbers, but you do have the Mortar Wagon. And enough Knights of the Black Rose can clear out just about any amount of infantry, as long as you keep them on the move and hammering, because they're just so stalwart. They really don't have to worry about any state troopers, because unless it's a halberdier, there's not enough DPS from these spearmen. They're just too flimsy. Like, your opponent could fill out on state troops, and the Knights of the Black Rose would still be a really good clear tool. And you do have the Bright Wizard, too. You can always use him for Burning Head. I think the Hellstorm Rocket Battery is just overkill on dealing with Mantide. And the artillery piece would be able to shut down, like, Hawklands, Nuln Ironsides, and the Black Lions, because Nulns, with their small numbers, are very easily handled by artillery pieces. That's what they're weakest to. Just because there's only 60 models. They do have a little bit more HP than most infantry, but not enough to survive direct cannon shots. They'll go down all the same. Just messaging some folks real quick. Who else is in that tournament? Oh my god, I imagine a lot of our guys from RTK are playing in this tournament again. Back at it again, losing all your games. Don't worry about it, Tabith. Don't worry about it, man. I haven't seen you around in a while, so I imagine you're pretty rusty. It takes a little bit to jump back into the deep end of this game. Let me take a look at this other tournament's bracket and see who we can hit up for some replays. We can talk to Chim, Navigator, oh, and Renataki, yeah. Seepa, Pont, Pope, Patty is playing. That's cool. There's a lot of people I know in here, so I'm gonna go around and message some of these folks and see what they've got replays wise real quick. Slick. Who the hell else was in there? Oh yeah, Potato. Last tournament for the next year plus. Ooh, that's a lot going on, dude. Business trip moving and training stuff. That's a lot, man. But hey, that's awesome. It's good to hear that you're, having a lot of success in your personal life. You know, that's always the most important thing. Video games are great, but they don't substitute for, your personal happiness outside of that. Alright, we got some new player replays. I'm gonna save all these, and we'll get in on some of those. We got an Aislinn game, which is really fun. I haven't actually seen him in combat. So I'm pretty familiar with a lot of the newer stuff for the Chaos factions, Norska and Slaanesh, but I haven't seen a ton of High Elf gameplay. Although what I have seen is not super encouraging. I thought maybe High Elves would be a lot stronger with all the new stuff, but it doesn't really seem like it's done them many favors. They still seem to be on the weaker end of things, which is a little bit unfortunate. So let's give this Beastman game a look-see. And then we'll start getting into some of these other ones, and we'll do our do our game with Aislinn versus the Dark Elves, which is going to be really interesting. We got a Bloodshriek Chimera sighting. Honestly, against the Dark Elves or the High Elves, Bloodshriek Chimera is going to be really strong. Because it's very resilient to basic archer fire. It's really not even that big of a target in the sky. It's a pretty small monster compared to many others. It just hits so much harder than its actual size. It's a very ferocious little creature. It's like the, honestly, you know what it is a lot like? It's a lot like a honey badger. In terms of its combat prowess, you know? It's a little bit undersized. But it can get in there and thump against a lot of other more expensive flyers. It's actually the same price as an Arcane Phoenix. Let's just compare the two here. So you've got the Ember Storm on the Phoenix, which is a really powerful vortex. Probably a little better than the breath attacks from the Chimera, just in terms of the damage it can throw out. This thing has way more speed, 120 versus 85, so going to be very hard to catch the Phoenix in the air. It's got great leadership, a little bit better than the Chimera. Lower armor and much worse combat stats is really the big thing, like lower melee attack, melee defense. Although the Omen of Assyrian does have the Arwar stats, and this is an Arwar unit, so it does make sense that it outstats a basic Arcane Phoenix, I guess. Does have higher charge bonus, has a little bit more resistance than the Chimera, which just has the missile res. But immune to flanking, the heal, the breath attack. This Bloodshriek Chimera is going to be very effective against the ground forces that the High Elves have. And the Arcane Phoenix is going to need to be a little bit more careful because Beastmen are very good at swarming expensive units with Razorgore herds, Centaurs, Minotaurs even can be a really good counter. And the Uncle Raiders are going to be able to do some decent damage to this Phoenix since it only has 50 armor. The physical resistance is nice, but it will get poked through pretty hard. Some Synagore throwing axes coming out to also screen that thing out isn't a bad idea. And you can see Malagor flying around with the Chimera, just to add a little bit of extra punching power, because Malagor is not, like, great in melee combat, but he's no slouch. He has decent stats. It's just his lack of AP that really holds him back from being a nightmare, and he's got low armor, so you gotta be discerning about when and where to commit Malagor, but he can be a very nice, annoying unit to throw around. So, Chimera and Malagor just kind of hovering around. It looks like Alarielle and the Phoenix want this smoke. The Chimera is going to get engaged on by both of these characters. Good enfeebling foe here. Going to pop that on the Arcane Phoenix. And you can see the Bloodshriek Chimera really pummeling Alarielle right now. Going all out to actually attack her currently. And just relying on that debuff to keep the Phoenix from really chunking away at these monsters. Chimera landing on the ground, gonna need some kind of peel so that it can get free and start healing itself up. It's got Perfect Predator at the beginning of the game. From what I can remember, maybe it actually has to go off of starting cooldown, but should be able to pop that really quickly here. And Sons of Goros coming in. Oh my god, Durka has to get off the ground now, or it's going to be a very, very rough time for these High Elf units. Star of Avalorn has to go off right now to save these units, and you got to motor over the Illyrian Reavers. But doesn't look like it's going to go off in time. This is why you got to be so careful against the Beastmen, dude. So quickly they can just surround your units and turn what was a pretty rough fight for the Beastmen into a just dominant win. Sons of Goros surround Alarielle. She is not going to be able to get off the ground either. She has really bad mass on her Eagle. So just no way for her to disengage. And the Arcane Phoenix gets out, but now without the Lord support and the heals from Alarielle, this game got 10 times more difficult for the High Elves. They really need the extra HP so that they can do any kind of damage in the front line against the Beastmen, because the Spearmen and the White Lions will just get ripped apart by Slangors. Slangors are so good. They're definitely not broken, but they definitely offer some really exceptional combat potential. For, you know, a 700 gold unit, it's pretty appropriate. You really need that. Good breath attack from the Bloodshriek Chimera, but that Arcane Phoenix definitely got a little bit more done with its Ember Storm. Really shredded those Ungors and the Slangors here, but not enough follow-up. The Bloodshriek Chimera is going to be going for the Fireborn in the back line. Malagor has to get off the ground here. It does not want to get caught. Able to get up in the air. Fireborn a little slow getting around the field. There's still a lot of Beastmen units in the back line here that are going to make this fight really painful for them. See them getting hit by that Enfeebling Foe, and it is the upgraded version, so it does last 34 seconds as opposed to 17. And it's just making a mockery of them as an elite unit. I mean, they go from being one of the best units in the game to having really plain stats, and allows the Sons of Goros to just farm them here. Oh, God. The humanity. The beast-manity. For sure. Bloodshriek Chimera doing well. About 800 value, and the Fireborn are dead. They're just gone. That's the power of a good Enfeebling Foe cast. I mean, you don't need a whole lot more. That's why Malagor is always going to be the best Beastman character. His spell kit is just so good, and he's so cheap. I mean, you just bring Unholy Power and some spells, and that's really all you need. Something Wicked this way comes is okay. It's not, like, amazing by any means, but this is a slight leadership debuff, which can help in some circumstances. I don't know if I'd really prioritize it against a high leadership faction like the High Elves, but since you got the snipe on Larry, that extra 4 leadership that you're taking off of units can definitely come in handy, so it's nice to have at this point. You can see the High Elves just getting absolutely mopped up right now. They did what they could, but that loss of Larry so early on with the Sons of Goros surrounding her is just too brutal to come back from. And the Bloodshriek Chimera is going toe-to-toe with the Phoenix now. You also got some Ungor Spear Herd underneath this thing. Arcane Phoenix not equal to this task. The Chimera just jumps up in the sky. Looks like it's going to go for a breath attack on the Phoenix Guard, which is really smart. I mean, why wouldn't you? I really want to see what kind of damage it does. Just going to keep an eye on that. See Spearmen being chased off the field on this side, Slangors and Hounds all over the High Elves on the other side of the field there. And we don't even get to see the breath attack. Oh, sadness. But regardless, very nicely done by Kentama. Dominant game here. Usually wide High Elf builds are pretty safe against Beastmen, but I think that I think Slangors might change that. Just because Slangors are faster and they get extra stats from taking damage, the High Elf Archers actually give the Slangors a little buff before they even get into fighting. And the High Elf Spearmen are very, very low HP compared to Slangors. With the extra stats that the Slangors get as they're running in and taking damage, they might be able to really clear out numbers on the High Elves, unlike in the past. where you could just weather gore herds on your spearmen and just shoot them to bits with archers. This matchup might be completely flipped around now, because the maxed out Slangors really just dominated that frontline fight. And you didn't really even need a huge performance out of the Chimera as a result. I mean, the Sons of Goros did all the heavy lifting that game. 3,400 value on those guys. They killed a Lariel. They made a mockery of the Fireborn. I mean, 113 value on those guys. They almost tripled their cost efficiency here. 3,400 value on a 1250 gold unit is gross. Very dominant performance from those guys. A few Synagors and some throwing ashes. It's a very nicely balanced Beastman build. This is like the perfect thing to bring against heavy cavalry factions. You've got Synagors for going after archers and lightly armored stuff, getting rear charges and whatnot. Synagors for screening out big monsters. Or the Synagor throwing axes for the big monsters. Sons of Goros for heavy lifting against elite cav and, you know, also for anything that might land on the ground that's a big beastie. Some Minotaurs to help out in the big creature department. And then Razorgore Herd to control stuff like Illyrian Reavers and the Silverhelms. Preferably Silverhelms, though. Razorgore Herd very good against armored cavalry. Harpies are nice. One Warhound is nice. I do really like Razorgore Chariots against the High Elves. Razorgore Chariots, just hard counter stuff like Swordmasters of Hoeth. But you do have plenty in here to fight the Swordmasters. You got breath attacks on the Chimera now. You can always use Enfeebling Foe on them, and then you've got the Hammer ability from the Sons of Goros that can double up on that roll. So it's a very clean build and a very clean win there. Alright, let's see what Aislinn can do against Morathi. This is going to be pretty tough, though. Morathi is a stunningly powerful character. For how little HP Morathi has... Oh my god, it crashed out. Hold on, let me reboot, guys. For how little HP Morathi has... She is a wickedly powerful duelist. And she does have good heals with the Soul Stealer. Aislinn just has to probably maneuver around and avoid the big spell casts. Help out with dominating the mobility game and then working his way towards trying to go after Morathi. She's also crazy fast on her Pegasus. So we'll see. And Malom's a good player, too. Like, really, really solid, newish player. Let me pause this real quick. I'm messaging somebody just real fast, and we'll get into the armies and the builds.
My vengeance.
Morathi is going to be running around with Melkoths as their only spell. I really like having the utility of Soul Stealer. You really should bring Soul Stealer, especially if you're going up against a faction that does bring big monsters, because that's what Soul Stealer is most effective against. Also gives you the heal. It's really nice to have for Morathi, since she, you know, obviously with 4,500 HP doesn't have a lot to work with. Melkoths will be really nice for just popping on the Illyrian Reaver archers, though. You can use it on the regular bowmen as well, just because the elven units have very limited HP, so will be effective no matter what. Just would really like to maybe see the added spell, just in case. It is nice to have a toolbox to reach into if you really need to hit the oh shit button.
We have a victory point.
So you got Enchanting Booty and Heart Rendered in the Dark Sword. That's part of the reason she's such a good duelist, is both of these abilities just imbue massive debuffs. I mean, Aislin's stats are going to go from 69 to 59. Very nice. Very funny, CA. I see what you're doing there. With both of these proccing, plus you lower a little bit of melee defense, so you can make a lot of otherwise really scary monsters, characters, and frontline fights a lot more manageable for your Dark Elf units. Wand of Corydon is a Doombolt type effect. Bound Doombolts are okay, it's just the spell version that's banned, so she's going to be taking advantage of that. It is very powerful. Very, very powerful. Greater Arcane Conduit for recharge rate and spell mastery, so extra powerful Melkoths. Dark Riders in the Tree is very good. Harass tool, good for going after the archers and the Illyrian Reaver Cav. One Cold One Night to start, very good mass to have just to defend your front line, just in case there's a bunch of White Lion chariots. Don't see any of those from the High Elves here. Hellebro Knight, chillest of all bros, and triple Dark Shard with a lot of Bleak Swords. High Elves, they just have Spearmen. Some Ship's Company, also. 3 of those guys and just 1 Spearman, actually. I don't know how Ship's Company do. I mean, they're just such a mediocre-seeming unit. I don't think they're going to be able to beat a Bleak Sword, to be quite honest. I think it'll ultimately work out in favor of the Bleak Swords, because they're just a little bit stronger in every respect, other than the melee defense, as you can see. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. So what does Aislinn even have? Because this is the first game I'm seeing him in action. He's got Naval Discipline, nice little buff, and Charge Defense against large. Passive ability and a massive radius. That's pretty nice. Definitely use that for stuff like something like White Lion spam, the White Lions of Trace with their great axes. Getting charge defense against large would suddenly become pretty tough to attack for some factions. Sapphire Guardian, magic attacks and spell resistance, which is nice. That's definitely good. Star Dragon attacks, the breath attacks, I mean, which are always really solid. And then just 9,400 HP, good armor, good speed, great leadership, great weapon strength, melee attack and melee defense, and a decent charge bonus. So there's a lot going on with this guy. He's a pretty tough cookie. We'll see how he does this game, though. Oceanids, really cool unit. Honestly, something that's been pretty underrated for the High Elves, as far as I can tell. This isn't the best unit by any means. They definitely are a little bit lackluster in some respects. Not having AP does hold them back a good deal, but do a pretty good missile and physical resistance. Add on to the fact they have perfect vigor and strider, and they can be a really nasty unit for controlling space on some maps that your opponent just isn't going to be able to efficiently answer them with anything. Lore Master of Hoeth has Spirit Leech and Melkoths. I love the Lore Masters. I really like the idea of having Spirit Leech and Melkoths here. The one thing that I would caution, though, is not having any kind of healing for the High Elves. This guy does have access to Earthblood. As far as I remember, the Lore Master could just bring all 3 of those spells, and you can just cut Evasion. It's just useless. Cut Evasion and get Earthblood in here. I think you should still be able to afford it without changing your build any. And if you need to, you can just cut the Spearman and get another Ship's Company. It's really nice to be able to help out your frontline units, because they are pretty low quality here, and also you do want to have something to heal Sea Lord. Even if it's not like massive heals like a regrowth or something, would be pretty nice. Aislinn just gets in here right up against Morathi, who lands into the Oceanids. Man, making a bit of a mistake there. I mean, the Oceanids, if they surround Morathi here, Aislinn is just going to kill her. I mean, she might even die here regardless. I mean, she gets terrified, and Aislinn with a couple of tail swipes from the dragon has put her on the floor. She is rolling around in agony right now. And I think she's just going to die outright. You can see her getting back up into the air. Oceanids holding up the advance of a lot of Dark Elf units. Dark Elf's having a real hard time breaking through there. Tabith with a value lead, but you gotta get away from these Dark Shards. It's very important to know when and where with your big dragon characters because, you know, you've gotten a really good engagement against your opponent's Lord. The only thing that can lose you the game, if you just keep Aislinn on the move, is if he gets shot down by all these bowmen. The bowmen are really hammering against him. He does not need to be fighting Coldwind Knights, no matter what the situation is, really. The only time you should use Aislinn against Coldwind Knights is if he's rear charging them, just to break their leadership. They're just really good at hammering big stuff with those AP halberds that they have. You don't want that smoke. So, Aislinn is starting to get real low, and Morathi is wishing she had a heal right now. It'd be really nice for her. Oceanids go down. They actually got some decent value, and they held up a lot of units, so giving a little bit of time for High Elves to kind of scrap here in the front line. Ship's Company holding up pretty well. I'm actually a little bit surprised they're doing this well against the Bleak Swords. But the High Elf backline is in shambles. The Dark Riders have been riding down a lot of the archers. A lot of the bowmen are offline for the High Elves. You got an Eagle Claw Bolt Thrower in. I would just sit this Bolt Thrower on Morathi and then spray fire all of the Dark Shards, just depending on what's in range. Nice little breath attack, although because it's going on that hillside, actually missing a little bit. We get the second Wand of Corydon being used here. So Aislinn's about to get hammered for about 600 HP. Actually a little bit less. He lands in against the Coldwind Knights, really starting to struggle. That Lore Master not having Earthblood really starting to hamper Tabith's build. It's just always worth it, man. I mean, just really have to be able to bring something to keep your big characters alive and available because they're just such a huge investment. I mean, he's gotten 1900 value early in the game here, but you need another like 1400 for him to really pay off here. So Doomfire Warlock sitting in the middle of the field here, not really up to a whole lot, and the archers could start to get online and just hit these Doomfire Warlocks real quick with some great volleys and take them down. 15 armor on these guys. They're very weak in that respect. You can see the Reaper Bolt Thrower is just sitting on Aislinn here, and Aislinn's actually routing. Oh my god, and Morathi is going to kill him. Not like this, please. See her barely making her way in. She's so beat up. She is barely hanging on. Wounds is affecting her speed right now. That's why she seems so slow and sluggish. But down goes Aislinn, and that's going to be a huge penalty to leadership for the High Elves. And the High Elf front line is just slowly getting ground down here. The Hellebroni are still available. Illyrian Reavers are going after all the Dark Shards, but they do get Last Samurai a bit on the way in. And with the leadership penalty, they're not going to be holding for too much longer. See that damage by artillery debuff really hurting them too. All these bound Doom Bolts have been doing some nice damage. Doomfire Warlocks were definitely not worth the price though. You got both lesser Doom Bolts off, but they only got 200 value otherwise. Really not worth it. Lyran Reavers chasing off the last of the Dark Riders. So the backline is secure, but the archers are just so beat up right now. Very close game, though, for Tabith. Doing a really good job of hanging in despite losing the Lord. Orlines of Trace are actually helping to retake this middle point now. The High Elves are flipping this. They've got a pretty healthy ship's company on that point. White Lions of Trace, I think that's an over-response. You don't need this whole unit here for the number 1 against a few Doomfire Warlocks. Whoops. You should send the White Lions down to the number 2. Just pull back all of your forces and try to consolidate on top of this objective for the time being. It's a little tough, though. You've just got a lot of rallying Dark Elf units. That Reaper Bolt Thrower has been used so well. It has been excellently targeted onto anything and everything that you want to use it against. It's been hitting Aisling, it's been going to Spray Fire mode to hit the Storm Riders and wear them out. Getting some really nice Hammer and Anvil from Manlam with the Helibroni fixing, and then some tattered Cold One Knights charging down, and there's one Cold Knight left in this unit, and he's still going on a little bit of a rampage. What a brave guy. All of 76 HP remaining. Now a huge second wind of mobility coming in, just a ton of Dark Riders and Cold One Knights going right up the pipe after the ship's company, who don't have charge defense against large without Aisling around, so starting to look real weak. Soul Blight from the Doomfire Warlocks, who did rally, is being popped here. So ship's company with very little weapon strength, absolutely no armor. Spiteful Conjuration also affecting them. And the Lore Master of Hoeth really weak as well. Look at that, dude. Going from 100 armor, exhaustion taking a bit off, but that Soul Blight and the Spiteful Conjuration got him down to the 30. Is just really awful for him. This guy's done pretty well. He's got 1,700 value. His spellcasting has been very effective. He's just a single little character on foot, though. That's the eternal problem with the Lore Masters, is they just can't carry a game in a late game situation. As good as they are, there's always a break point for them. This is beautiful. Occupying the attention of the Fireborn and the Illyrian Reavers here with the Dark Riders. And then getting a nice charge off from the flank with the Cold One Knights. And this other Cold One Knight needs to get in. There we go. Manlam recognizing the opportunity to strike. Moves in from the other side. And the Fireborn going to get absolutely ripped to pieces here. And Melkoth's also hammering them. Marathi getting a few spellcasts in there, but does get hit by a Spirit Leech for her efforts. And almost dies, 66 HP, and she's hanging in here with 10 leadership. Gonna go to the back of the map and just camp out now. Really good heads-up play from Manlam. And the High Elves just aren't able to hang in, man. That low HP and the no heals in the front line really hurting them. The Dark Elves are just better in melee combat than the High Elves are. And in late game situations, unless you have a huge missile core remaining, it's always melee where the make or break moments happen. Which naturally means that the Dark Elves are going to have a little bit of a leg up against the High Elves. High Elves are very defensive. They just don't push well. And it hurts them so badly in domination mode. In land battles, High Elves are much more powerful. They can just blow their load on all their magic early on and kind of dominate their opponent, and they can preserve all their forces with their high leadership. In domination mode, the Dark Elves tend to do well because they can replace their losses a little bit better, and they have stuff like Cold One Knights who maybe a little on the slower side, not very good at catching stuff, but when it comes down to brass tacks and you have to fight on objectives, they just hit so hard against mobile units. And they can just take over a game at the end of it. More Cold One Knights coming out. The High Elves just don't have the answers for them. The Fireborn have gone down. It'd be so nice to have them available to hammer off of the Oceanids, attracting aggro. Just mixing in the Earthblood for the Lore Master is really all you need to do. He'll be able to cast 3 or 4 of those and just help your front line stay in the fight just that little bit longer to give yourself an opportunity to win the mobile game. If you can do that as the High Elves and you can just take out Cold One Knights one at a time on the way in, that's how you win this matchup. If you are in a late game scenario and there's multiple Cold One Knights on the field, you're pretty screwed because all you have AP-wise against that is the Fireborn. Your Warlines of Trace can like flank those fights and contribute a little bit, but they do get countered by the anti-large bonus of the Cold Ones. So it's a little iffy. It's a little rough. Aislinn did well. I do think that there's a pretty good odds-on chance that he can be an effective lord for the High Elves. Does seem like he's got some good combat potential, but maybe just because he's so expensive on that dragon, that's not really the way to utilize him. Where even is he? Here he is. So he's got the Skycutter Chariot. I don't think these Skycutters are very good at all. Everything I've seen so far when people are bringing them is that the melee isn't very good on them. And he doesn't even have a ranged attack on this thing, which is another problem. Because the Bolt Thrower variant just does not look effective in the least. I don't know what it is about these things. Maybe people just need to get better about swapping the ammo types or something. Maybe they just need more ammunition. 16 is pretty limited. It's way less than the Scourge Runner chariots for the Dark Elves. Here they are. Like, Dark Elf Scourge Runner chariots have 24 ammo, and they do shoot it pretty quickly. And the Bolt Throwers on these Lothern Skycutters fire much slower. Really don't even do that much more damage. They actually don't do more damage. They do less damage. God, dude. And I guess the Skycutters are supposed to be better at the chariot part of everything. They're just so much more expensive. The extra HP really isn't that great. See, he needs to do a little balance pass on these things, maybe. It's kind of sad. I really don't want High Elves to be the ugly stepchild of this game. It's just like they don't ever get anything that's like super crazy. They're always maybe a little too balanced. So that's free. You know, Master of the Mists might have been really nice to have that last game. An Iron-Handed Captain for instant rallies would be pretty cool. Don't know if you super need it for a high leadership faction, but maybe. I think Master of the Mists you use for that little, like, Gambit opening where you just give everything a wicked buff early. And just, like, nuke one of your opponent's units where they're just really not expecting it. You only get one use of it, but I do think it is a very powerful ability from everything that I've seen from people testing it and using it out. Naval Discipline's fine, so maybe you just go for this. 2750, it's really not that bad. You get the Lore Master running in underneath. Cut all of these shenanigans. Earthblood. Yeah, I mean, you can fit that in for cutting evasion. Evasion really isn't that good. I mean, this guy's already got Martial Mastery. He doesn't need an extra 10% speed and melee defense of +5. It's nice, but it's really not going to be doing him that much good. The heal is going to be way better for him, as well as the rest of your army. He needs to be a support tool that is very well-rounded, in my opinion. Got Empire versus High Elves, but let's watch some Empire versus Dowie. Very, very forbidden matchup for the Empire normally. But there are definitely some ways you can take advantage of the Dwarves. And it looks like we're going for a straight-up just Hawkland Long Rifle max build. Which really isn't a bad way to go about it. This cannon, though, is going to hurt them pretty bad. We'll see how Torreson's going to deal with the cannon. Excuse me. No, I'm not playing in the qualifier. I'm doing the new player tournament as usual. But AI, if you've got replays AI, send them to me. Let me pause this. We did get replay from attack speed, which is exciting. So we'll jump in to that after we cast this game here. Alright, let's just kick it off now. Balthazar Guild flying around. Staff of Valance, obviously. I mean, you get massive recharge from this. And the miscast chance reduction is really nice if you have Final Transmutation, or just to use if you're going to be slapping out a really big Plague Arrest, right? It's nice to be able to lower the armor safely without the risk of doing some unnecessary damage to your already very squishy lord. Balthazar Guild is great. You just can't let him do anything except cast magic. He just gets clowned on if he even thinks about melee combat. Getting hit by the Trollhammer torpedoes and taking a decent little chunk of his HP out. It's 500 damage, man. Hurts. Really hurts on that limited amount. Dwarf Warriors getting hit by the Hawk and Long Rifles. You know, it's pretty hard to clear through the Dwarf Warriors that way. I would much rather see the Rangers be the focus of the Hawklands here. Shooting this Dowie Lord, he'll just keep wandering forward. He might die, but he's like 800 gold at most. And he doesn't have any of the items or anything, so it might even be like, what, 700 gold at most? Pretty cheap and affordable. Yeah, there we go. Hitting the Iron Drakes now is much better target. Way more cost effective and important to take these guys out. And now you can probably think about swapping over to the Gyro Bombers in a moment. Do you want to get rid of the Rangers at some point? In fact, maybe I actually need to swap onto the Rangers, because the Rangers are in range of the Hawk and Long Rifles now. And if these guys start getting shot up, the Empire's going to fall apart. Hawklands are very, very squishy. They have very little armor. I mean, the Hurdy Jaeger Corps is a little more than the normal Hawklands, who only have 20. Skyhammer Squadron's flying in like it's going to start dropping some bombs. Doesn't even get close, though. It just gets absolutely canned. But it gets one bombing run off against all odds before the leadership breaks. Able to hit this Hawk and Long Rifle with a really wicked Skyhammer bomb. Rangers, what are the Rangers doing? I don't think Hattie has realized that the Rangers are not really doing anything. There's like 3 or 4 guys shooting right now. I don't know what's going on. Fire at Will is just so buggy, dude. Just never, ever, ever bring ranged units and expect Fire at Will to work. Always give them the attack order. Hattie has missed out on an opportunity to kill the Hawk and Long Rifles here officially. You can see them starting to turn their attention to the Rangers, and they just delete them from the game. I mean, bye-bye. Like, one solid volley from all of these Hawklands just completely ices this unit. Next Ranger, up and gone. Brutal, brutal damage. Maybe you should have just held back a little bit more as Hattie. To leave the cannon to maybe work down one of the Hawk and Long Rifles early before moving forward. And then just making sure that your Rangers actually pick a target and open up, because they just sat there. That's not really Hattie's fault, though. That is a little bit of jank with the game. You just have to be ready with your ranged units and focus them up somewhere so that stuff like that doesn't happen. And then you just end up in this awful spot as the dwarves. Like, you've got all your Dowie Warriors in fights and whatnot, but Dwarf Warriors just don't win games. They just don't do enough damage. They're very lackluster, even if they're fighting something like State Troopers, because they just don't do damage. They have awful melee attack. If these Dwarf Warriors had closer to 30 melee attack, they would actually be a pretty cost-effective unit. But I think that would be maybe making the Dowie a little too tough, because Dowie just go for these body stuffing strategies, and if their ranged units are able to win their trades, then it's just game over for whoever they're going up against. Kanan gets taken offline here. Sternlin's Revenge, the culprits of that performance there, able to take those guys down. And now fighting the miners with blasting charges, doing a good job of just keeping Capweight away from the middle objective. Demigryph Knights with the lances, just tossing about miners on this side of the field. Dwarf Warrior, great weapons moving up. Not the best unit in the world, but they're okay. They can do some damage. It's just usually not a very impressive performance that they can put on. State troopers are basically all gone. There's a handful of, like, scattered spears and swords around that are, like, decently healthy. But that's not really that important for the Empire. They're fine with their state troopers being gone, because now they're starting to replace with the great swords. And the great swords are going to just clear everything else. Unless the Dowie can get in, a bunch of range units is going to be really tough. They're going to get swept here, as the great swords really start to just chew through all of the remaining bodies. Free Company Militia on the back of this fight, having a little bit of trouble with the terrain. You can see they're getting LOS pretty hard. One Free Company Militia has found a really nice position to shoot from, though, and they're going to very quickly work down the Slayers. 2 Slayers against a Greatsword would typically win, but with the Free Company Militia and now the Hawk and Long Rifles firing from the flank, it's going to be a very quick cleanup for the Empire over here. And Hattie is just down 4,000 value. That is a very prohibitive amount of value to be losing by. Not many comeback opportunities to be found in this kind of a situation. Hawkland's just continuing to pound. Got more going on here. Huge value on all of them. Really, oh, Searing Doom also contributing against the cannon here. So Sterling's did a decent amount of damage, but I think Balthazar was hammering it too. Just smart, really smart play. Torsen just trouncing everything in the backline. These Demogryph Knights are just completely uncontrolled now. Giant Slayers versus Greatswords. Greatsword's going to lose to Giant Slayers under normal circumstances, but from the other side, Demogryph Knights, they might just die outright, but with good timing, these Slayers will get hammered by the Searing Doom, and then the Demogryphs hit home and start chunking into them nicely. Ooh, Demogryphs probably want to just pull out here. Instead of staying engaged any longer, just pull back and go intercept more miners that are on the way in. Another Demogryph Knight in, a Flagellant on the field. Flagellant's actually okay against dwarves because they do so well against Slayers. You get your much cheaper Unbreakable unit with really solid overall stats against a Dowie Slayer. It's just a wickedly unfavorable trade for the dwarves. 900 gold versus a 600 gold Flagellant, and they trade about evenly. By the time the fight is over, both units are basically completely dead. I mean, one of them has to die completely, since they are unbreakable. But what I mean is just that whichever one ultimately ends up winning is barely going to be alive, and that's always going to favor the Flagellants. There's not a single situation where you want a Slayer and a Flagellant scrapping as the Dowie. Demogryph Knights on their last legs, but holding up a huge blob of Dowie. This is actually pretty much what you want to do with tattered units against the dwarves. You use them to roadblock against the numbers, and then you kind of let other Dowie units slip past, and then they're much easier to clean up because you have time, since everything else is now suddenly out of position. This one isolated miner, just send some greatswords in and then like rear charge them, and they're basically gone, and there's not really a whole lot the Dowie can do to support them. Dowie are just running right up the gut of this massive firing line. I mean, there's a few Hawklands left here, all of them getting to just pound away at anything and everything on the way in. Miners just going down. That leaves the Slayers all by themselves. There's no way they're getting through all the state troopers here. I mean, they can do some good damage, but they are, you know, fighting a very, very uphill losing battle. Demogryph Knights maneuvering on the number 3. We can just fast forward through this. Hattie really should just tap out now. Understand if you want to kind of try and scrap against your opponent. See what kind of a comeback you can get done, but the Dowie are just so bad at doing that. One of the worst factions at playing from behind. Dowie can squeeze out some cheeky wins with cap weight, but not when they're down by this much. You can see the Flagellants actually beating the Miners here, which is another thing that Flagellants can be useful for, is just fighting like wave after wave of Miners on an objective and just stuffing them off, making it very difficult for the Dowey to like steal objectives away from you. You know, there's a lot of utility here that I think people really turn their nose up at. You know, Flagellants do provide something that the Empire is usually lacking. Which is just, you know, an unbreakable frontline piece. Like, most of the time you're talking about state troopers who are really bad. Spearmen are, like, the only decent state trooper unit. Greatswords have a few niche applications, but even they're pretty lackluster. And Free Company Militia are pretty vulnerable with their low armor and mediocre leadership. They can get jumped on by mobility pretty quickly and taken out, so... Flagellants just get around all of that by just not caring at all. And they very consistently get about 600 value. It's very rare that they massively underperform unless they get hit by ranged units. Ranged units are how you kill Flagellants and not worry about them at all. But the Dowey just haven't been able to get any missiles on these guys, because every time they bring something forward, there's either something more important that they need to fight, or just no way for them to effectively target the Flagellants. So these guys have just been getting away with murder all game. Being really frustrating and annoying. But really the Hawklands were the MVPs, obviously. I mean, they all just dominated here. 1,800, 2,200, 13, 2,400 on the Herge Jaeger Corps. Amazing. And the Witch Hunters just existed. They were just popping the accusations, which imbues a weakness to missile damage. It's really nice, very powerful ability in the right circumstances. And this is a pretty perfect matchup for a couple of Witch Hunters. I mean, it's not like their cup of tea, necessarily. Very unloreful inclusion of them. But in terms of gameplay mechanics, definitely a good set of heroes to have around. They can blob up Dowey warriors, get the silver shields offline so you can just wail away from range on those Dowey warriors. They can fight characters a little bit, especially the Demon Slayers and Dragon Slayer characters. You don't see those too often from the dwarves anymore. And then the accusations for like hitting rangers and gyro bombers that might be flying overhead. Some cool applications. I really like that Empire build. This is a very cagey set of units for Torreson. I think you win as the Dowey if you just build up and just move in all at once and just swarm over the Empire position, because you have the numbers advantage. Just need to make sure that you can keep some of your ranged units alive in some respect. If you trade out all your Rangers to kill a couple of Hawk and Long Rifles, is a huge win for the Dwarves. And then if you can get the Gyro Bombers in a little bit safer at that point to finish off the other two Hawklands, awesome. I think that's probably how you have to play it, because if you can take down the Hawklands, Free Company Militia, they can poke Gyro Bombers, but they don't do enough damage to get through the armor. Sternler's Revenge are the only ones with AP missiles, and them by their lonesome, not going to be able to get rid of the Skyhammer Squadron or a regular Gyro Bomber even before these bombing runs just make an absolute mincemeat pie of your front line. Even the Greatswords will just die to these bombing attacks, because they do have really good damage output, as you can see. Skyhammer Squadron especially, but they have less uses on their bombing run than the normal Gyro Bombers do. These normal Gyro Bomber runs are strong, but not quite as insane as Skyhammer Squadrons are. This has more projectiles and a better damage profile. Getting some replays from folks, so we're just going to grab those. And let's move them over. Doink. So you're going to watch this game that Attack Speed sent me in. So he's fighting against Pont, and Pont's been around for a while and is a main, like a mainstay for the new player tournaments for quite a while before he got his win. And he's, you know, gone on and done his Dark Elf thing in the higher levels of the tournaments, and is always a threat because of his very off-meta builds. He can really catch you by surprise, and is game for just about anybody. And Attack Speed is one of the best Wood Elf players out there. One or two. Charix, actually, I think Charix is number one, but Attack Speed is definitely the second best. I think that's pretty easy to say. Charix is just next level on the Wood Elves. He can win with literally any Wood Elf build imaginable. We watched him win the Legendary Lords tournament with Ariel and frickin' Orion, which is probably the worst, weirdest combination of Lords imaginable. And Charix made it look easy, just clearing through everybody just about. Eternal Guard are moving up, lots of spears. Eternal Guard are just so strong because of the AP that they have on these spears. Great melee defense. Silver Shield is amazing to have for your frontline units, and for an incredibly cheap price. You barely have to stress your funds filling out your entire starting army as the Wood Elves by just fitting all these Eternal Guard in early. Dryads are good out of the Vanguards with some speed, if you need them. This is a pretty good matchup for Dryads for the most part. There's definitely a few things you need to keep in mind, but generally speaking, Dryads can perform nicely. Got some Reaper Bolt Throwers looking to hit the Glade Guard over here. It's a huge Glade Guard line from Attack Speed, who loves doing this style. You just get so many missiles that it doesn't even matter if you have shields or if you've got, like, really aggressive swarming elements early, because you just run into all of these missiles with, like, poison and an AP spread out across the battlefield, and it's hard to get in. You get hammered by the magic damage if you've got any Fizz Res, like Doomfire Warlocks would for the Dark Elves. Cold One Knights would have a hard time closing the gap here. And you just overwhelm your opponent with just massive amounts of arrows. I mean, like, you go full 300, the end of 300, basically, with the Wood Elves, and dominate the Dark Elves, utilizing that strategy. Dark Shards getting hit pretty badly. The Glady flew in just to occupy the Dark Shards and get rid of their Silver Shield so that they could get an effective volley off on these guys, which is really cheeky. She took a lot of damage, but it's really not that bad if the Glady gets hammered early. She's really just here to use Arrow of Kurnus and the Prey of Anathrema. You just want her there for the utility. You don't really use her in combat except to do stuff like that, and that's just to get an early leg up in the ranged department. And you can see, dude, like, the Dark Shards shields are nice, but there's so many more Wood Elf archers here that they just cannot hold up under all of the firepower. And the second they start retreating, you can see that there's no rallying now. Like, they're just done and gone for the most part. Getting a little bit of more effective damage on the other side of the field just because the Bolt Throwers are out on this side, but Glade Guard are getting danger close now, and Reaper Bolt Thrower crews are very vulnerable to missile fire just because they have very little armor. And now you're forcing out summons of Sisters of Slaughter on this side of the field too. Pont really should be careful about engaging. Don't want to move up yet. Although your all of your infantry are basically gone already. I mean, just everything is getting ripped to pieces by the Glade Guard line. Sisters of Slaughter and some Dark Riders looking to maybe move up on this side of the field, but you get a much stronger mobility core coming out over here. A horde of Wild Riders popping up out of the trees, classic Wood Elves, just hiding all of their units with some Cloak and Dagger, and then showing you their hand. And the Dark Elves kind of have to get forced back here. They just don't get a very clean opportunity to advance forward. Get a nice burning head on this side of the field, though. Dread Spears engaging onto the Glade Guard now. Another Glade Guard getting a little too far forward. This would be a really nice opportunity for a Dark Rider to come out and just fly up the field and crush these guys. See an unsummon. I think that was the Sorceress, so no magic for the Dark Elves now. She gets hammered by the Glade Guard as well. Dark Shards are advancing forward. The advance is just too scattered from Pawn. Like, the bulk of his decent units are on this side of the field, just getting absolutely annihilated before they even make it into melee contact. On the other side of the field, you can see here, there's a lot less Wood Elf concentration over here. There's no mobility on this side of the field. Just keeping your Reaper Bolt Throwers protected over here. And threatening with some Dark Riders. Not engaging the Dark Riders in, but forcing the Wild Riders to sit here and watch the Dark Riders so that they don't jump the Glade Guard. And then working this side of the field with an actual solid push of infantry, I think would be how Pont could have gone about this. It's not over for Pont, but it's definitely getting worse and worse. You've got the Dark Shards over here getting jumped by the Wild Riders. The Sisters of Slaughter come forward, but they just aren't fast enough to catch the cavalry. And now that they're in range of the Glade Guard, you see the Glade Guard just start to rip apart the 5 armor Sisters of Slaughter here. Gonna be a nightmare. Manticore coming in. It is a summoned one, not the beast magic. It gets rampaged immediately into a unit of Glade Guard. Not the worst thing for it to rampage into. It's kind of helping the Sisters of Slaughter, so they're not just getting ripped apart by the bowmen here. Wild Riders hammering against them pretty effectively, though. You know, just pull those guys back. Attack speed is just juggling this match very, very well. The missile line does die on the number 3 objective, but there's nothing here to push the number 3 for the Dark Elves. They got a Canine Assassin, they got a Dread Spear over here, and that's it. Glady is just hiding in the trees, very smart. Hiding in those treetops means that the single shot rounds are not going to effectively damage her. The treetops do function the exact same as the actual trees themselves. The bolt thrower shots will just bounce off the trees, and she'll be fine. Canine Assassin gets engaged on, I don't know what is being used. Oh, it's the Web of Shadows, that's right. I forgot. It gives this radius like it's something being targeted on the Assassin, but it's just the radius from which it activates. Does hammer the Glade Lord pretty bad. It's a Spirit Leech type of effect. It's pretty powerful, actually. Wild Riders come over and get the surround on this guy, and I think they are gonna very comfortably finish him off. They're pretty beat up, but I think they've got enough HP to make this happen. Canine Assassins only have 30 armor, so Wild Riders with their good charge bonus and decent weapon strength, good melee attack values. Yeah, poor guy. Canine Assassin gets routed. Wild Riders in the backline now, multiples of them in fact. One Cold One Night on the field, and on the other side now you can see the Wood Elves really starting to build up. Pressing forward onto unfriendly grounds. Not really going to matter. They're just going to push back here and start steamrolling. Nice little use at a volley of Dark Arrows. Does get some pretty good damage off on the Wild Riders as they're moving past. I think that attack speed's just moving them over here just to get a clean charge on the rear of this crew. But that's going to be a tap out from Pont. I mean, game's basically over. I mean, that's the thing about Wood Elves, dude. Just because your unit has a Silver Shield does not mean that they can advance against a Glade Guard line. Any Khorne player will tell you the same thing. Chaos Warriors can do it a little bit better than the Dark Elves can, because the Chaos Warriors at least have like 110 armor, so all of the Hagbane Tip Glade Guard are pretty useless against them, but the Starfire Shafts are just so dangerous still. Like, all of the Glade Guard combined together just make for such a disgusting, like, wall of missile fire to have to walk through. It can make the Wood Elves seem way stronger than they really are. Wood Elves have exploitable weaknesses. This Bolt Thrower build could have worked, but I think you just basically bunch up around your Bolt Throwers. And wear down whatever archers your opponent has in the open field that you can shoot at, and just take it one unit at a time. Trying to advance early, I think, is just making things very sketchy for yourself. I know that Pont likes the Sisters of Slaughter, but I just don't see them working well against Wood Elves. Wood Elves just have way too many things that can hammer them down. You're never going to get a clean fight. And Sisters really need a clean fight to perform. There's other matchups where they can be good. Better here would just be even more bodies, like just tons of Bleak Swords. I think actually wouldn't even be a bad idea, because at a certain point you get a critical mass of shields, and then you can actually threaten a proper push on the dark or on the Wood Elves, and then you can bring your mobility out behind that and actually do some damage. I think you're better off with just tons and tons of Dark Riders. And maybe like 1 or 2 Coldwind Knights. Because Coldwind Knights can do pretty good damage to Wild Riders. Just because Coldwind Knights are so heavily armored. This has to be once all of the missiles are worn out, though. Great gain from attack speed. Really, really fun to see a well-microed missile line. I'm sorry to hear that, Empire. It happens, dude. There's plenty of times that you're just not feeling it. Attack speed's not in the new player tournament. I'm casting whatever games people are sending me from the other tournament as well, from the qualifier. Dov gave me the go-ahead to cast those there. So, this is from that other tournament. I'll be a little bit more explicit about when and where these replays were happening, so that there's not any confusion. There should be some replays that people are sending me. Yeah, in the new player tournament, so we'll grab those, get into them. Oh, I forgot that other tournament is a best of 3, which is really cool. The qualifier tournament that people are sending me stuff from. I'm gonna download those. I'll pin a comment for each game as we start it, just so that there's no confusion about what we're watching. The Corn game was rough. Chaos Dowie game was close. Curious to see who ends up advancing in the qualifier. It's a huge tournament. It's like the biggest tournament that's been had in quite a while for Total Warhammer, which is really awesome to see. This is from the new player tournament. I'll pin this for the time being. Should I send... Yes, keep sending replays, Kentama. I'm getting them. I will be going through them. We're just going back and forth between both of the tournaments, so we have plenty to cover and talk about. And it's nice also, kind of, right now, because watching like the more experienced players and then watching newer people play games can give you a pretty good idea of like the minor adjustments that need to be made that can take your game from, you know, like middle of the pack, doing pretty good, getting upsets and beating some people that are higher like level and more experienced than you, to being like an actual like Inticity or Daniken type player. Because it's really, most people have about the same level of skill when it comes to their APM. I really don't think there's a very broad difference on the actions per minute front. I think most of the advantages that you get in domination mode especially comes down to positioning, and army composition. That's really the stuff that I really like to try and point out and give people some ideas about. And tactics can make a big difference too, because there's some really cool like strategies you can utilize to kind of bait your opponent in and make them feel like they're doing well and really sucker them into bad fights. Daniken and Inticity are experts at that particular style. They're so good at denying you value and just sucking you into an absolute morass of hellish interactions with your units. So, Horse Archers grabbing the number 1 for Kislev. Really nice to have a couple of these guys in pretty much every matchup. Really good unit. Armored Kossars for the front line. That's going to be advancing on the contested objective. Obviously very strong against Dark Elves, since Armored Kossars have a silver shield. You've got lots of missiles for the Dark Elves that you don't want to just leave a Kislevite warrior to get hit by. The warriors are going to operate in the open field here. Kislevite warrior on the number 3. One kind of screening the little Grom. And there's a Streltsy hiding in the trees. That's kind of a smart play, because your opponent could like flank around the side of the field thinking that they've got an open path to go and attack the little Grom. Kind of like what's going on with these K-Knight assassins. They are stalked right now. They will get revealed by the Kislevite warriors. The Streltsy come out of the trees early. That's fine. The assassins are going to be going pretty deep into the back line to try and flank around there. Which is a cool strategy by Manlaw. I'm definitely going for something a little bit different with what the K-Knight assassins normally do, which is typically they just like run up in the front line and they just fight there. And then try and like weasel their way through onto Lord characters while you're not paying attention. You know, they're pretty fast on foot, but it's only 45 speed. It'd be really hard to catch something like an Ice Witch. Gotta be really careful with this Ice Witch, man. I mean, one Dark Shard volley right now would put her in the danger zone, because these things just hit so hard. And you can see the Horse Archers playing a dangerous game on the number 2 objective here. I mean, this is your opponent's home turf, man. If you want to go for a cap on that, it's not a bad idea, but you gotta keep track of the missiles. You gotta know where your opponent is at. And this is a pretty good target for a Hawks of Miska right now. You brought the spell. Like, you're obviously planning on utilizing this to try and clear out lightly armored Dark Elf units and hit their shard lines. You're not going to get a better blob than this. There's a chance you could, but this is as good as it's going to get right now, and you should really be looking for opportunities like this to really pound your opponent, especially if you're going to use your Horse Archers aggressively like this as a bit of a bait piece. Griffin Legion are kind of just trotting around right now, not really finding any opportunities to get engaged. Now we're going to get our Hawks of Miska. Pretty nicely positioned. The Dark Shards do spread out a little bit, but the radius on this spell is just absolutely gigantic. So Dark Shard's still getting hammered pretty badly, lose quite a bit of HP. Losing a lot of leadership too. That Discourage effect is really nice because you double that up with a Griffin Legion charge or something. Your opponent takes a bunch of damage. Hawks of Miska does no friendly damage. Plus you're debuffing leadership. Plus you have Glorious Charge. Plus you cause fear on these units. There's a lot of leadership debuff stacking that you can do against the Dark Elves and really cause them a lot of problems. Little Grom getting hammered by the Canine Assassin over here. Both of these guys managed to make their way into combat against this thing. Web of Shadows is available for one of them. One has been used already. Just pop that now and start wearing that thing out and just get ham on it. Nice bound Doom Bolt from the Doomfire Warlocks across the field there, and a good countercharge from the Cold One Knights. Griffin Legion getting hammered real hard right now. Griffin Legion on the other side doing okay. They shut down the Dark Shard here. Fighting Doomfire Warlocks is not that bad, but they actually need to be in combat against them. Griffin Legion actually don't do too poorly against these guys, even though Doomfire Warlocks have much better stats. They're just really low armored, and that Fizz Res is nice, but Griffin Legion can usually kind of crush through it. It's just as unfortunate that the Doomfire Warlocks got the charge off. If it were the other way around and the Griffin Legion were the ones charging the Doomfires, it'd be a very quick fight in favor of Kislev. Little Grom shut down and killed easy peasy by the Canine Assassins. Another really nice Hawks of Miska. This one really breaking open the front line with all the Bleak Swords, but the Dark Shards are here in enough numbers, and now there's enough protection for them with Cold One Knights on the field that Kislev's Armored Kossars are going to do okay here, but they just aren't going to be able to hold up with all of the numbers of missiles that are remaining, because there's still quite a few healthy Dark Shards. Even these ones that have been hammered on their HP still have plenty of models, and you get enough of them together, Armored Kossar Silver Shields are only going to stop so much missile fire, right? They will eventually get ground down. Nice Soul Blight over here. Griffin Legion fighting to the last man, and considering their fights have been pretty mediocre, 722 value on them isn't awful. You know, they got something done. Dervishes on the field, moving forward, not really finding anything to attack yet. They could charge in on these Bleak Swords and free their Lord up, but there's much bigger problems with all these Dark Shards in the back line. So I think it's just Empire going for some desperation plays at this point. Losing the Little Grom is the worst thing that could have happened for you. That Little Grom is pretty decent against missile lines. You can just hammer away at all the Dark Shards and just chunk away at their HP, wear them down. When Cold One Knights come out, you can use Little Grom against them very effectively. Just keep dropping Hawks of Miska. Hailstorm is really nice for some long-range punishment against Dark Shards, because Dark Shards are only 125 range. You can stay outside of their range and drop both of these spells on them. And Hailstorm does pretty good damage against bunched up missile formations. So that's another thing that's worth looking out for. Really, it's best against cavalry, but only if the cavalry is engaged and has like a nice little blob of units somewhere, kind of like this Cold One Knight does. Like, hit the space bar, check for little bricks of units that you can hammer with Hailstorm. That's how you utilize it. This is another good spot for it. Just to get the Bleak Swords off of the Streltsy. Although you could use Hawks of Miska here, and it would be equally effective. But it's a give and take. Kislev just didn't get to play their game. I mean, they just got outbuilt here by Manlom. Manlom just went, like, massive wall of infantry and armor-piercing arrows, and backed it up with good counters to the Kislevite mobility, and that was kind of just it. Once Little Grom went down, there was nothing to, like, force the Dark Elves out to pressure them forward. And Kislev tried to hold the #1 objective so hard and aggressively. Like, you can cap this early. Just move your Armored Kossar so that they can shoot onto the objective. And make the Dark Elves continue to advance forward until they're so far forward that you actually have a pretty easy path to flanking them and getting around the edges of the fight. And getting good attacks in against the Dark Shards that actually shut them all the way down. Instead of leaving them at like half health where they're still functional. Little bit less burst damage, but ultimately going to be able to occupy the ground needed for the Dark Elves to just ice this game out. You can see Empire's really starting to fall behind on value. And losing those Horse Archers is rough too. The Kislev Horse Archers are not amazing against stuff like Dark Shards, but they have slightly more range, and they can do a really good job of poking around the edges of formations and, like, trying to draw aggro from your opponent's, like, Dark Riders and stuff. You know, you can have your Horse Archers just, like, kiting around, just providing a little bit of utility. Cap weight, jumping around and making it very hard for your opponent to get their formation settled, and always needing to be on the lookout for any dives into the back line with them. Because Horse Archers for Kislev are actually really good dual-purpose units. They have pretty similar stats to the melee dervishes. They're a little bit less well statted on weapon strength and charge bonus, I think, is the only difference. Nice little charge in against the Cold One Knights. Just a bit of a shame, though, that the Winged Lancers just aren't really a well-suited unit for fighting head-to-head against Cold One Knights. You get a Hawks of Miska here. That's definitely a Hailstorm opportunity instead. Cheaper spell and hits harder against the Cold One Knights. But you do get a leadership break here. That is pretty important. I mean, that's a functional kill. It's just a shame, though, that the Winged Lancers have too much going on, so they can't really follow that up. Things in the Woods also lose their nerve and run away, making it a little difficult to find an opportunity to follow the charge home. We can fast forward through this one. Cannot Assassins are very low HP, but they're sneaking through the trees. They're trying to find an opportunity to finish off the eye switch here. You can see both of them. One has 1,500 value, the other 1,000, which is pretty good. And they do chase. Looks like they chase the witch off the field. They didn't kill her. I didn't see the little pop-up over here, at least. Griffin Legion getting annihilated by Bowman on the way in. Nice little Dragon's Breath egg. What the hell is this called? Yeah, Black Dragon egg from the Canine Assassin. Hitting the Kislevite Warriors. Scourger Chariot didn't really do a whole lot this game, but it's just there for a little bit of mobility control. Scourge Runner's very good against Skirmish Cav. The Streltsy got some okay value. Both of them did okay. I honestly, one of the builds that I've found that Kislev can do pretty well with, against the Dark Elves specifically, is actually going for full cavalry openings with Little Grom. Just to hammer missiles, and then you just drop your spells on top of the Dark Shards. And you just use Winged Lancers and Griffin Legion to bully all of this crappy infantry, because they will get absolutely shredded. The only thing you need to be careful of, obviously, is engaging into the Dark Shard lines. So if you just utilize your Missile Core with Horse Archers and then hammer with the Griffin Legion appropriately, you can actually sweep this build and make it really hard for the Dark Elves to pressure you out. I really don't like Things in the Woods against Dark Elves. Dark Elves have a lot of counters to Things in the Woods. These guys can fall apart just from a good rear charge from Dark Riders. Maxing out on the Streltsy and bringing in just tons of guns for some long-range shooting against Cold One Knights is definitely the way. Alright, I gotta blow my nose. I was sick recently, so my sinuses are all kinds of fucked up right now. Let's unpin that, since we're out of that game now. I'm gonna go do my business, and I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a minute and get things sorted out so I'm not making weird, disgusting noises with my mouth into the microphone. So yeah, we got a nice little game dump here from Zettern, so we're going to get into that in a little bit. We're going to keep going with some of the new player tournament replays, though. And we've got some more Beastmen play. We've got Kentama playing around with the Bloodshriek Chimera again, which is going to be really fun to see, because I really want more data on this thing. We had the one game that I showed off early in the stream where it was shredding through Slaanesh. Really curious to see how it does against Dark Elves, who do have some good counters to it, theoretically. Even the Bloodrack Medusa can put some moves on it, I think. I mean, it is a good anti-large fighter. But you also got a lot of really strong skirmish tools. And the High Beastmaster's Ballista on the Scourge Energy, it does wicked damage to large targets. So we'll see what it can do here in theoretically less than optimal circumstances. Just give me a second. I'm just making sure everything's good with the audio, because when I started the stream, it was not recognizing my microphone for some reason. It can be a little weird with cutting in and out when I mute myself. Everything else looks good. So we're going to get it rolling. We got Ungol Raiders. 3 of them out in the open field, unprotected to start the game off. Not like the worst thing in the world. It's not like they're so vulnerable that you can't just summon some Cynagors to like come in and cover for them if your opponent sends some mobility forward. Dark Elves have gone for a build that is pretty decently well-rounded. The Medusas are pretty good at clearing out bodies. That's really what it's for. You're bringing the Sorceress to control Centaurs. Same with the Cold One Knight. It's just here to stop Sennies from bullying the Medusa early. And the Scourge Runners are there for throwing axes. But something that isn't accounted for is the Chimera, because outside of these Scourge Runner Chariots, there's no other missiles here that can threaten it. And there's no spells to like leech it down or anything. You're just counting on the Cold One Knight stopping the Chimera from being able to rip this Medusa apart. And the thing about this Chimera also that I didn't talk about earlier is the immune to flanking. It is going to be very hard to kill this thing in melee combat because of that little modifier. It means that it's always got 48 melee defense, even against stuff that's attacking it from the rear. And it doesn't take leadership penalties, either, from being attacked from the flanks. It's one of the things that made Wrathmonger such a nightmare early on before people really figured it out. And Chimera's a little different because it's not a multi-entity model, but it does have like that similar thing going for it that Bastiladons do. Because Bastiladons are even worse combatants and have this, and they are insanely tanky. So something with good combat stats being able to aggressively fight and attack opponent backlines without taking unnecessary damage from getting surrounded is going to be something that might be a little hard to game plan against. Like, it's the unit I was most excited about, and I feel very validated for how well I've seen it do so far in the current meta. That's a nice little pendulum. Not the most damage in the world, but I do really love mixing this in, especially against elf factions and Empire and Cathay. Pendulum can do some really wicked damage with some good timing on it. So Korngors and the Ungors moving in. A lot of Gore herd here. Some Zangors. Love me some Zangor action. Really nice unit for matchups like this against Dark Elves or Empire or whatever, where Silver Shields and 50 armor can actually be nice. Coldwood Knights, though, is just flattening over these poor guys, man. Coldwood Knights have such a good charge bonus. They have so much mass as well, which is why they're so nice for actually performing this dual-purpose role, but they get really deep into this formation of Zangors, and now they're completely surrounded. You've actually got enough Ungor Spear Herd on the edge of this. It's not really a great retreat path for the Coldwood Knights. They can pull out and into this other Zangor, but they're going to take a lot of damage by doing that. Really nice breath attack from the Chimera. Not the best one that I've seen, but definitely getting a nice little chunk of change against the Blackheart Corsairs, and a rear charge from a terror-causing monster could start to break open this formation here. There's a lot of concentration of the dual weapon infantry for the Dark Elves just in one location, fighting against Goreherd and the Ungor Spearherd here. And Kentama's doing a pretty good job of keeping his forces well spread. Definitely needs to get the Ungor Raiders free from this Bleak Sword. Should be doable. Is making the right call by using the Ungor Raiders to hit the Bloodrat Medusa right now. It's only got 30 armor. It's very weak to missile poke. And these guys, they don't hit very hard, but there's 120 of them. There's 3 units of them. And they only cost about, what, 1275 all told. More than matching the Bloodrat Medusa for efficiency, and will kill that thing if given the time to shoot. Great Pendulum. Still not racking up tremendous amounts of value with it, but just steadily chipping down these annoying dual weapon units. And now you get the breakthrough. You get Terror Routes going down on 2 of the Blackheart Corsairs. Oh, and the Bleak Sword's leadership breaks as well. Bloodshriek Chimera is going to start going crazy. It's getting up into the Doomfire Warlocks, who are now fighting Korngors as well. These guys are going to try and pull out. They drop a nice little Doombolt on the Chimera's head. And the Chimera is losing HP, but again, Perfect Predator is available once it's off cooldown. And this will heal it up to about 5,300 HP, making it functionally full health. And yeah, the Beastmen are just fully going crazy now. I mean, this is Bulls on Parade time. This is one of the reasons why this matchup sucked for the Dark Elves. Because the Beastmen infantry just rip everything the Dark Elves can offer into like actual shreds. Full mobility tends to be a little bit better for the Dark Elves. They can bring some infantry. Witch Elves tend to be the most effective option, though. We don't see any of those out yet. Scourge Runner Chariots could get in here and kill some of this infantry, but there are plenty of spears and halberds that will slowly attrition these guys down. Sons of Goros getting on the edge of this formation, but gonna retreat as the Coldwood Knights are looking for an opportunity to charge them down. Kentama just needs these guys to just keep moving back and slowly find units to just occupy the Coldwood Knights before getting the charge off here. And the Sons of Goros will win pretty quickly if they get the good engagement that they want. So Chimera, doing what it can to attack the High Beastmaster, having a little bit of trouble right now. Definitely a little bit bizarre. Usually it's pretty good about attacking units. I don't know what's going on with it right now, but the Bloodrat Medusa is bullying it right now with the High Beastmaster's missile attacks. So Chimera wants to get up in the sky, might not be able to before it dies though. This could be the first time I've seen the Chimera get killed outright. Malagor gets hit by a nice little spell cast, and Manlom is not out of this. He does kill the Chimera, which is a big win, but he is losing the Cold One Knights now. And the Sons of Goros, Chimera, for whatever reason, could not hit this High Beastmaster. Maybe a little jank to keep an eye out for in the future. Sons of Goros have no such jank. They will just rip that guy in half within a few seconds of being on top of him. And it looks like Manlom is not going to be able to escape from here. And he's starting to get surrounded. They can pin him in. You see how quickly they're starting to chunk through him now. Now that they're getting those AP great weapons on him, it's going to be night-night for this guy. Yeah, Scourge Hunter Chariots get caught in Khorngors and Razorgore Herd. Just brutal stuff. Razorgore Herd are goated against Dark Elves because they destroy Cold One Knights. And they stop Scourge Hunter Chariots. Easy peasy. Each one of these Razorgore Herd has the same mass as a Scourge Runner. And there's 32 little piggies in that unit, so it's pretty nasty. And Kintama just absolutely steamrolls the Dark Elves. I mean, the Chimera was actually very unimpactful here, but it did occupy a lot of attention. It took a lot to kill it, and it gave plenty of time for the rest of the Beastman army to just go full nut and get rid of everything else. So at the end of the day, it all evens out, and it's a dub. So I'd be pretty happy. A little bit concerning to see the Chimera struggling to hit a Chariot character, though. So maybe there is like a weird animation thing with that, because that is, to this day, one of the few like major concerns and problems with the fantasy setting. The engine was just never designed for flying units, and you can tell it's not the worst thing in the world. It functions pretty damn good, all things considered, but there's definitely some times where flying units have some issues that just really shouldn't be acceptable. Normally it's something that you can work around. Some people are having a significant amount of their army as Big Pig. Big Pig is the most powerful special interest group in the old world. One gamer, I don't even think you blundered the Chimera. I mean, it was in a situation where it should have been doing good damage to the Lord. Even though the Medusa was attacking it and you would have traded out, it would have been a good trade for you. The Chimera is, like, vaguely expensive, but in exchange for a leadership penalty to your opponent, I'd take that trade. It just wasn't hitting anything. It was just kind of standing around. Just kind of bizarre. I just saw your message about that Dark Elf game, Empire. It is rough. Because if you wait too long and your opponent gets too many Cold One Knights out, then you can't use your cavalry effectively. But the Little Grom really is your, like, ace in the hole, because you can use that to poke the Cold One Knights from range, and you can also use it, like I said, to hit the Dark Shards, because Little Grom is cost-effective against anything, because of how accurate it is. Little Grom is able to hit infantry just as effectively as large targets. It's one of the few cannons that fills both roles admirably and without any issue whatsoever. You can just fill out with Ungors and Big Pig. You can do that. Goreherd are really nice, though. You do want to have some dual-axe infantry as the Beastmen, usually, because they're just so solid. They can definitely fall apart if they get attacked by certain types of units and shot at by missiles, but generally speaking, Beastmen have more than enough tools to be able to support the Goreherd. I think they're almost always worth the money you spend on them. But the Razorgore Herd, dude, I mean, you just get like 3 or 4 of these things and go crazy. And factions like the Dark Elves cannot shut these down effectively. Because Dark Riders also get clowned on by Razor Gore Herd. It's the best way for the Dark Elves to control Razor Gores, but it's still not ideal, because the Razor Gore Herd will survive against the Dark Riders just because they have more HP and like more armor, and they just hit a little bit harder, especially on the charge. Oh my god. I'd like to see the unit card, please. Unit card? Doesn't want to show me the unit card anymore. Anyways, the Razor Gore Herd have Strider. There we go. So these guys can actually suck Dark Riders into traps by running into trees. Dark Riders get debuffed, and then the Razor Gore Herd can just, like, dominate them in a fight. Then they run out, and they can just use whatever HP they have left to just run down these much more expensive targets. And Razor Gore Herd are really good against single entities. Razor Gore Herd, if they get a surround on a big target, if it doesn't have immune to flanking, they will rip it to pieces. I've seen them kill dragons before. Like, 2 Razor Gore Herd against a dragon character, and they've beaten them. It's really... it's really stupid, honestly. You know, the Beastmen are just one of those factions where if they get to play their hit-and-run game, you're gonna walk away real salty, because it's gonna feel real dumb. You beat Beastmen by just punishing their awful armor values. Just burning head Beastmen off the field. There are plenty of ways to beat them. It just takes a little bit of finagling. You gotta be really careful of all their Vanguard deploy units. So we're going to be watching some Slaanesh. First Slaanesh player of the day. Haven't seen any of these guys yet. No fancy new units. Probably somebody who just has like the base units then. They're going for Chaos Sorcerer with Pavane and Prince Sigvald. He's got Silver Slash and Auric Armor, so pretty basic stuff here. Some Devoted Marauders, the Hell Scourges, basic Devoted Marauders here, just the Sword and Shield, or Claw and Shield. Do they have claws? Do they? Yeah, they do have claw arms. Okay. And they got Forsaken. Forsaken are just disgusting. I mean, the Slaanesh Forsaken are crazy, man. 51 speed, wicked high weapon strength, plus devastating flanker. They can just take you to town if you're not careful. Outriders, though, opening up on them. You see the Outriders have some accuracy problems at times because they fire, like, just insane amounts of shots at once. They've got these, like, automatic repeater guns. I really don't understand how they work exactly from a mechanical standpoint. But they sure do look cool. They do tend to be a little inaccurate against infantry, though, is the big problem. Nice Pavane on the Outriders, and you got the Horsemen of Slaanesh from the other side looking to chunk them down. The Outriders, though, I don't think you're going to get a very significant punish on these guys. They're getting hit by the Rampage portion now, but there's plenty of missile pressure here to keep the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh from really hammering these guys down. You can just pull the Outriders back now. So, Torreson doing a pretty good job of preserving this unit. It does take some damage. It's a very expensive spell, though. Pavane is not cheap. It's very nice that it's not just wildly overpowered now. Gives time for the Outrider grenade launchers to get some cheeky volleys in early. Come out nice and quick. You've got the State Troopers staying nice and well back, because you don't want to move them too far forward and allow Slaanesh to close on you quickly. This is actually how you fight factions with better front lines than you. You go deeper into your mobility and skirmish game. You want to wear down the front line early. Keep your opponent's mobile units honest. Keep your front line back defending your home objective, even though this is a map where, you know, the objectives are all equidistant from one another. You just pick one side and make sure that they're all positioned. You've got some that can move up on the middle objective when the time comes, but you just want to make sure that your opponent isn't going to be able to just, like, rush you immediately. Because this is where Slaanesh is going to get really badly handled. They've got Fiends forward now, but the Outriders with some really accurate volleys, you can see they don't have nearly as many accuracy problems against larger targets, so They get some pretty effective shots in against this Fiend unit, and they really start chunking them down here. Buffoonish amounts of Furies coming in. Oh my god, and the Coruscating Blast, I missed it, but it shatters the Chaos Sorcerer. I honestly... Okay, this is just me. So you shattered this guy. You did not need to use Death's Timekeeper to get the kill on him. You shattered him. He's got to run all the way off the field before he goes into the reserve pool. I would just let him route off the field, because that's a long time for your opponent to not have magic. That's like a full, like, 20-30 second gallop for that dude to run off the field. He ain't rallying anyways. He's shattered, right? By the time he gets into the reinforcement pool, your opponent has had no magic for about 20-30 seconds. Then your opponent has to wait for him to start regenerating in the pool, which is another, like, minute, give or take, and he's got to make sure that he can save up supplies for him. And in the meantime, he's still got to juggle all of his engagements. So that puts a lot of stress on your opponent when they're suddenly without, like, one of the core mechanics of the game, right? One of the reasons why Khorne is a strong faction but will never be top tier is because Khorne lacks magic. Magic makes up for so many holes in so many faction rosters that when you're able to remove your opponent's magic early, you want to maximize the amount of pain that you can inflict by making it impossible for your opponent to get him back out on the field quickly. It's not like a big mistake or anything. It's just a little thing to, like, optimize the amount of punishment you can inflict on your opponent. Hellstrider's starting to come out. You got to play real careful with these Outriders now. And Torreston is doing such a good job of playing with his mobile units right now. I mean, he's preserving all of them very cleanly. He's taken a little bit of damage, but it was unavoidable damage. So it's not like he made any kind of mistake. And he's just slowly wearing down these Slaanesh forces. And so you can see Slaanesh is creeping more and more forward. You know, you had the double cap for a while. You got a ticket lead. You can let your opponent cap this point now. Just keep hammering them. Keep getting that value lead farther and farther up. Just keep pulling back, and now you got Knights of the Black Rose in. Knights of the Black Rose are going to clear all the Slaanesh Marauders. The Forsaken are all pretty beat up. You could engage on this one with one of the Knights, and then have the other one just running over all of the Marauders. When your opponent brings the Hellstriders forward to countercharge the Knights of the Black Rose, yeah, this is a anti-large unit. Their bonus versus large is only 10. They only have 24 melee attack. Knights of the Black Rose have 50 melee defense. They are ridiculously tough. They're hard to hit, and they have 120 armor. They're actually a really good unit for attracting attention. And then you can use the grenade launchers and, like, charges from Elspeth to hammer down the Hellstriders, and then have all your state troopers just run in and start buffering damage and doing whatever work they can effectively do. Silver bullets need to hit these Furies, because the Furies can rip apart the Outriders, and you do not want to lose these guys right now. But Barl's Sharkly, it's a great name, by the way. I didn't even comment on the name. I love it. It's amazing. He doesn't want to dive with the Furies right now, because the Furies will get canned by the Knights of the Black Rose here. And there's just no way in for Slaanesh. They can't get any of their devastating flanker stuff off. They're going to get the Furies in on the Knights of the Black Rose now. This is going to be the one good engagement for Slaanesh that they've gotten so far. These other Furies are looking to attack Knights of the Black Rose over here, need to start getting over and just hammering all this down. This unit is going to go down probably before they're able to finish all of these units, but they do have enough HP that they can come back here and help clear out the remaining Furies. And this is, I mean, losing 3 Furies is 1950 gold. Huge loss, and now the Outriders are going to be safe again. And you can see the grenade launchers just continuing their rampage. I mean, 1100 value already. They've blown up multiple devoted Marauders of Slaanesh. See the Forsaken pushing into the back line. They're going to shut down the silver bullets, but the grenade launchers just probably pull back here. And we'll see what this Hellstrider flank is going to get done. I am a little worried because it's coming in a little later than the Fury dive is. So all the Furies are dead now. Knights of the Black Rose just move across the field, and they start running down the Hellstriders, and then they get freebies against all the infantry, because the infantry will not do anything to the Knights here. It'll be just brutality. There is actually some new stuff. Slangor's on the way in. Slangor's really cool unit. Against heavy cavalry, though, they're going to get flattened. It'll be really ugly. Some Flatulence and Halberdiers going for the number 3 objective. You do get the grenade launcher shut down, and another Outrider is going to die. But the Hellstriders get traded out for it. I think it'll still be okay for the Empire. Although, the State Troopers are really falling apart. See a lot of casualties incoming on the Spearman front. They just are exceptionally bad at holding up against any kind of decently aggressive infantry unit. The Flatulence are going to be able to sit on the number 3, but they are getting poked pretty badly by the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh. Slangors against Flatulence we'll keep an eye out for. Curious to see how that ends up trading out for the Empire. Okay, yeah, clean up these Hellstriders, go save the Knights. Torsen is in some trouble now. The frontline fight just went so well for Slaanesh, and did get the grenade launchers off the field. The grenade launchers going down is a big problem for Torsen. Because that just means there's no quick, easy ways of clearing out the infantry. And the Knights of the Black Rose are a little beat up. One of these units is not looking too hot. The other very healthy one is on the other side of the field. Elspeth is on the ground fighting Hellscourge Marauders, not her cup of tea. Hellscourge Marauders are really frustrating because they are very defensive in nature, and they have the poison. So they're poisoning poor little Elspeth, and she's losing a lot of weapon strength from that. She drops a Spirit Leech on Sigvald. She's going to get back up in the air. Value is suddenly very even, and wow, look at the Flagellants getting getting fucking annihilated by a Fury and Slangor sandwich here. Now, that is not a combination that you want to be a part of. Empire went from looking very comfortably in control of this game to suddenly being in a little bit of danger. Hellstriders getting in. There are a few State Troopers left, but not a whole lot. It's going to come down to the heavy cavalry play. I mean, that's what the Empire has the most of right now, and I think the Empire will be alright in that regard. Have Fascination doing ridiculous damage to the Knights of the Black Rose now. But Great Swords moving up. They'll be a little tough to remove. Do get a nice rear charge onto the Devoted Marauders here with the Swordsman pinning them from the other side. Could be going down pretty quickly here. Beautiful Coruscating Blast on Sigvald with a nice Spirit Leech. I don't know if you have another Death's Timekeeper. It'd be so nice if you did, if you hadn't used it to finish off that caster, right? You could use it right now to be finishing Sigvald up. If you kill Sigvald here, then you can get back into a dominant position in this game. Because all things being equal, numbers are about the same from both sides. There's plenty of stuff for Slaanesh to bring out to kill Heavy Cav, especially the Furies. They just need their Lord to stay around so that their leadership doesn't just fall apart, because Slaanesh does have decent leadership on a lot of these mobile units, but the perpetual -10 that would come from Sigvald going down will be very painful, because Furies and Demonic Instability are not friends at all. Demonic Instability will just have these guys falling apart instantly. Outriders need to run, but they are going to get caught here. A little unfortunate. Nothing to really bail them out either. Empire Knights just running off into the middle distance and getting attacked by Hellstriders. You know, Hellstriders struggle against Knights of the Black Rose, but against Empire Knights, they do outstaff them enough to be able to outtrade them. So, nice little win there for Slaanesh, but Great Swords are grabbing the number 2. Halberds and this Flagellants just got cut up over there, so that's one thing you gotta be careful of against Slaanesh. You think you're in a pretty good spot, it's best to just play off the 2 objectives that you start out going for. The second you start spreading infantry away from your main formation with no mobile support is where Slaanesh will get freebies, and they'll start to catch up on you. Just avoid that at all costs. Defend your main line. Make sure that Slaanesh cannot get devastating flanker on anything important. Nice little charge from the Furies here against the Great Swords. You can see them taking a bunch of damage, but Knights of the Black Rose finding a good way in, and they're going to start getting some good chunking damage in. And Chaos Sorcerer, he's not going to be ready for this round, too. Coruscating Blast will kill him if he gets hit right now. Gets smacked by the dragon, misses that attack, but he's looking pretty much the worse for wear. And Elspeth has 4,000 value almost. Just 48 gold value off of a really dominant performance. Yeah, there's the Coruscating Blast, and yeah, Sorcerer, he ain't feeling it. He's going to be ratting again. He's going to shatter again. All right. Dude, Elspeth is just such a beast mode unit. Oh my god. This is why you bring her, man. You go character sniping with her, and there's really nothing that can equal that. Empire Knights are occupying the attention of Hellstriders and the Devoted Marauders here. You can see the Outriders getting some nice volleys off on these guys. Great Swords survive with the help of the Knights here. Outrider grenade launchers look to be moving around the flank, and they're going to get a great volley off on the Devoted Marauders here. Very high arcing grenade shots. Coming in and landing real clean on the edge of that formation, and then Elspeth follows it up with a good charge and breaks the leadership, and that's going to be a GG. Empire's going to get a triple cap, and they should be able to just close this one out. It was a little scary for a minute there, but also something to keep in mind. The damage value for the Empire should be about 1,300 gold higher because of all the Furies that they killed in the early dive. Most of them crumbled out, so none of that is being reflected here. Empire probably has closer to like 10,000 gold damage value, maybe like 10,500. It's just one of those things, man. Jankiness with the damage counter can give you a pretty skewed idea of where you sit in the game, because you might look at this and be like, how is Slaanesh losing? But I've seen so many times in replays where people are like, I just don't get how I lost. They're just not accounting for the fact that their demonic units got absolutely canned. You gotta be really careful with demon units. They will lose you a game because you get a little bit too hubristic with them. It's gonna be an army ability. Fascination is just, oh, it's actually Narcissism. Thought it was gonna be Fascination. Fascination is really gross. Narcissism is a little bit more fair. Fascination is just ridiculous. I mean, it does like half the HP off of cavalry units and rampages them instantly. Back in the day when Pavane was an instant rampage, it just made Slaanesh absolutely buffoonishly stupid to fight. Slaanesh is a little bit more manageable nowadays, but they're definitely still the strongest faction in domination mode, but there are ways to beat them, as you can see here. This is really not an easy matchup for the Empire either. Empire is actually pretty weak to Slaanesh overall. They don't have a lot of magic damage is the big thing, so the Chaos Furies, if they just rear charge Knights for the whole battle, that's usually how Slaanesh just clears through them all. So Sharkley did bring like the optimal like arrangement of units. Torsen just did such a good job of delaying the initial advance, getting good damage before that front line fight happened, and even though the front line did fall apart for the Empire for a moment, didn't just give up, held on to this #1 objective, and then brought out enough cavalry to flip the fights around. So there's a lot of patience and perseverance going on here that Torsen is just displaying in full effect. His Knights value traded very well. Outriders with 2,000 value, really nice performance out of them. They did come in 2 times. They are like they are upvetted like crazy, so they're close to about 900 gold, but they did pay for themselves both times, I would say. Which I think is more than enough. This Outrider, I think, might have not been summoned in twice. Just farmed obscene amounts of value in its first go-around. Grenades were solid. Anytime the Outrider Corps is doing this well, is usually a pretty guaranteed win for Empire. Sharkley is just grinding this out to the bitter end. It's very well in hand, though. Hellstriders find the Outriders here. You see how much damage even beat up Hellstriders do to lightly armored skirmish cav. Just gotta play so carefully, but outside of just a few moments where the Outriders got isolated and cut down, it is a pretty dominant performance out of the missile cav. They just had an absolute whale of a time blasting away at the Slaaneshi infantry. And the Fiends. They took those Fiends out really fast. Pleasure Guard were in reserve. I think the Pleasure Guard might have been a better summon than the Slangors. They're so expensive, though. What did the Pleasure Guard cost? I don't know all of the values off the top of my head yet. They're like 1850 or something, though. They're really Oh, 1950. They're really pricey. They're just hard to shut down, though. I mean, they've got Unyielding Assault, so debuffs don't work. Unbreakable Strider. They cost Fear. They've got Fizzres, which is something that not even Wrathmongers have. They do technically count as a large target. But they're a really small model. They look infantry-sized, but, for whatever reason, CA counts them as a large entity. It's an odd choice. They're fast as hell. 65 speed is so wild. They have Devastating Flanker. They could have been the unit that was looking to flank around the Empire army. And just been rear charging all the state troopers and just like rolling them up one by one, just like all the way down the line, and then they can go and fight Knights of the Black Rose, because they will beat those guys too. There's just so much that these guys offer that was desperately needed by Sharkley in that game. I think he just got too impatient and didn't want to wait for the elite unit. I do have a monthly tournament I have to play game in, so I will be doing that a little bit later. Please cover my last game. I will cover your last game. Last game in bracket, you mean? I presume, Kintama? I'll check it out. I've got a lot more replays. What do I have going on tomorrow? Because I actually did get a decent number of people who sent me replays from the qualifier tournament. We've watched a couple of those. I feel like I have something planned, but I cannot remember it for the life of me right now. I'd really like to do another stream tomorrow and cover more of the replays that people have been sending me. I can't think right now about that. I'm just gonna keep going for today, and maybe plan for one tentatively at some point tomorrow. Because I'd love to be able to cover all the new player replays and do some of those other tournament matches. Okay, cool. I got you, man. Now I gotta drop them in first. Skip whichever ones that I duplicated and get it rolling. So this is our requested game. Oh my god, yes! The two goofy little monsters. The Bloodshriek Chimera versus the Acid Burpa. Oh man. Greenskins are a really tough faction for the Beastmen, actually. You wouldn't think it. You'd actually think it would be the other way around, but greenskins with their Wa actually equal the ferocity of the beastmen on the charge. Plus you have stuff like Black Orcs. Black Orcs are gross against beastmen. Like, these sword and board Black Orcs are just unmovable. Like, you have to bring chariots to kill these guys. Either that or just hammer them with magic. If you try to fight them with your melee infantry, they will bully you. Black Orcs even hold up well against Bestigor Herd. So Azag is flying around in the air. He's got his art armor. Doom of Darkness, Fate of Buna, Spirit Leech, and Slag of Slashes. All the buffs, really. Very expensive kit on Azag. Honestly worth it, though. Just for grinding down the lightly armored beastman units. You can definitely outlast them here. Really nice Spirit Leech on Malagor. Malagor is going to be the perfect target for that. So here's the thing about Malagor, right? You can use Malagor to go fight other characters, but usually, especially when your opponent has brought stuff like Death Magic, the best thing to use Malagor as is a distraction tool. Like, your opponent wants to hit him with Spirit Leech, you just keep Malagor hovering around in the backfield, like right around where this blue circle is. Force your opponent forward. You can use Ungar Raiders to, like, screen your opponent out if they want to commit in. You can just pepper them with arrow fire and just run Malagor away. Spirit Leech has a 100 meter cast range at base. You have to overcast it to get the 300 meter cast range, which really isn't that bad when you have the lore passive refunding you a little bit of magic. Just make it hard for your opponent to snipe Malagor when they have big, scary monsters and combat characters around. The Bloodshriek Chimera is kind of there to also help in that screening game, because Azag going really deep and then getting peppered by arrows and the Chimera attacking him would be pretty nice for you. So what's Malagor up to right now? Nice little breath attack from the Chimera. Nice little chunk of change, like 150 value. Yeah, a little bit shy of that. Decent amount. It's better when the Chimera is like on the full flank of a unit, plus it doesn't have great AP values. That's like the one thing holding it back. But hitting it from the straight side seems to do a little bit more damage, typically. Nice charge from the Razorgore Chariots. Super up-vetted Razorgore Chariots. Crazy expensive, probably. Like, close to 1,300 gold. Look at the Chimera and Malagor getting bullied by the Acid Burper right now. Oh my god. Horrible, horrible situation for the Beastmen. But they do get away. They are just able to squeak out of there. But the Acid Burpa, with its big farts, just stinking it up right now. Destroying the Zangors and the Chaos Warhounds. Now spreading it over to the Spear Herd. Gore Herd moving in. Trying to answer. And Razorgore Chariots trapped up a little bit in the spears here. There's one model that's all the way back here, kind of trapped and can't escape. The other three are just kind of doing their thing, but Savage Orc Boar Boys getting in on those chariots now is going to be really rough. These things do tend to melt under the weight of any kind of sufficiently powerful armor-piercing combatants. Oh, Malagor does not need to be landing into this fight. Oh no. Bloodshriek Chimera is just getting double-teamed. There isn't a single monster in the game that would be having a good time here. It's getting absolutely annihilated right now. It's going to get up in the air. Maybe it can escape and pop its heel. Get up to about 2,000 HP. Has worked down the Acid Burp a decent amount. Acid Burp is pretty weak to skirmish. That's usually what you need against this thing. Beastmen have taken a tremendous walloping so far. They're down about 2,100 value. It's not over, though. It's not over at all. Black Orcs are getting really deep, and the Razorgore Chariots did get away, and are going to be able to bully those guys pretty ferociously. As long as they stay on the move, charging down all the infantry, Beastmen might be able to salvage this side of their formation. They've got a decent number of units here, and they are punishing pretty nicely. And there's a lot of bodies over here for the Beastmen, occupying space against some pretty critical units for the Greenskins right now. Plus, the Acid Burp is getting poked by spears. I mean, the spears are pretty spread out, not doing great damage to them. But this thing has pretty awful melee defense, and the armor is not that great either. As it gets tired and exhausted, it's going to become more and more vulnerable to the poke over the course of the game. Is the Chimera alive? No, Chimera gets chased away. Has like actually drops a Doom and Darkness on it. Is it going to fly off the field before that wears off? I think it might. There's only 8 seconds left on this. Oh my god, it's barely going to run off the field. Oh, that's so painful. Back to the heart of the action, though. Black Orc's massively overextended here. This was just a little too much for them to do. They got way out in front of the rest of the army. It's not a mistake that Jaden makes too often. I just realized who Kantama is playing. Jaden is a very experienced, newer player on Greenskins. It's like exclusively who he plays. So he is very well practiced with them. The best thing to do with elite infantry like Black Orcs after they break through the front line is to rally back and help out their weaker infantry units cleaning up fights like what the Acid Burp has been trying to clear over here, instead of pushing like super deep into your opponent's backline, because now they just get surrounded and they're getting ripped apart. Razor Gore Herd are all over them, the Zangors and Gore Herd and the Razor Gore chariots just kind of steamroll over those guys, and losing them back here is going to make it very hard for you to anchor on anything. You really don't have any infantry left. The Beastmen somehow getting out of here with some infantry remaining. The mobile game is looking pretty nice for the Greenskins right now, but Pump Wagons getting attacked by Corn Gores here, going to go down really fast. Pump Wagons are just incredibly weak under any kind of sustained fighting. They have low armor, mediocre leadership, bad melee attack and melee defense. They're really just there to like steamroll over weak infantry. And theoretically, they could do that in droves here, but Senegor's Razor Gore Herd, lots of mass that the Beastmen can throw out. Very easy to shut down Pump Wagons. I really don't think that this is a matchup for them. I think if the Greenskins want to bring some infantry clear, the best thing they can do is just bring a couple of Black Orcs and just anchor around them. A lot of bodies in this river. Dude, Cassars is such a goated map. It's so beautiful. You know, they did a really good job of just like hammering home the aesthetics. And it looks so peaceful. You know, this would be a really nice place to go visit IRL if it existed. Ungor Raiders fighting with some remaining Gore Herds here. Just holding up a lot of units for the Greenskins and giving the Razor Gore Herd time to get around the flank and charge these guys down. You can see the Razor Gore Herd not doing too bad. They cleared out a lot of numbers. Fighting a lot of infantry, but now in against some Orc boys. And doing some good work there. Azag with all the buffs popped. Ard Armor going crazy here. Acid Burp only being held up by that, really. Enfeebling Foe is hitting it right now. And Enfeebling Foe is going to last longer than the Ard Armor is. So the Senegors here, once the Ard Armor wears off of this thing, are probably going to be able to pull it apart pretty fast. Because it's going to go down, yeah, 11 melee defense. Real weak. Not getting tremendous damage off, but the Ungor Raiders are focusing it down now. They can definitely hammer the big boy. The Acid Burp actually breaks. Leadership goes. Bye-bye. Malagor does get hit, by the Spirit Leech at the last minute, and down goes the Crowfather. The Dark Omen falls. Leadership problems incoming for the Beastmen. usually a death sentence for them, but there's just not a lot of bodies on the field for the Greenskins. Because they spent so much on the monster in Azag, their ground presence has just not been able to get a dominant enough foothold here. Ruglud's Armored Orcs going down real fast to the Great Razorgore Herd and Gore Herd again together. Name a more iconic duo for the Beastmen, man. These things are starting to really get hog wild. All puns intended, by the way, on that one. Probably going to end up with about 1,000 value here. So now they're going to kill these pump wagons. Pump wagons are in smack dab into the Gore Herd and the Razorgore Herd. Way too much for a Snotling pump wagon to handle. Good value on it. Somehow persevering through this. The Razorgore Herd not doing as much damage to them as I thought. I guess the Broken Tusk mob maybe doing some work, and I don't know, maybe they just didn't have attack orders onto the pump wagons. Maybe they're still trying to clean up the Rugluds. Corngores are running around underfoot. Oh, and the Sons of Goros getting a nice little charge in here. Going to go after the Broken Tusk mob, pushing past Azag. Just to run down the little piggy calf. And these piggies trying to get out of here. Running through their Orc Boy spears. Really nice positioning from Jaden to peel these Beastman units off. But Kentama with a really nice response. Just moving the Sons of Goros and the Cynagors out of there as well. Not taking too much time for it either. Looking for a flank. Gonna get the pump wagons now. Really nice side charge. Finally gonna finish these things off. Oh my god, they're somehow hanging in here. 1,500 value. Oh, and you get terror routes in the Corngores. Problems for the Beastmen now. That leadership really starting to hurt, man. Gotta get Malagor back out on the field, I think. Malagor's not that expensive. He should be able to come out right about now, in fact. It just depends on if he's fully regenerated yet. He did die fairly recently. Yeah, you can see some Ungor Spear Herd coming in instead. Yeah, these terror routes, man. Swamp Things are in here as well. They also are a terror-causing unit. Azag causes terror on his Wyvern, obviously. Got the throwing axes, and the Corngores still keeping the cap weight in favor of the Beastmen here. We'll see if that continues to be the case, though. The Corngores, dude, oh, they just keep breaking before the Fury of the Blood God, or the Fury of the Skull Throne pops. It's a huge loss for the Beastmen, losing those Corngores like that. Corngores just need to play defensively. Every time I use Corngores aggressively, they fall apart. They're so easy to, charge to pieces if they get pulled out of position. Corngores actually do seem to perform better if they're a little bit of a central line holder. Like, position them around this pillar here in like a little like arrow-shaped formation. Your opponent can't really charge you through the sides on either edge of this terrain piece. And you've got a nice compact defensive position at that point. Like, literally just positioned like that. It's a nice little wedge. It's hard for your opponent to get all the way around and into the middle of that. And if they do, they're then trapped in on, like, 3 sides, basically. And you can just get a Cynagor or Razorgore Herd to go and, like, jump on top of them. That's like a little thing to keep in mind. One of those little, like, tactical heads-up battlefield awareness type of deals. That can pay off big time for you. So Sons of Gora is finally going down. Kentama is so good with those guys. Always grinding out decent value on them. No Malagor, just going for numbers and bodies. Really do want to save these Corngores. I mean, they do have a decent amount of HP to work with. I really thought that Jaden would be a little bit better about chasing these guys down with some of the mobile units, but they've been a little occupied trying to stop these Warhounds from slowing up their advance onto the objectives. Harpy's coming over to attack the Broken Tusk mob. The Wad does get popped here. I don't really think that was a good time to utilize it. It's not automatically used. You get to choose when you pop it. Saving it for a late game fight would have been a little bit stronger. Throwing axes coming in and focusing on the swamp things, there's not really anything to shoot them either. Although now there's some wolf riders coming out. So wolf riders are going to be trying to keep the swamp things active and keep the Synagore throwing axes from just chewing them to pieces. Oh my god, this game is ridiculously close right now. Beastman barely hanging on to the number 3. And the Orc Spears actually break to the Chaos Warhound's Fury. Just running in underneath them and chewing them to bits as the Spears desperately try to take the point away from the Beastmen. It is triple cap time. You gotta get a triple cap here. That's a really nice Doom and Darkness on the Harpies. It actually breaks their leadership. Harpies are gonna rally now that it's wearing off. But they don't save the number 1 objective. Does mean that Savage Orc Boar Boys have to spend extra time out there capping it, though. Oh my god, Beastmen are so close to breaking all of the greenskin units on the number 3 objective. And the Zangors are looking pretty damn healthy. They really didn't take that much damage. Yeah, and the Hounds continuing their little nibble fest. They're in underneath a very heavily armored unit, but that heavily armored unit is also fighting Korngors from the other side, so that leadership penalty is hurting bad right now. Throwing axes running away from the Goblin Wolf Riders. Just need to keep those guys moving and get them on the edge of the objective on the other side of the infantry. That way they can just sit and shoot. They'd be able to hold pretty nicely there. I'd look to get this Razorgore herd up into the Savage Orc Boar Boys, while the Warhounds just try to get the flank of some of these Goblin Wolf Riders. Should be a really good target for them. Beautiful Buna from Azag. Azag has been utilized so nicely this game. He has been very dominant. He has been used safely and aggressively at the same time. It seems a little oxymoronic that that's the case, but for these kind of squishy characters with squishy melee defense like Azag, that is basically the bread and butter of how you use them. You just desperately keep them away from any engagements where they have to be on the ground for an extended period. Jump up and around and just fly into the rear of units, breaking leadership. Dropping spells to help out. You can see the Beastmen just not able to hang in there. Oh my god, how'd they win? What? All of these points were greenskins, right? Did they seriously not cap this point? Dude. Oh my god. Wow. Oh my god, dude. No freaking way. Hold on, I gotta go back on my stream just a minute so I can see that. Give me a second, guys. I need to see this for myself real quick. So that's at 1257, 470. Wow, they really did just barely run out of time before they were able to cap that point. It was literally like half a second away from being a Greenskins victory. Because Azag down in that fight is just routing everything. He's just terrorizing the whole Beastman army. Oh, I thought they had the cap, dude. God, terror routes on all the Synagores and the Zangors. Korngors are running away. Razorgore herd got routed too. No chance, dude. They didn't cap it before it ticked out of time. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. I mean, Kentama even told me. I didn't believe it, though. That was stunning. Incredible. Anyways, Acid Burpa, obviously just don't fight it. Acid Burpa is, like, wildly overtuned in melee combat, seemingly. For something that does not have a bonus versus large, it beats everything in melee, seemingly. It just has insane weapon strength, and the melee attack is really gross at 64. Plus the charge bonus of 75. There are a lot of things you need to be very careful of. That is definitely one of the closest games I've seen in a long time. A half second, and the Greenskins would have had that game won. Because they had the other two objectives. The Beastmen had a little bit of presence in the middle, but they were not going to flip that before all of those Greenskin units just moved over and kicked the door in on them. High Elves Empire. What do we want to watch? We could watch a High Elf Mirror. I have a very bad feeling about this one. What happened in this game? Let's see what. Let's see about this. Let's see about some Slaanesh versus High Elves. My feeling here is that High Elves just get absolutely face rolled by Slaanesh. Partially because the Mask is here. The Mask is a disgusting unit. Way overtuned right now, I think. Not the most broken thing in the world. The thing about the Mask is that this heal and the damage effect on it is really strong. You get 2 uses out of it. And it's like a 23% heal, so the Mask functionally has about 7,000 HP, and the debuffs are really gnarly, especially the Mortis engine. It just clears everything. It's so wicked strong. Lothern Skycutters with the magic damage here. Poking at the Marauder Horsemen, actually doing good damage to the Horsemen. Okay, maybe that's what Skycutters are good for. When they fired multiple projectiles from this, that's part of the reason why, probably. See, the Bolt Throwers just fire the one missile or the spread shot, neither of which is very good. But the multi-missile on this thing is something that might actually be pretty damn strong. So Pavane goes down on the Lothern Skycutters, and they are getting rampaged. Oh no, oh, they're gonna get pulled to the ground, and the Fiends are gonna just jump on them immediately. Oh my god, 4 seconds, and there we go. Now they land, and they're gonna die. Fiends are on them, and there's no way the Skycutters are getting up in the air. That's rough, dude. Oh my god, they're getting filled full of javelins, too. Big ouch. So you can see, even after the nerf, Pavane can definitely catch you off guard and out of position and just punish you hardcore. That is a huge loss in the early going for Tabith here. Tyrion is rolling around. Tyrion versus the Mask would be okay in theory. He can definitely hold his own against her. I don't know if he'd be able to kill her in a 1v1. Their stats are so evenly matched. He might be able to, just because he's got better melee attack, and he does cause flaming damage, so the heal would be a little less powerful. Yeah, Storm Riders just get absolutely bulldozed over by the Pleasure Seekers and the Forsaken fighting together. Pleasure Seekers are a gross unit, man. They've got a lot of mass. They're so fast, and they just bum rush units. They don't even need the Devastating Flanker. Honestly, I mean, the devastating flanker makes them even better if they get the rear charge or flank charge, but as you can see against a ranger, they just bulldoze over them anyways. Don't even care. Mage gets hit by Pavane. We'll see if this guy is going to get sniped now. Fiends are screaming forward. Forsaken are screening out Illyrian Reaver archers. Tabitha is being very, very, very cautious with the main formation. The archers are getting a little bit of poke. They're just not going to do anything to this Chaos Sorcerer champion. Or, yeah, I don't know why I'm calling it a champion. Just the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh, just not going to do a whole lot to him. Be better to use them to shoot down the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh with the javelins here. Pleasure Seeker is getting fully surrounded here. They do have some pretty decent value, though. And Slaanesh is just going to continue to throw units in here, and High Elves are not going to be able to equal this. Oh, and here you go. You get the Mask versus Tyrion now. Head-to-head fight. A little bit unfair, though. A little unsporting of the Mask to have all the buddies around here. You can see her whooping in on the flank of Tyrion there. Tyrion's holding. He doesn't really have anything to hit with Seafang. Marauder Horsemen do get hit by Archer Fire now and are going to be going down pretty rough. Fury's diving into a pretty awful spot. Not really worth it, I would say. It's a little over-aggressive with the Furies. You just collapse with all the infantry here and kill them now. It would give time for the Slaanesh infantry to move forward, though, so maybe that's the idea. I think, though, Slaanesh is just content to win on the outside here, and Tavis is just going to tap out, dude. I mean, Slaanesh just, bulldozing over all the mobility. You just can't fight Slaanesh mobility with your own. You just have to play off of two objectives, doing absolutely nothing fun, and outlast them. Because if you try to do this, I'm going to counter your mobility with my mobility, Slaanesh is going to laugh at you and crush you. They just have way too many support spells for all that. They've got these crazy, brutally effective mobile units like Fiends, Pleasure Seekers, Hellstriders with Poison, all of which have like 100 speed, are impossible to disengage against, and then they've got Forsaken with 50 speed and 85 armor to clear all of your stuff like Illyrian Reavers and whatnot. It's really brutal. Losing that Sky Cutter early really is rough. Just bundle up and hope to goodness that you can break the Slaaneshi Fury. Pleasure Seekers at 1800 value, just going crazy. Killing anything and everything with zero worries in the world. Buna does not do great damage to 16 entity units. There's not really any spells that are great for that. Soul Stealer, Final Transmutation, Traitorkin. Those are the ones that actually are pretty effective against monstrous units. But those are all in pretty restrictive lores for the most part. I mean, Beastmen are the only faction that get the Traitorkin from Lore of the Wild. They're the only faction that even has that. I think Pavane does okay damage to them, but, I mean, obviously that's on Slaanesh itself. No, that's for 25 entity units, so that's cavalry. So that's not even a good one. Spirit Leech is okay. It's just single target, so it doesn't really do a whole lot for some situations. I don't know, man. I presume you're asking because of the... Where are they? The Pleasure Guard. Because these guys are unmanageable. They're so crazy. I mean, the only thing that holds back any of these Slaanesh units, like the new stuff especially, is low armor. You just have to be able to find a way to punish the light armor on Slaanesh. The problem, though, is just that they have so many high armor units. It's like Beastmen, but better, the faction. And Beastmen are already, like, on the borderline, you know. those files. Oh, I need to overwrite this autosave because it's one of the semifinals games. So we're going to jump into those right now. Oh, man. Okay. Did we not already see this game? Is this... Oh, this might be a rematch. Interesting. Where is that Beastman Dark Elf game from earlier? It's Beastman High Elves. Oh, this is something to go back and check out. Beastman versus Slaanesh. It is a rematch. Okay. So that's on Road to Talabheim, and this is on Creeping Swamp, so this is Semi's game for sure. Alright, just wanted to make sure. We're going to do this Greenskins versus Slaanesh game first, though. Let's see if Jaden can stop the Slaaneshi rampage. There was a time when I started doing these new player tournaments. I think every single week for like a month straight, there was a new Slaanesh player who would join and then immediately win their first tournament. That was when Slaanesh was at their most broken, and I don't want that to start happening again. So I am going to be a massive homer and be cheering against Slaanesh here. We've got Chaos Sorcerer, Sigvald, Pleasure Seekers in the opener, 2 Forsaken on the edge, and a lot of bodies. There's a lot of Hell Scourges. Excuse me. I had to get it out. I couldn't help it, guys. It just had to happen. A Ragnarok Flinger on the other side here for the Greenskins. You got the Savage Orc Great Shaman. He's got Charms, Mumbo Jumbo Chant, Gaze of Mork, Fist of Gork. You know, I guess of all the factions that don't normally have a lot of magic damage and, maybe like natural counters to some of these demonic units, Greenskins would be the one to manage it just because of this one spell. It does give them a really nice little bit of punching power. So we'll see about it. And then just like boys and a lot of goblin spears. And some orc boy spears. So yeah. Pretty straightforward army. They're both just going to be going for the objectives. Bum rushing in, see who can get there first. Slaanesh will definitely get to the number 3 first, and probably get to the number 2 first as well. Their units are just so much faster, right? I mean, orc units have 31 speed, goblins barely any faster. They're competing with 51 speed Forsaken and 40 speed Hellscourge Marauders. So, Savage Orc Great Shaman definitely needs to be careful. Oh, well, actually, it's the Shadows magic. I thought it was Slaanesh magic for some reason. Anyways, so no Pavane or anything. So no way for the Shaman to be punished by getting netted on the ground. Just going to be flying overhead, doing God knows what. What is the plan here? Ah, Gaze of Mork here against the Forsaken. Gets 5 model. It's really not that good. Wow, 50 value. I would avoid using that spell again. Unless you're using all the Pleasure Seekers or the Seekers over here, that is not worth it. Did not clear out anything, hardly. Just save it for the buff spells. Ragnarok Flinger is going to be shooting at the Forsaken and misses. Amazing. Awesome. Perfect. Orc Boy Spears are hanging out on the point. We got a Melkoth's going off on them. Goblin's going to take the fight first against the Devoted Hellscourge Marauders. Going to be a really brutal fight for the Greenskins there. We've got some Orc Boys moving onto the flank to try and stop Pleasure Seekers from just killing everything. Nice little shot from the Ragnarok Flinger. It's getting an okay amount of value, and there we go. Now we're talking about some value. Actually kills 4 Pleasure Seeker models, and does get about 250 value. 225, really, which is a really nice, efficient amount of value to get out of a spell like that. I would be very cautious about this engagement. I mean, getting in on the flank of the Seekers ain't bad. You just really gotta be so incredibly careful of the power that Seekers have at ripping apart single entities. The Seekers are just straight up grinding into Orc Boys right now. Really not a good fight for them. Orc Boy Spears get flattened by a disgusting tidal wave of Slaaneshi infantry. I will say Sharkley needs to be a little bit better about the blobbing here, but he is starting to spread out a little bit now. Forsaken getting around the flank. They're going to get into the Rugloods. Next, going to be a really ugly fight for the Rugloods. Greenskins are just trying to hold and do what they can. The Slaaneshi infantry numbers are pretty overwhelming right now. We're going to get a nice Fisted Gork and the Wa active at the same time. Forsaken getting bulldozed over. We're going to have to see a pullback, though, because the Eternal Entourage and Pleasure Seekers are coming in now. Oh, no, but there's nowhere to go. Melkoth's goes off. Get the engagement. Beautiful Gaze of Mork. Gork or Mork. Gaze of Mork. It'd be funny if you, if the name changed every time you actually cast this. It'd be pretty goofy. No such shenanigans, though. Pleasure Seekers and the Eternal Entourage just bulldozing everything. Not enough mobility to stop all of this. And the infantry quality is just not good enough for the Greenskins in the front line here. I mean, they're just getting ground down. They've gotten rid of most of the Forsaken, though. That is going pretty well for them, and Jaden is somehow staying a little bit of pace. It's definitely not going well in the mobile aspect. That is pretty horrific. Orc Boy Biggins come in, Eternal Entourage and the Pleasure Seekers rip them apart in mere moments. Although this is a pretty bad charge. Pleasure Seekers and the Entourage piling into Spears and Orc Boys here with the Flinger next to them. We're going to get a nice little buff. Good pullback, though, so you're going to be avoiding a lot of the damage. Because Wolf Riders come in from the flank now. Doing what they can. But you can see the infantry tidal wave is just slowly rolling over the Greenskin units. Now you get the pullback, and now your own units are engaged, and the Slaaneshi units are not, and now we're going to get a turnaround. Yeah, GG, man. This is looking like Slaanesh is going to start really violently outpacing the Greenskins here. There just isn't enough to stop the pressure here, I think. The Eternal Entourage is a little beat up. Hellscourge Marauders all over the place, though. They're going to be really hard to break. Boy Biggins getting dogpiled on. Holding up okay this time, though. Actually getting a little bit of work done. They do get the Mumbo Jumbo chant. Oh, but they're going to break anyways. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh, never mind. Holding. Dropping models like crazy. I mean, they get a little bit of value out of this. It's just that they aren't able to get any cost-effective trades. Seekers on the way in. They go down to the Goblin Spears here. Savage Orcs moving up. Definitely going to suffer from all the magic damage that Slaanesh has on the field right now. You got the Pleasure Seekers still going pretty strong. Not getting a lot of value this game, though. Definitely doing a little bit less well than the last match where we saw them just rip all of the High Elf units to bits. Jaden is just desperately trying to hang on in this game. And maybe the Ragnarok Flinger can be the unit that starts to flip this around. Is clearing out the infantry finally. There are a decent number of Orky units here. But the Bringers of Beguilement on the other side, getting after some goblins, is really scary. And there's still so much mobile presence for Slaanesh. It is really beat up. It's definitely doing a little bit worse than I'm sure Sharkley would like. Bringers of Beguilement just bulldoze over those gobos. There's more there's Hellstriders, not more Seekers coming out. Chaos Fury's going to get a nice rear charge here, and dropping on the Goblin Spheres on the other side. And Sigvald going toe-to-toe with the Arachnarok Flinger here. So Sharkly is losing on value only because he's not doing anything to really, like, rip apart the Savage Orc Great Shaman. And the Arachnarok Flinger is only just now starting to take significant damage. It's mostly been cleaning up all the bodies and the mobility that Jaden has been throwing out. And that's been done fairly effectively. Both sides still have a chance of winning this, obviously. I would say Slaanesh is doing a little bit better, though, right now. If you can crumble out all these Furies, that would be awesome. If you can kill the Bringers of Beguilement while they're separated from the army, even better. Somehow get some hammering charges against these guys, get some magic damage in here, and crush them. Wolf Riders flattened in moments. Hellstriders is just way too good for those guys to be fighting against. Seekers similarly steamrolling there. There's only a handful of them left. A fresh Seeker comes out looking to do some great damage. Fury's beat up, but still alive. We got the Orc Boarboy Biggins getting Mumbo Jumbo Chant doing some good damage. Irigo's being wasted a little bit here. Understandable, though, because you just can't grind on top of this unit. I mean, they just have perfect vigor. They've got all these stats. They also lower your melee attack by 8. So hard to do damage to the Bringers of Beguilement sometimes. Shock damage and range damage is really the only way to go about it. Biggins continuing to scrap. Arachnarok Flinger still trying to fight Sigvald. Sigvald's just going to beat the Arachnarok Flinger. It's not geared to killing foot characters. And Sigvald with Silver Slash active will sunder its armor and get some great extra armor piercing and base weapon strength. So there's really not a whole lot going in the Flinger's favor right now. And Pump Wagons just get absolutely bulldozed. You got the Bringers of Beguilement getting flattened for a moment, but then Furies get in there with their mass and stop the Pump Wagons from maneuvering around effectively, and are going to be able to take them down. Sharkly finally getting a value lead is going to cap the number 3 objective with his mobility. And Greenskin's about to be triple capped. You got Hellstriders about to lock down the Boarboy Biggins. Savage Orc Great Shaman in the sky with 1500 value ain't bad. He's working on it, but the Flinger is going down now with 1600. A little bit off of paying for itself, and you just got tons of infantry coming in. This is just desperation time. A little bit more desperation than you could reasonably hope for some kind of dramatic reversal of fortunes here. Savage Orc Shaman getting dogpiled on. Mumbo Jumbo Chant comes down again. We've seen so many good buffs, but not enough impact out of them has been the big difference this game. Whereas Slaanesh has just really played a very slow, grindy, attritional style of game. The Greenskins have been desperately hoping for... Greenskins have been desperately hoping for some kind of decisive edge by crushing the overly expensive mobility that Slaanesh has been relying on this game. They just have never been able to find that fight. Shaman is going to rout here. Brutal loss. Really nice control on these units. Eternal Entourage and the Hellstriders getting after the Boarboys, isolating them away from their compatriots here, who are similarly in a pretty bad fight against some Seekers. Even if you win these, as Jaden right now, even if you win these fights, you got another unit of Pleasure Seekers up here, and you have to cap all 3 objectives, and you barely have any time to work with, man. Hellstriders go down. Eternal Entourage could be next. Seekers could also go, but the Pleasure Seekers down here just piling in on these poor orc spears and savage orcs who are caught massively out of position against a incredibly strong generalist type of unit with great shock damage, and they fold up in record time. Pleasure Seekers, they're 100 speed, just gonna run away now like they were never there. See how fast they move, dude. The Danger Noodles are so wicked. Yeah, Wolf Riders, again, getting steamrolled over here. Now the Shaman is just completely surrounded, and the Chaos Swords are just going to beat up on him anyways. But we're going to get a tap out from Jaden. Very scrappily fought, but I just don't know what you do against Slaanesh right now. I don't think Goblins are a good unit to bring. The Orc Boys were shockingly the most effective unit here. I mean, I guess because they're just, you know, fighting a bunch of Hellscourge Marauders, they had decent engagements. Spears are okay. I would never ever bring Savage Orcs against Slaanesh. There's way too much magic damage that Slaanesh regularly has access to. Not to mention Savage Orcs. If there were some javelin throwers for Sharkly here, they would just absolutely feast on the Savage Orc units. You know, the commitment to the Boar Boys, I think, is needed. I would just get rid of the Wolf Riders. I would not bring Pump Wagons. A Giant, I don't know about either. Let's go look at that roster and see if there's anything that's worth bringing. Oh, I know what you could bring. One thing that would be worth having... I actually do think the Acid Burper would be a better monster than the Flinger as well, because this thing can actually blow up everything surrounding it with the fart. That would actually be pretty strong. So Acid Burper would be a good unit to have. Where the hell are they? Oh yeah, here they are. The 8-peak Loonies. They're unbreakable, so they're not going anywhere. They've got, you know, decent enough stats. But the Loons, against all that infantry, would actually be really strong, because they could cleave through multiple Hellscourge Marauders and really pressure down the Slaanesh infantry for a minimum investment. You get 3 uses of it, so they can just kind of run around behind the front line throwing these out. Wouldn't be a bad utilization of them. And obviously, since they're unbreakable, you don't have to deal with the problems that Goblin Fanatics normally have against Slaanesh. Some other units that might be good. You could... I don't know, man. The foot range, probably not. Goblin Wolf Riders are really vulnerable to Melkoths. The Death's Creepers, though, do have a regenerating effect. They could actually weather Melkoths okay. They might be worth having. They also have poison, so they can make it a little harder for Slaanesh units to disengage, because even though the Slaanesh units are 100 speed and they have poison themselves, they're affected by poison all the same. The only way you're not affected by poison is if you have, I don't even know if Slaanesh has a unit that's immune to contact effects. Oh, they do, the Pratons, right? Or were they not? R.I.P. Pratons, dude, get nothing. Silly unit. Anyways, I know what unit does have immune to contact effects. How's the Blood Hunt have it? It means they're not affected by poison and some of the other imbuements from melee attacks. So you could definitely use Death's Creepers to kind of slow up all of the Hellstriders and Seekers and whatnot, just to make it a little harder for them to disengage cleanly the way they want to and just hammer and anvil you to death. Just something to think about. And I'm curious what Mangler Squigs are like here. Another unbreakable unit, and they do explode on death. You know, typically Slaanesh wants to leadership break your units. They want to kill all of those units so that they can charge army abilities at that point. So maybe Mangler Squigs would be a way to, like, force your opponent out of position by making them afraid of full committing into a fight for fear of these, Mangler Squig explosions. I mean, just a potential. I don't know how effective it would be, but I feel like it would just be better than bringing a bunch of Goblin Spears. The Goblin Spears are just too low leadership. They don't fight well against anything against Slaanesh, and they're just going to feed army abilities, which you really don't want. Slaanesh army abilities are pretty strong. They're not quite as good as Khorne's, but you just really need the actual punching power of, like, decently fighty units. I think an Orc Biggin Blob might actually be a pretty dangerous thing for Slaanesh to fight, because these guys do enough damage. They should be able to cleave through the infantry and against any big units that try to charge them down. Like, they're not resilient against charges, sure, but the thing is that they can also charge in, and they've got a decent charge bonus. They can give as good as they get against cavalry, I think. It just won't be clean. It'll be a very messy game if you go for that, but I think that's better than trying to, like, perfectly arrange your formation and constantly have Slaanesh maneuvering around you at every single point of contact. At least you have something that can kind of dual purpose and grind through the front line if they get time to. And then you can use your mobility to just, like, slow up the Slaanesh advance on the flanks. Forest Goblin Spider Riders are also probably a better bet than the Goblin Wolf Riders. They're not, like, markedly superior, but they do have more HP to survive Melkoths. They got more armor. They've also got, same shield, a little bit more leadership. Speed is on the lower end, but they have poison. Again, more poison units is probably the way to go. I'm curious about the Swamp Things might be too low leadership for that matchup. And I don't know who you go for Lord. Probably Grom, actually. Grom can help clear out infantry, and he's got an ITP aura. And it's a big aura, guys. I mean, 55 meters is massive. He can definitely utilize that. And then you bring Lucky Banner for the damage resistance, in case he gets surrounded, I guess. You can use the Great in his here. It's on a shorter cooldown than the Chant as well. And I think ITP and the melee attack aura might be enough to get through most Slaanesh front lines. I mean, it's no guarantee, though. Slaanesh can do so many different strategies equally effectively. No matter what you do as the Greenskins, you're going to be gambling in some aspect. But just making a solid, like, brick that's just really hard to get in on is probably about how you want to go for it, or something similar. Alright, let's watch this other semis game, and then we'll get to the finals. So we've got a rematch here. I really wouldn't expect it to go too drastically different, since neither side really changed their builds much. I think you've just got more Black Art Corsair dual weapons over here this time for the Dark Elves, but I, again, don't think infantry is the way to go for Dark Elves against Beastmen, because, yeah, Black Art Corsairs are a good armored anti-infantry unit, but they've got 6,900 HP against 9,600 of Zangors or Goreherd. They just get ground down eventually because their HP is so low. They are not very good against the Beastmen. Beastmen do too much shock damage. Plus, you got stuff like Chariots and Cynagors that can bully them. And Razorgore Herd. Razorgore Herd can also bum rush Blackheart Corsairs. Bloodwrack Medusa, High Beastmaster, Scourge Runner Chariots, and then a Sorceress with Beast Magic, Amber Spear, and Flock of Doom. Okay, that is different. I think we just had the Shadows Magic with Melkoths last time. So let's see, Malagor is going after the Sorceress. You can honestly land and attack the Bloodwrack Medusa right now. There's a bunch of infantry. It's a little bit behind. They can scream forward. Scourge Runner Chariots could get some counter shooting, but you can always bring forward your archers to shoot those in turn. Scourge Runners do have decent armor, but they will fold up from effective Unger Raider fire. So yeah, Malagor gets smacked by the Amber Spear. A little unfortunate, but they do get a great engagement on the Bloodwrack Medusa, and this Medusa is going to die real quick if she doesn't start doing something. Getting the hell out of there is the best thing you could do. Whiff on the Pendulum, good dodge from Manlam. Scourge Runners are trying to poke away, but they're not doing enough damage fast enough to save this Medusa right now. We are going to get a disengage from the Beastmen, and the Unger Raiders are starting to fire their arrows here against the Bloodwrack Medusa, who's on the other side of the hill and cannot counterfire this effectively. Yeah, you can see she's getting up on the crest of it and kind of is able to fire over the top, but not super clean. And the Beastmen swarms again, going to be getting massive flanks. Actually, here's what you do right now. This is a little thing for how you use Ungor Spearherd. These guys are stalk units, right? Ungor Spearherd can sneak around, and your opponent doesn't know where they're going to pop up. They can see your Gore Herd. The Gore Herd are the ones who go for the infantry units, kind of like cleave through between lines and whatnot. You could even like divert this Gore Herd out here now. Use the Ungor Spearherd to maneuver into these positions back here on the blue lines, and actually make it a little harder for your opponent to reinforce their army. Because what are they going to do? If they send Witch Elves to kill the Ungor Spearherd, they have to spend a decent amount of time fighting these things, which gives you time up here in this frontline fight to grind effectively the way you want and have your archers just teeing off on everything. If they send mobility, then they have to maneuver around the spears. They have to like find little gaps and get around. Makes it a little bit harder for the Cold One Knights to be where they want to be at all times. So they can be countered a little bit easier. Blackheart Corsairs getting hammered. Harpies on the way in. We've got Dread Spears looking to reinforce. Sons of Goros with a really nice frontal charge. This is something that's worth doing with Beastmen. That some other factions aren't quite as good at. Beastmen pile into combat very efficiently, especially Cynagors and Razorgores and whatnot. You can charge through your own infantry into your opponents, and really take advantage of the high impact damage that a lot of these Beastmen forces have. And they're able to do that here, effect a breakthrough, and then they just immediately kill the Scourge Runner Chariot, and lock down the Bloodwrack Medusa. So, amazing push through from Kintama here. And the Bloodshriek Chimera with some pretty decent value right now. It's probably worth pulling it back to get the heal off. But you do get a really nice tear out. That's another thing about the Blackheart Corsairs. I don't have any ITP or anything. Very weak to fleeing from terror-causing units, and the Cold One Knights are similarly also going to be terrified. Kind of frustrating when that happens. I don't know why I always think Cold One Knights have Frenzy, but they do not have Frenzy, so they don't have any ITP at all. It's really not a bad idea to use terror-causing units to try and leadership bomb them. Dread Spears are trying to attack Unger Raiders, but now Gore Herd, Malagor, and the Chimera all over those guys. And 2 Unger Raiders are still online, and they are going to wreck these Witch Elves. Witch Elves are going to be able to close the gap fairly quickly, but it's still not going to be ideal. I mean, they've taken quite a bit of poke from the crappy little 425 gold bowmen. The Ungor Raiders have almost paid for themselves already, which is nice. You got Sons of Goros rallying to the back to clean up some Blackheart Corsairs that are just marauding around back here. They'll go down in a moment's time. I will say the Bloodrat Medusa has been a lot more functional this game and is doing some pretty decent damage. Beastman trying to pull back. Very close game. Typically favors Beastman because of how fast all their units are. Chimera. Just get the Chimera out of combat and heal it right now. All you have to do is get it free for a moment, because remember, the way that this heal works, just because you can only use it if you're out of melee and grounded does not mean you have to stay that way. Once you pop the heal, you can run right back into combat, or you can jump up in the air and start flying around with this thing. The heal is very forgiving. It's best to be using it off cooldown, because it does take a while for it to really stack up, right? It's a slow heal for a very extended time period. It's a substantial amount of HP, but it does mean that the Chimera needs to be out of combat for a decent period otherwise. If it only worked if this guy was grounded and out of combat, I think it would be a little bit worse, obviously. But I still think it would be fairly usable. It is something that CA might want to look into for the future, just depending on how it ultimately plays out with this monster. I mean, it is pretty brutal as is. This thing can definitely get you some pretty insane work done. Here you go. Now you can see it. Like, pop the heal out here, runs into combat, and now is still healing despite not meeting the qualifiers for its activation. That's really all it needs. So, it's doing pretty good. And for whatever reason, it still can't hit the High Beastmaster. We saw that problem the last time these two played, and apparently still strong as ever. There's gotta be some kind of animation clipping that's causing him to not be able to make contact with this guy. But Beastmen seem to have everything else pretty well in hand. There's some Witch Elves that need to be swept up, but a Synagore charge is going to do quite a bit of work against them. They pop Witch Brew, but it's a little late for all of that. You can see Doomfire Warlocks are struggling to find a way to get free. There's Corngors running around all over the place, and the Chimera is ruining the Sorceress right now. May not be able to hit the Chariot characters, but Horse characters, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bye-bye. 2,000 value on this thing. It value trades so well, too. It's got one more breath attack. The breath attack is on a really short cooldown of 90 seconds also. And the range of 90 meters ain't bad either. It could jump up in the air and probably hit this Doomfire Warlock in a moment and just close this game out. Mainlaw made another pretty good go of it. I just stop bringing these Blackheart Corsairs. They suck. They are not good. They need an HP buff. They are never going to value trade for you. Witch Elves are always the better dual weapon infantry. Because you can see the Blackheart Corsairs all well below their price point. And this Witch Elf over here got 900 value. There's another Witch Elf around here, or there was at least. Maybe they're all dead and gone for realsies. Oh, here they are. Yeah, that one even value traded a little bit better. I mean, these guys just did way worse on average. Oh yeah, Purple Chimera, baby. $2,100 for the Chimera. If only the Bloodrat Medusa were as good as that thing, right? Sorceress got good value. High Beastmaster got good value. Everything else, though, did not get good value. Not a single Blackheart Corsair paid for itself. Witch Elves did a little better, but not too terribly well. And the Cold One Knights, dude, I mean, just running into solid brick walls of Corngors and Swarms of Centaurs, Sons of Goros all over them. Razorgore herds are always a threat. They just weren't able to make it happen. This is just too fair of a Dark Elf build. You don't want to give anything for the Beastmen to bully around. And they will bully armored infantry. It's usually monsters. And, so in the past, flyers, monsters, dragons, and, heavy cavalry were the problem for the Beastmen, especially cavalry, like Knights of the Realm, that have, like, an anti-infantry, or an anti-large bonus, so that Razorgore Herd aren't quite as effective against them. And then just, like, tons of cheap chaff infantry, like tons of dread spears or something, instead of like all these Black Ark Corsairs who are just a little too expensive. The reason dread spears are so good against the Beastmen is, yeah, they lose straight up to Goreherd and Zangors, but they can get decent value fighting against like Centigores, and they wet noodle Corngores for hours upon end, man. I mean, that fight never resolves. Because they just can't hit one another. So, they also have silver shields, so they don't get poked by Ungor Raiders. And then you can just spam all your spells. I just really think Burning Head, though, man, because you need Burning Head to stop the frontline fight from turning into an absolute rout like it did both of those last games. It's honestly not a bad idea to bring Burning Head and Melkoths, because you use Burning Head sparingly to hit big, like, value plays against the frontline units that the Beastmen bring, and then Melkoths you use just to hit Centigores. That can do a really, that can go a really long way in controlling Beastmen, because the Beastmen's low armor just makes them so weak to magic. It is always and forever going to be their biggest weakness. See, Beastmen are one of those factions... what you're talking about, Kentama, with winning as Lizardmen, and then getting to finals, like 4 times on Beastmen and not getting it. Beastmen are a faction with some very notable weaknesses, and they don't have a lot of play styles other than just Unga Bunga Rush builds. You know, people can prepare for the Beastmen a lot easier than the Lizardmen. Because Lizardmen on the whole may have a lower win rate, but they have more varied armies and builds, and they have a little something for everything. Right? The problem with Lizards tends to be price and combat efficiency at times. Beastmen win against pretty much all of the mortal factions. They just brutalize all of the factions that they can chase down, leadership break, Flock of Doom, spam against, and use Razorgore Chariots to run over heavy infantry. When Beastmen have to fight factions that have units that have some good staying power, or just have slightly better, more cost-effective mobility, that's where the Beastmen start to falter. So, Slaanesh, Greenskins, Grand Cathay has some stuff that works against Beastmen, but overall, Grand Cathay is a little too vulnerable against Beastie Boys. I'm trying to think of the other factions. Oh, Kislev. Kislev's pretty good against Beastmen for the most part. Who else is good? Empire can be really good against Beastmen if they play their cards right. And people were figuring out with High Elves how to beat Beastmen, but now with the new flyers and stuff, I think Beastmen are going to be just fine there. So, I mean, Beastmen just have some factions that they're just not that strong against. Slaanesh is definitely one of them. Slaanesh with their heavy armor can just overwhelm the Beastmen. We'll see if that happens here, though. Kentama's rocking Torox. Torox is really fun, man. He's going to get crapped on by the mask, though, and we do have a Wilds caster, so maybe the Wilds caster can kind of wear these guys down, but that does mean there's no magic for dealing with all the armored infantry. So it's going to be up to the Bestigors to try and last through this. I don't know if they will, though. Chaos Warriors Slaanesh are just solid as hell. And Chosen, forget about it, dude. I mean, 60 melee defense is nuts. Bestigors will be able to get shock damage, and that's about it. The Koroks Manrippers are here. There's a couple Khorngors in the front. I don't like Khorngors against Slaanesh. Way too many units can clear out Khorngors in this matchup. I actually think Slangors are your marked gore of choice here. Because the thing about Slangors is that, yeah, they're not great against heavy armor, but they do hold pretty well. They've got ITP, so they don't get terror routed by a lot of the terror-causing Slaaneshi units, and trust me, they got just piles and piles of those. Bring all those guys in. The Eye of Morsleep is a unit to consider depending on the map. The Eye of Morsleep hard counters Slaaneshi heavy infantry for the most part. You play with the Eye of Morsleep and just go for a nice solid wall of Zangors, Slangors, and Bestigor herd, and I think you might actually have a pretty good time. Wouldn't even be that hard to fit in because you just cut all these Ungol Raiders. That would be 1275.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Put the Bray Shaman in reserve, and you should have enough money to fit the Eye of Morsleep in and not even have to change the build much. Oh, and then your Khorngors become Zangors, and that's going to save you 75 gold each. And then you can still have Taurox. And Taurox isn't bad against Slaanesh. He's actually pretty good at fighting them. His little Blood Beast ability sucks, but Brass Body is really strong. Slaughter's Call is great, and Rune Tortured Axes, if you can get this charged up, does mean that once Taurox is tired, I mean, he's really not having lost that many stats. Bringers of Beguilement looking to attack the Khorngors here. Dissuaded by the Ungol Raiders and the summon of Hounds and Harpies. I don't like Hounds and Harpies against Slaanesh. Low leadership units that are just way too vulnerable to leadership breaks and shock damage. Stuff like Hellstriders. I played a game at the very beginning of stream. A replay of mine where I was playing against Harrison, who was playing Slaanesh. And I was able to win on the Beastmen. It's no easy task, no matter what you're doing. But, I do think the build that I brought there, on the whole, would be a lot more effective. In terms of what it can do. And you just don't want to bring anything that is going to be losing in head-to-head battles, one-on-one against, Slaanesh units. Because you can bring all the Harpies in the world, and they will not beat the Bringers of Beguilement, even if they get, like, a full surround on those, Demonettes. You are distracting them for a good amount of time so the Ungol Raiders can hammer them. Really nice Pavane onto the Ungol Raiders here. Mask slips through the front line and is going to butcher the Bray Shaman here in a moment. I just got more infantry coming in. You still have to have Cynagors. Cynagors are still effective against Slaanesh. They actually do good damage to Seekers, and if they get the charge off on Hellstriders, they also beat Hellstriders. You just can't let Cynagors fight Hellstriders 1v1. But there is still utility in bringing them as a unit. Taurox comes over and is going to be going fisticuffs against the Mask. The Mask is trying to run away now, actually. I don't know what's going on here. She's doing these little fancy-ass twirls as she's trying to run away. It's like, alright, go for it, buddy. Don't know what you think you're doing, but you're certainly doing something. Bestigor herd actually holding up really well against the Chaos Warriors, so that is honestly working out pretty nicely. Okay, Bestigor herd might be the part of the answer as well against Slaanesh. If you don't go Zangor, or if you don't go Slangor frontline, then Bestigor herd might be the way to go. So they do have ITP as long as Primal Fury is active, and they have a pretty decent leadership. You add in Torox, who like buffs leadership and whatnot, and you could. Oh, another thing you can do. You know what I just thought about? Wargors. Wargors on their chariots with Will of the Dark Gods gives a leadership and melee defense buff as well. See, maybe you could have like one of those guys running around with Torox, and together they could be buffing your units up with 12 leadership, 5 melee defense, and 8 melee attack. And that would be a really nice little leadership blob. It'd be hard to attack too, because the chariot character can actually put some effective damage down on the mask, since she is infantry sized, and Torox can fight whatever else comes. Nice thing about Torox is he has a big HP pool. Even though he's not super effective in a lot of matchups, he's still got some good teeth to him. Korok's Man-Rippers get caught out against the Pleasure Seekers, and there's not anything nearby to really punish quickly enough. Although the Pleasure Seekers get left in too long, and the Minotaurs do get into this fight. You know, Kintama actually has a value lead right now, is somehow holding on in this game. The Bestigor herd have been excellent, but there is a chosen unit that is just completely unengaged over here for Slaanesh that's just hanging out. They're going to be pretty nasty to deal with. Don't know how that's going to work out in the long term. Are we getting... Yeah, we are getting the Mortis engine and the minus leadership. So Korngors definitely want to get out of there. Torox with an excellent charge, hammering the mask. Nice little bit of damage there. Chaos Furies getting out here and swarming the Minotaurs, and the Pleasure Seekers cleaning up some units while they retreat. More Chaos Warhounds, more Furies coming in. Another Fury being added to the pile of dead Fury bodies that we've already seen. They are giving time for the Minotaurs to kind of pull away. Minotaurs just can't pursue units that are faster than them. They get pulled out of position really fast. Just have to keep a very disciplined core of units together. Never ever push a home objective that Slaanesh holds. Awful idea. Just always try and rotate around to deal with whatever they might have on the number one. And a Razorgore Chariot almost always needs to be had in reserve. Either that or a character on a Razorgore Chariot so that you can clear out like these super duper elite units. So that having to grind Bestigors into them for, you know, like an hour. I mean, God, dude. Against 60 melee defense. It would take Bestigors ages to wear them out. Bestigor herd have traded very, very well. Excellent performance from them. Korok's Man-Rippers were a little less than effective. They didn't quite pay for themselves, but still good enough, I would say. A little bit shy of their maximum amount of value. Sons of Goros trotting around. Excellent armor-piercing unit to have on the field currently. Definitely have some teeth to them. Ungor Raiders might also just not really be a unit that you can bring. They're too static. I mean, they can get good value. There's a lot of spells that can clear them, though. Like, Lash of Slaanesh can do big damage to them. If your opponent just drops Rod of Torment on top of them and they're too bricked up, that can also do some massive work against those guys. Sons of Goros should never be engaging the front of a chosen unit. They got good shock damage, though, so they are actually doing appreciable work here. 500 value, and they do have good melee attack with that buff from Slaughter's Call. Get hit by the Dance of Dreaming here, and the Fascination goes down on the Korngors. Forsaken piling, and Forsaken are actually going to be more dangerous for the Sons of Goros than the Chosen. The Chosen are pretty slow-paced, grindy type of units. Forsaken just kind of fit the Slaanesh profile. They just like rush in with their weapon strength, blow their load, and then GTFO. Mask with the Mortis engine is really starting to rack the value up. Torox needs to find a way out of this fight so he can maybe maneuver over and threaten killing her. Minotaurs did get away. They're available, and they could get some work done. Oh, God, please don't let the Bestigors get countercharged here. Bestigors also need to get their charge off. They're turned around, so I think Devastating Flanker procs. And they just get dogpiled by so many units here. Slangors are also getting into this fight. Mestigor's holding up okay, still grinding out good value, and the Minotaur's punching back really nicely against the Pleasure Seekers here. Razorgore Herd going for the cap on the #1 objective. Oh, but leadership breaks. No. Yeah, leadership problems come down. Pavane goes off on the Minotaurs. They're going to rampage. They're going to be very easy to just maneuver around now. Just leave the Slangors on those Minotaurs and you probably actually kill them. These Slangors have enough stats to be able to work down Minos. Don't want to leave the Pleasure Seekers here. They will win, but they'll just take a little bit of unnecessary damage, probably. I think the Minos are just going to break anyways. Oh, that's brutal. Minos were doing pretty good. The Sons of Goros were left in against the Chosen for way too long. They needed to maneuver a little bit more. It's kind of funny. The one time that I see Kentama bring multiple Razorgore Herd is into one of the few matchups where they're really not that strong. Razorgore Herd are good against Armored Cav. They are not good against Hellstriders. Hellstriders just rip apart Razorgore Herd. It's one of the few cavalry units that really do love fighting Razorgores. Just because they're so much faster than them. They're almost always going to get a favorable charge off against Razorgore Herd. It's just one of those things. I personally avoid Razorgore Herd like the plague against Slaanesh. And I prefer just plain old Senties. Senties are not perfect, but they do have perfect vigor. They've got pretty good leadership. And they avoid a lot of stuff like this, where Razorgore Herd just have 55 leadership and they just break so fast from all the damage. And another thing, Razorgore Herd, when they get poisoned, go down to 60 speed, so Forsaken are actually able to keep pace with them with their charge speed bonus as they chase them. Corngors have been pretty mediocre. Slaanesh just has too much on the field now. You know, the Beastman units are just a little bit too flimsy, especially all these Hounds. This is like the third time that Hound unit has died. I don't think there's multiple of them in this army. If there are, I don't imagine any of them have done well. Razorgore Herd rampaging and trying to charge, but then they shatter. And the Beastmen are just running to the back of the map now. I mean, they just have, like, no chance here. The Pleasure Seekers are going to get in, and the Slangors are going to just clean up the Corngors. Really not going to be a very good fight for them. And another Blood Beast that did absolutely nothing. Shocker. It's just an awful, awful ability. Just does not do any damage. I don't know what they were thinking with this. 2 damage per second for 6 seconds sucks. It's terrible. They could double that and it'd still be mid. Mask is running around fighting. Torox has been really good. He's actually just about paid for himself here, which is awesome to see. Forsaken and the Hellstriders do get cleaned up by the Corngors. Corngors are going for the #1. Mirror Guard are coming back out. Sharkly should just rotate the Slangor around. Since the Mirror Guard are moving up to the home objective, Slangors are much quicker with 55 speed. Crazy speed, by the way. They'd be able to collapse onto the #1 and start clearing through the Corngors. Just stopping your opponent from capping this doesn't really matter because you have the triple cap right now, so not that big of a deal that you're not maneuvering over there to defend that point. Just a little attention to detail thing that you can do. The Mask has been grinding with that Mortis engine all game, and it is just continuing to cause problems. Pleasure Seekers got 2,300 value. You just cannot let them do this. You have to limit their effectiveness. by staying very disciplined with your formational positioning. This should be a really good map for Beastmen against Slaanesh. If you can just get your units into this zone and start blocking off access and ways for Slaanesh to flank you, just make a nice little bundle right through there, and if your opponent wants to flank through the woods, fine. You've got woodsmen on your Centaurs and everything, so even though Slaanesh also has a Strider and they can fight effectively in trees, you're not losing out too terribly bad, and you're delaying them over here, keeping them off of objectives with their mobility. You could do that, or you can just, you know, continue to, like, stay close together and drag them into the middle of, like, a million units that will just slowly poke them all down. Koroks Man-Rippers back in the fray, continuing to grind. You know, the Koroks Man-Rippers are awesome because they're a halberd unit that still has Bestigor stats. They have 2 less weapon strength than a Bestigor herd with the great weapons. That's the only difference in performance, really. They just straight up have better melee defense and melee attack. Same speed, same armor. Charge bonus is another thing that's a little bit different, but not by much. It's like 3 or 4 less than a regular Bestigor herd. And then they have the halberds, and the halberd bonus is crazy on these guys. Plus 20 is wicked strong. Very good at cleaning up units. Just grinding in against them. They do break here, very unfortunate. Torox, though, is just not giving up the ghost. He's got Brass Body active, just continuing to pummel the hell out of everything. 2,500 value on Torox. Torox meta coming back into style? Maybe. Just losing that Wilds Caster was just impossible to come back from. The Wilds Caster needed to be around to just Traderkin the Mask to death. That's how you would be winning this game, as the Beastmen. Yeah, 2 Minos is good. Yeah, that Hound came in 3 times, and in 3 lives for, what, 1,350 gold, they got 481 value. It's pretty bad. And same with the Harpies. Razorgore Herd, also similarly ineffective. Synagore Throwing Axes, dude. Synagore Throwing Axes and a bunch of regular Synagores, and just hammer, 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 and hold on for dear life. I promise you it will go better than doing this. You know, Hellstriders, I mean, they can beat a Synagore in a 1v1. You just have to do everything to avoid that. You need to have some kind of mobile mass with good charge bonus to keep Pleasure Seekers from going sicko mode on you. In Minotaurs, they can do that, but they can't catch Pleasure Seekers. The thing about the Synagores is that they can actually stay right there alongside these guys and keep Pleasure Seekers from disengaging in a good fight. Just the Sons of Goros and 1 Synagore Throwing Axe isn't it. And again, get rid of Korngors. They suck against Slaanesh. They're, like, fine, but you've got better infantry options, and you don't really need the anti-large bonus because none of the large stuff has armor anyways. You're better off bringing Slangors or Zangors, as I said, because you've actually got some magic damage with Zangors to fight Bringers of Beguilement, and Slangors have ITP, so they never Terror out, which is really good against Slaanesh, because they can bring a Terror Blob type of shenanigans. It was a really good game, though, Kentami. You almost had that one. Yeah, that's the thing about the Pleasure Seekers, man. That's why you have to have the Synagore Throwing Axes. Because the Synagore Throwing Axes can actually damage the Pleasure Seekers sufficiently enough to just drag them down and keep them from being the busted unit that they are. Oh, that's another good thing to keep in mind. Buna, nice to have. I do prefer the Wild's magic, though, because then big characters just get nuked by that. I mean, what I did against Slaanesh was go with Malagor and the Bloodshriek Chimera. I really do think that's actually one of the best matchups for it. This is what this isn't what I brought. What I bring against Harrison. It was 3 Slangors, a Zangor, the 2 throwing axes. What did I spend my last bit of money on? Wasn't a Bestigor herd. Oh, I cut icons, and I got the Sons of Goros in the start. This is my starting army against Slaanesh. The Bloodshriek Chimera can do wicked damage to the Demonettes. I mean, this breath attack will half health the Bringers of Beguilement. And it's not bad against Pleasure Seekers. Just because of the way that it does its damage, it does seem to be pretty effective against the Pleasure Seekers if they get blobbed up. And I brought a bunch of Chaos Spawn instead of Minotaurs. And the thing that I did was just sit the spawn that I summoned in on top of my infantry. And the spawn just kind of like slap things and flail around and just grind stuff down. I mean, they're unbreakable, they're weak to skirmish, but even if they're fighting Chaos Warriors, they can do some decent damage. I do think it's not a bad idea, though, to go for the Minotaurs. And I do like the Bestigors. Those Bestigors were damn good. So, you could do some variation of that as well. I do really like Malagor. I know he is a little bit vulnerable to stuff like Pavane and potentially getting sniped, but that's why you bring the Chimera. Because he just bodyguards for him all game. And this Bloodshriek Chimera beats a lot of the Slaanesh units in combat. You could probably just do that and then throwing axes. And for 650 gold, there's your Zangor. Just have it in the back pocket. Then you do Slangors in reserve. Maxed out on melee Centigors. Sons of Goros there as well. What else do you need? Gore Herd. Actually, you don't even need the Gore Herd because you got all these Slangors. Yeah, just do this. And, what else? Sure, one Harpy. One Harpy to help in the air, just in case. You know, it's not like the Harpies... The Harpies were a better choice than the Warhounds. The Warhounds are just never going to work against Slaanesh. The only Hound unit that's good against Slaanesh is the Khorne Warhounds. Because they have Frenzy. These guys do not. They do not hit very hard at all. Slaanesh just doesn't have anything that's vulnerable enough to attack with Hounds. Because even the Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh will be able to beat them. Just because they have devastating flanker. Like, one will take the head-up charge, the others will flank and kill the Hound in, like, 2 seconds. So you just fly the Harpy in whenever your opponent's, like, trying to, like, shut down your Synagore throwing axes or something, and then have, like, all your Gores and whatnot just swarming everywhere. This is a tiny little army, but this is minimizing the amount of impact area that your opponent has to, like, really get in on you. You can bundle up on one objective until you've, like, summoned out all your Slangors and, whatnots to really start dominating the objectives. It'll be hard no matter what. You're always going to be at a slight disadvantage in the mobility game, but I think you can attrition down Slaanesh a little bit more effectively utilizing something like that. And especially if they don't bring anything to counter Bestigor herds. Those guys should just feast to the front line. They did okay against the Demonettes. The problem with the Harpies is they just don't do, they just don't do a whole lot of damage because they have really low melee attack. They've got good weapon strength, If they can get buffs, then they can do some stuff. Buna does worse damage than Traderkin to the snakes. I'll watch the other game. Wherever it is, just so we can get more data. I mean, this could just still be an awful matchup for Beastmen. That's very possible. Ungor Spearherd are okay against Slaanesh. Like, they can poke a lot of the mobility pretty good. They just are never going to get those opportunities. Alright, this honestly is just a map loss, dude. I mean, this map is too big. You can't do anything to bundle up on 2 objectives here. This is just one of those times where you are just kind of screwed because of where you're playing. Especially against a faction that's a pretty tough matchup. If this map were smaller, and these objectives weren't 50,000 miles apart from one another, I think you would probably do okay with this build. I do like the devolve added in. Devolve is really good against the Chaos factions. Lowering the melee attack and leadership and the speed and charge speed, brutal all in one. It's really good. I really like it. And you have an effect area when you overcast it, which is excellent. That way, Slaanesh can't do their cheesy little, I've got like 5 pleasure seekers in the same place, and I'm just going to bulldoze over every one of your units with their mass. Korngors, again, just a big no-no. They just don't work. Tuskors. Tuskor chariots I've been curious about. I haven't played around with them a whole bunch. I think they could do some good damage. It's a possibility that they're good enough AP damage against these Chaos Warriors and whatnot, but seeing the Bestigors last game makes me think that you just go for the Bestigor herd. And just use those guys. I like Doom Bulls. They're a cool unit. They're not bad at all. They can definitely get quite a bit done for you against Slaanesh. It's nice to have Slaughterer's Call. It is a really strong ability. Nice little breath attack from the Chimera. Decent amount of damage. Yeah, throwing axes out here alone versus the Hellstriders, and you are doing the right thing by retreating here. It's a nice little bait. You get the Ungor Raiders set up and can get them to start firing your opponent with a really good reaction, though. And the Chimera getting in there. Getting a few model kills. Ungor Raiders just didn't open up soon enough. That could have been really good for you. The Tuskor Chariot is massively out of position. The best way to use Beastmen Chariots is to just wait until all of the front line stuff is engaged. And you've got more than just your Chariots out on the field. Like, you've got Synagors and stuff that your opponent's Pleasure Seekers and Heart Seekers and Hellstriders are having to answer before you send the Chariots in. Because the Chariots will just get countered by any mass at all. They'll get locked down by any of those Slaaneshi cavalry units and just suffer horrifically. Very painful loss. And you have to minimize the amount of opportunities that Slaanesh gets to be able to just hard punish you for overextending. Yeah, Pleasure Seekers on the way in, just a little slow on the reaction. That's all it takes, man, for Slaanesh to be all over you. Good buffering with the Korngors, though. I do like that. And the Chimera and the Doom Bull going after the Pleasure Seekers here and getting some pretty good work done. I mean, there's some shenanigans going on for you. But you do need to pull these guys out of here. It's so far into the Slaanesh deployment zone. Now, Eternal Entourage get in here. Really frustrating unit to fight against, dude, because they're so good against single entities. I mean, they just delete stuff like Doom Bulls because they have so much AP and weapon strength. Look at that. I mean, 52 weapon strength. They've got all this melee attack with poison and magic damage, so there's like nothing to mitigate any of that unless you have ward save, like Torox, which is why Torox was a good choice. Pleasure Seekers going straight for the throat after the Ungol Raiders. The Koroks Man Rippers, wow. Holy mother, they just bulldoze over the Chaos Warriors, man. Alright. Koroks Man Rippers all day for the win, man. Tuskor Chariots getting stuck here. That's not a very good sign. Tuskor Chariots, no, I guess. Sucks, but I guess you just can't do it. Yeah, the Pleasure Seekers are just rampaging now. Because your formation is just so open, and, like, you've got good units on the field, but you don't have anything fast to, like, run down the Pleasure Seekers. You've got a unit that can, like, poke them. You don't have anything to, like, really stop them in their tracks and then allow the halberds to actually fold into combat behind them. So the Pleasure Seekers are just running through everything. Bloodshriek Chimera also doesn't want to fight Sigvald. Sigvald, you just always ignore. It's just pointless fighting him. He's just annoying. He's there. He can fight all game. You can snipe him if you've gotten a leg up everywhere else on the battlefield. This is just a map win for Slaanesh, and then just a couple of like bad summons got you beat. Like the 2 Tuskor Chariots were not it. They obviously, even in a good situation like over here, don't even do that much damage to the Chaos Warriors. And then they just get canned by Pleasure Seekers and Hellstriders and Eternal Entourage and whatnot. I honestly did a pretty good job of controlling the Pleasure Seekers this game, though. You took them out pretty fast, all things considered. Harpies flying overhead. Bray Shaman, the Wild's magic. Doing what it can. To get value here. Beautiful narcissism from your opponent, man. Once those army abilities start proccing for Slaanesh, it gets to be a real ugly uphill fight. It is not fun at all. You know, Koroks Man Rippers are not a bad unit to use against Sigvald. Because Sigvald wants to fight infantry. If you can force him to fight elite infantry, guys who can actually do damage to him, that's a good way to grind him down. You know, the Chimera up in the sky again, it's going after the Furies, getting some good work in. It's pretty good against Furies, I've noticed, because of the immune to flanking. It really does chunk them pretty capably. Yeah, the Harpies land on the ground. What are they doing down here? Oh, the Pleasure Seekers are down here. I feel like kind of going after them, but Harpies by themselves, again, just cannot get it done. See how quickly they break, man. It's the fact that they just have fairly low leadership. They don't have any fear or anything, so they get affected by the fear of the Furies. Just way too many leadership debuffs that can be applied to them. You just can't bring low leadership units against Slaanesh, really. Ungol Raiders are like the only one that you might want to bring if you think you can defend them, but you can see what one Hellstrider charge does to Ungol Raiders. They just get run over and flattened, and they're just a lot to have to protect. They don't give you a lot of width and coverage, and always and forever, the most important thing about fighting Slaanesh is never, ever, ever giving them a flank to work on, where they can just get around the edge of you and surround you. If you can do that, you make everything much easier for yourself. Because Slaanesh can be ground down. Their mark is incredible. I mean, it just gives only benefits, as opposed to all of the other marks of chaos, which come with some kind of drawback. Technically, the Nurgle one doesn't, but Nurgle, as a faction, just has a lot of really whack units. Has a lot of weaknesses. Slaanesh just has no weaknesses, really, except for extreme long-range trading.
One of your units has been destroyed.
But they've got plenty of ways to, like, get around that, too. It's just the fact that they have so much speed, dude. I mean, speed is so good in domination mode. Like, you get up to the front line before your opponent is just, like, bringing up stuff slow as hell, and you're like, okay, well, I summoned Forsaken. By the time your units... Oftentimes, by the time your units get about halfway up the field to the point, Slaanesh units have already beaten you there if they get summoned out at the same time. Because they're just that much quicker than you. And across the board, too. With, like, Forsaken of Slaanesh's variant being faster than all the other variants. Chosen of Slaanesh are faster than all other Chosen. Just goes on. And that speed, that benefit from the Strider helps immensely, too, because not only are they quicker than everybody, they're also better at fighting on all terrain. So if there's any kind of terrain features on a map, Slaanesh gets an immediate leg up on everyone. And I really just don't think that CA understood what they were doing when they gave them all of these benefits for their for the Mark of Chaos. Slaanesh should not be ITP. Like, if you want to make Chosen ITP, that's a whole separate conversation. I don't understand why every single other, like, Chaos Warrior has these severe drawbacks that Slaanesh just basically ignores. It's sad. It's really sad. I mean, they're a fun faction. I love Slaanesh aesthetically. All of the Chaos factions are cool as hell. It's just from a gameplay perspective, for domination mode specifically, they are beyond infuriating to play against. And there's a reason that for almost 2 years now, they've either been outright banned or had been the only faction with severe unit restrictions placed on them. It's because of all of these shenanigans that they can pull off so effortlessly, even against a top 5 faction like Beastmen.
One of your units has been destroyed.
I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest, like, the Cynagors really are not doing bad this game. I mean, I know that the Cynagor throwing axe is coming in for a second time, but, I mean, it really didn't even do terribly the first time around. You just got caught out badly one time. You didn't have enough mobility to protect it and just stop Slaanesh from attacking them. If Cynagor throwing axes get to use all of their ammo, they will get like 18 or 1900 gold value oftentimes. And they are so good against Forsaken. And Slaanesh, the one thing about Slaanesh that makes them counterable is that they are crazy expensive. Cynagor throwing axes either have to survive against Hellstriders and throwing javelin horsemen of Slaanesh, or they just feast all game if you're able to protect them with some melee Cynagors. Melee Cynagors aren't necessarily there to get you great value. They're there because they're quick and very, very capable of responding fast to problem areas of the battlefield in a way that Harpies and Chaos Warhounds and Minotaurs and everything else just cannot do. They're there to facilitate the value trading from your throwing axes and your Ungor Raiders. And you bring everything else that you need around that to try and just drag down the Slaanesh infantry. And Cynagors can do that if they just get good cycle charges, because they do have great collision damage.
There is only defeat.
If your opponent doesn't bring Javelins of Slaanesh, or cannot compromise the throwing axes in melee combat with Hellstriders or Pleasure Seekers, the Cynagor throwing axes will just mulch through Forsaken They do really good damage to the Hellstriders and Pleasure Seekers from range, because these guys only have a bronze shield and they have awful armor. Even though the throwing axes have a majority AP damage, they do still have base damage values that do contribute that extra little bit of damage to make it ever so slightly more powerful at clearing through these lightly armored units and getting them off the field a little bit faster. Chimera was really good. Doombolt got caught out. It's just one of those things, man. Sometimes you get caught dead to rights and there's nothing you can do against Slaanesh. You gotta play so disciplined against these guys. It is a learning process, and there's no shame in losing to them. I believe in you, Kentama. You'll figure it out, man. Goros is a legendary lord that everybody keeps asking for. He's a legendary Centaur character. People think that with the Nagash announcement that he's going to get added soon. Because, I mean, they have his, you know, eponymous, like, children in the game already. It would be so awesome to just, like, have him in the game as well, because it would be a really fun character to have. Because, yeah, Beastmen have a lot of really fighty lords, as is, with, like, Taurox and the Doombulls. That's awesome, but one thing they don't have is, like, a 90-speed lord who can run around and just smack the ever-living crap out of people and then run away. Like, there's no true hit-and-run, Beastman lord character. Like, Malagor can hit and run a little bit. He's a little flimsy to be doing that. He's really just here to, like, spam spells. Keep your units fresh with Bestial Surge. You know, he's a facilitator more than anything. Khazrak can hit and run against infantry, but, you know, Taurox doesn't really do that against characters. Taurox is like a grinder with all of his abilities. Like, Brass Body is there to use when you're engaged in combat. It only recharges if he's in fights. He's designed to sit and stew and stuff. Same with the Doombull. The Doombull runs around and just punches people and imbues dazed onto them, and Morgur just stands there looking like an idiot because he can't really do anything outside of his summons. Goros would be really awesome, because then you can, like, use him very aggressively against a faction like Slaanesh. And he'd be a lot harder to compromise than all of these other lords would be. So, he's a character that I am interested by the prospect of seeing. He'd be a lot like Arbol, probably. Arbol is really fun. If you ever played Khorne, Arbol running around on this 95 speed Fleshhound, if you don't bring a goon squad to stop him, and you've just got, like, a singular character that's like a hybrid melee caster lord, Arbol will just absolutely face roll them. It is really fun. But Arbol's not very good at anything else. He doesn't really impact the battlefield elsewise. That's why you see Skulltaker all the time for Khorne. That's like a whole other can of worms for a whole other faction. We're just here talking about the Beastmen for the most part. We're gonna play my, Slow Roast tournament game. And then I am going to see about doing a stream tomorrow where we can do more new player tournament replays and also do some of these replays people sent me from the tournament today, from the qualifier event for the CA, whatever event CA is doing. Dov said I could get replays from people I know and just cast them, so people have sent me a fair few, and I'd love to be able to show them off on stream. So I'm playing Opal Bear. He's a very good player. Very excited for this match. We'll see if we can get a win here. I'm still getting my feet under me, having not played a whole ton in the last few months. I'm just rusty with my micro more than anything, but, like, game knowledge-wise, I'm really not that far behind. I'm just not, like, super familiar with, builds for some of the matchups is all. But I think we'll be able to figure some stuff out and have a pretty good time. Let me invite him to the lobby. They don't even need to do another Beastman DLC to add Goros. They can just make him a free LC Lord for just whatever, like, big end times thing they do. Yeah, charge bonus stacking would be really cool on him too. Just to play into the hit and run mechanics of the Beastman even more. There's a chance that can make him maybe a little bit ridiculous, but I mean, honestly, I prefer games that lean into everything being broken than everything trying to be perfectly balanced. And honestly, in a way, I think Total Warhammer 3 does both at the same time. Like, there are just absolute crap units in the game. But there's also some stuff that's, like, wildly overpowered, but at the end of the day, it all equals out to a pretty consistent and engaging experience. There's definitely some stuff that it would be nice to see go from being just, like, garbage tier to, you know, usable at the very least. And then there's some really overpowered stuff that needs to be tuned down, but generally speaking, almost everything, especially in domination mode, has a time and place, which is amazing to see. Love that. The build variety is so good. That was always the reason I never played land battles. Because, watching it was really fun. I always loved watching Turin do land battle streams, but I never liked playing it myself because I did not want to just play against, like, High Elf Kite every freaking game. And in domination mode, you get a blend of everything. You get kite-heavy builds, you get crazy, like, walls of infantry sometimes, you get, like, mixed bags where it's a little bit of both, you get, like, single entity blobs even sometimes still. But it's unpredictable. It's not just the same stuff over and over again, or you're, like, mad cat throwing, you know? If they can keep that spirit around for whatever Total War games come next, I'll be doing domination content until the day I die, honestly, because even though there are plenty of times where I'm not playing it, I'm still engaged by it, and I still just love covering it, even if I'm not doing it every day. Opal Bear I'm banning Slaanesh. No freaking way I'm playing against them. And then probably Wood Elves. Wood Elves are pretty tough matchup for a lot of the factions that I enjoy. Although we might ban Demons of Chaos. Oh god, like nobody plays them though. Ban Wood Elves. Ban Norska and Beastman, which is fine. We're gonna get Khorne. And I think we'll even do some Chaos Warriors here, because Chaos Warriors got a lot of the new stuff that Slaanesh did. So we got Chaos Dowie. I could even pick Wood Elves. He didn't ban out Slaanesh. Pick Slaanesh. We're going Evil Empire here, and we're going to get Warriors of Chaos. We're just going all the Chaos factions for the most part, since you won't let me play Norsker Beastmen. Truth be told, of all the factions that got, you know, stuff in the DLC, Beastmen and Slaanesh got the most out of it. Because Pleasure Seekers for Slaanesh are just that good. And those that Champions unit that runs the infantry-sized unit is really strong, too. They got a really strong Lord as well. Norska got some really good stuff, and they're definitely a little bit stronger. But it was stuff that kind of leans into their playstyle as is right now, so, I mean, I don't know how far that goes in terms of their ultimate power spike. They were already one of the best factions. They're just that little bit better, I guess. A 65% win rate right now. It's pretty early in the season, though. They got a lot of games played, though. That's pretty scary. Slaanesh is, like, hovering, struggling a little bit. We'll see if people really start to go crazy on him. High Elves just suck still. I don't know what it is, man. CA is, like, averse to making the High Elves good. They just don't give their units, like, any ability to, operate on their own. Like, High Elves have to play so tight in terms of their synergies that it doesn't really leave them a lot of flexibility a lot of times in matchups. And I think that really hurts their viability in, like, higher level tournaments. Let me go get the Matrix Picker. I'll swap you over so you can watch me do the picks and bans. We already picked the factions, but I would like to show the process by which we eliminate the matchups. There's another qualifier tomorrow. There's another one on Monday from Turin. Jeez Louise. Okay, I see how they're doing it. They're just, like, spacing it all out for all the big streamers. Oh, okay. Give me a minute. I need to consider some stuff. Empire's a pretty annoying faction. I'm pretty well experienced with playing against them, though, especially with Khorne. Super worried about that. Chaos Dowie, I just hate playing against. Definitely banning out Khorne, Chaos Dwarves, because that matchup is just miserable. A half-decent Chaos Dwarf player will just have everything that they need to stop Khorne from getting much done. Really, I'd prefer to play what I'm familiar with, but the temptation to pick Slaanesh and just play them and like actually get in and try them out for the first time in ages is really tempting. I haven't seen anybody bring T'Challa yet. I feel like she could be really damn strong. She's got some really good abilities, too. I don't think they quite equal this Mortis engine, though, on the mask. Plus, the mask is, like, way less expensive than T'Challa is. It has a heal that basically gives her about the same amount of HP as T'Challa. I don't know, man. Definitely something that you have to, like, practice out and, take some time to figure out what the hell is going on with this thing. Oh my god. So Chaos Dowie and Slaanesh is banned, and Warriors of Chaos Empire is banned. Okay. Oh, and we're banning Warriors of Chaos, Chaos Doors. No Chaos Dowie. I'm not doing it. Chaos Dwarves can get bent. faction that just absolutely infuriates me every time I play against them, because Iron Demons drive me nuts, man. When I see Iron Demons, my eyes glaze over, and I feel my soul begin to leave my body, to be quite honest. What map are we on? Oh. I forgot to swap y'all to the Discord. See our picks and bans. It's a little messed up looking, but, you know, Chaos Dwarves are all banned out. Khorne versus Lizardmen or against Empire? Khorne Lizardmen, definitely. It's a fun matchup. What map? Oh, we're on Glade of the Everqueen. Khorne Lizardmen. See what we can do. That's Gates of Ekron. There it is. There's a few different ways you can go about fighting the Lizardmen as Khorne. I mean, your stock Chaos Warrior infantry really is quite good against a lot of the units that the Lizardmen really like, such as their Saurus and whatnot. They can get dragged down, though, by just swarms of red-crested skinks, though, which is always a little bit of a problem to keep in mind. Definitely something that you got to be a little bit careful of, because you don't want to let that happen. Valkia, pretty strong lord, one that I always jive with for the most part. On Glade of the Everqueen, do we want to go for any shenanigans? I don't really think so. I don't think I want any skull cannons. We could bring a soul grinder. You know what? We're going to actually bring one just for the memes. It's a fun unit. I love it to death. Minos. Throwing axes in reserve. Could get a bloodletter. Do we need a bloodletter? Probably not. You do want Khorngors against Lizardmen because they're really good against Cold One Riders. Cold One Riders are really freaking annoying. Furies. I'm actually going to put a Blood Shrine in my starting army, because they do hit pretty hard. They can control quite a bit of ground for you. We get a Warhound. Chariot might be a little bit much. It's probably just going to get stuck in trash and get dragged down. They're okay. I think we'll pass on them for now, though. Do we need... I don't think we need 2 Minotaurs, because we got all these Khorngors. I think a Chaos Knight would actually be stronger, and then we get another one of these guys and a Fleshhound. For 1,300 gold, what can we get in here? We don't need a ton of Furies. I think we're set on those. I think a Forsaken and a Warhound is the way to go. Just because the Warhounds can rush a point, I don't think I'm really gonna. I'm probably just going to slow walk my infantry forward and try and grab that. The Soul Grinder is going to be a nice addition to my like anti-large collection. Soul Grinders are also pretty good at clearing out infantry, and their little shotgun cannon does a lot of leadership damage because it counts as an artillery piece. So you debuff by 10, you get a rear charge of the Soul Grinder, you can insta-route skinks. It's really funny. And it's got enough mass that it usually has a pretty decent enough time pushing around the map, even if the whole field is just flooded with bodies. So we'll see if we can make that happen. Got very equivalently sized armies. Usually a pretty good sign for Khorne. We actually want to keep these guys in a group together. So the reason you bring a Blood Shrine with the Soul Grinder is this thing does buff its leadership up and give extra melee attacks, so helps out with its performance. And both of them together are usually enough to just, like, bully and bulldoze over sections of your enemy's, like, front line. If you need to spread them out, you can, and not suffer too badly for it. So we're going to try and maneuver them as cleanly as possible. Need the Forsaken and the trees, and they need to move quickly to try and grab the number 3 objective. Our warriors, we'll leave one over here. Maneuver the rest of the infantry over to the number 3. And we'll just need to be discerning about where we send the Minotaur, because the Minotaurs are good, but against Lizardmen, trying to over-rely on them to kill stuff like Coldwind Riders can be a real pain. It's better to just have Khorngors come in, because Minotaurs are very weak to Salamander hunting packs, and Khorne doesn't have great ways to get freebies against those things. You don't have any magic, you don't have any Buna type effects either from items or whatnot. You just bring lots of Khorngors to control space for the Coldwind Knights and have your horsemen skirmish them, Chaos Knights can countercharge them, and Minotaurs can do the same thing. And Fleshhounds and Furies try their very best to get after the Salamanders.
For the kill.
Is there anything else I need in a control group? The Forsaken and control group 3, I guess. Why not? There we go. Got Mazda on Zlok. Oh, he's just on his chair. Okay. I'm not too worried about this. I do wish I had a Skull Cannon right about now. Because Skull Cannons can just shoot stuff like Skinks and Saurus Warriors and just get some freebies. The Sacred Croxagors are a little bit scary. I would imagine there's probably another one in here. It's not the most expensive army ever. Oh, and there's Temple Guard and the Cohort of Waddle, so not super shocking to see those guys. It's actually a pretty good build for my Soul Grinder to feast on. So we're going to try and do that. Soul Grinder is pretty decent range. Using him to kind of shotgun blast the Temple Guard won't be bad at all. I'll get back, get these guys back. Move these guys over. We've got control of the objective. We're just going to run this guy around. Don't want him to get poked a whole bunch. It's not super well suited for getting pokerinoed by skink skirmishers, which can be a little bit frustrating. Get over here. Let's get away. Let's just try and skirt around the flank. We can actually go after the number 2 objective. There's a feral Troglodon on the field. Just kind of whack. Okay. Let's get up on the point and just stall any cap here. Send the Soul Grinder forward and just make my opponent like pay attention to like multiple avenues for the time being. There we go. Finally hits a shot there. So Temple Guard are going to, like, trot forward, and they're going to want to fight me in a pretty fair exchange, which I just don't want to allow them to do. Let's do a little bit of wiggling. Soul Grinders are pretty maneuverable, too, so that's something that you can always kind of fall back on. And we want to get a Corn Gore up. Get these guys back. And, let's attack with our Marauders against these Skink Skirmishers who are trying to run away now. Ooh, did I make a mistake here? Oh, he's gonna cap this point, which is a little bit of a bozo move on my part. Let's maneuver some stuff up over here and see if we can force him off the objective and, like, reposition aggressively into somewhere where we can kind of take advantage of him. Just don't want to let him shoot. Skirmishing alright, Corn Gores and whatnot over here. So see, we're kind of pulling his units away from the number 3 objective, and now we can just move back up on here and probably retake this. We'll just move all these guys back. There's Chameleon Stalkers on the way in, which is kind of cool. So they're going to be a little bit annoying, but we're not too fussed about them. We're going to get a Corn Gore back here. So now we've got bodies up on this point. That's a Ruination of Cities, which we need to desperately avoid. Oh, Marauders got absolutely hammered here, which sucks. Oh, and the Soul Grinder needs to be shooting the Temple Guard. It should auto target onto those guys. We're gonna stuff as much cap weight on these points as possible. Let's move the shrine over. Let's actually go after this guy for a minute. Let's get another Corn Gore up. You can see the cap game is going okay for me, actually. Just pull back. Infantry-wise, we're doing pretty good. We're going to get the Soul Grinder forward and do some damage. And we've got the Shrine doing a little bit of grinding. And now we just kind of run away. Don't want to leave it in a position where those guys are going to get massively countered by whatever my opponent tries to throw forward. Now we get some Furies out, because Furies are super duper important.
With haste. You have the foe's victory point. Marauders of Cold!
We want to shoot the Court of Waddle. We'll have these guys fighting here and moving in here, and we're going to get our guys in there. We're going to get over. We're going to wait until that wears off, and then we're going to drop our Sloutnir. See if we can get some of these units around here. Cohort of Sotek is kind of in on me. Let's actually get the Soul Grinder going after Mazda Mundi a little bit. Or actually, the Feral Troglodon. Feral Troglodon's actually kind of out of position. Drop Sloutnir here. Need our Shrine in, because I just kind of forgot about it, which is kind of a bonehead play on my part. And let's go attack this back objective with our infantry for a minute. Actually did good damage to Mazda. Mazda got beat up, actually. And we're beating the living snot out of that frickin' Troglodon. Troglodon not doing too hot right now. Cohort of Waddle, though, and the Sacred Croxigore is being a little bit annoying. I will definitely say that. Okay, let's get the Furies out of here, because they don't do well against magic damage. Really don't want to watch them just get completely annihilated there. And Comet got massive work done against me there. I think we still won that fight, though. Drop the red-crested skinks. Get more guys up. I just completely forgot about all these units back here. It's definitely a mistake. Not ideal. And now we go for Mazda. He's like actually a little bit vulnerable here. There's not much protecting him.
For Valkyria! Follow the blood!
Oh, we need to get around the flank there. He got a huge net on me, but we've still got a Fury that can fly overhead and attack those guys. Do we need this sword anywhere? Not really.
Master, behold! Taking
Just to
action.
keep the Minotaurs fighting with Relentless Rage, actually. Do some big damage to these guys, and we just get back up in the air. We've got our throwing axes that can ride these guys down, actually. Let's get after them. We are actually winning this fight. It's going pretty freaking well, all things considered.
My bloodlust.
Get Flesh Hounds over. Just keep killing all of these Cold Wind Riders. And we've got Korngors in on that fight too now. That's huge. Mopping up the back line. Nice and easy. Just keep maneuvering and doing things. Let's charge down here. Oh god, those comets just hit like a frickin' truck, dude. It's super painful. Okay. It's fine. That's a banishment, so we're gonna try and get off that.
Glorious slaughter.
Is there anything from back here that we want? Not real. Oh shoot, I did not mean to summon the Korngors all the way back here. That's actually a bit of a... not a huge mistake, but definitely one that does hurt. Can't super afford silly stuff like that. Soul Grinder has 1500 value. See, this is why I like Soul Grinders, dude. People tell you that Soul Grinders are not good, and I will just look at you, nod my head, and move on with my Soul Grinder loving ways. They really are a quite strong unit. Okay, we're pretty beat up, but we do have a mobile advantage, and we've got our shrine on the field still. My opponent really does not have a whole lot left here. I'm gonna drop down on these guys. We're gonna move in here. Throwing axe there. Go after the Spear Riders. And the Korngors are going to catch all of these silly feral cold ones, like right on the nose. We already rampaged one, which is massive. And we just deleted the cold ones over here. Continue fighting in there. Throwing axes are going to maneuver over. We're going to use them against the last of the Sacred Croxagors here. Save up. We might as well get a Marauder on the field just for a little bit of extra coverage. Valkia does have a Sleipnir. Where can I drop this? Probably just need to save it for whenever we're going to use it against the red-crested skinks that are right here. Let's get these guys back. Get them over here. My shrine went down. I really don't know what... oh, the Soul Grinder died. No, it's alive. What the hell is dying over here? A bunch of weird stuff is going on there. Please don't die. Stupid shrine. I really don't need it passing from this mortal coil quite yet. Really prefer if it kept fighting for the time being. We got the Marauders coming in over here. We'll get a Fury, because Furies are really good at clearing out skink cohorts. We're going to rotate away, and Valkia is just hovering over up ahead. I'm going to land in there and use her to attack the guys. The Salamander Hunting Pack. She's very good at it. Go after this. Go after this. We'll actually land the Furies in there. Is there anything I want to drop a sword on? Sword is just Mega BM. It's super funny. I might as well hit the Cohort of Waddle. Or not the Cohort of Waddle, Cohort of Sotek. Just nuke them out of existence just for the memes. We'll attack here. We'll go over here. And the Soul Grinder got 1900 value. This thing is so fucking good. Oh my god. Terror routes everything. Never deal with your opponent scaring you as Khorne ever again, because you just get to bully them all. Get the Forsaken out. Get them moving forward. Unsummon this unit that has, like, no HP and whatever the hell is going on. Do we need the triple cap? Actually, I have no idea. We may. Get these guys all running in underneath this. We're gonna go cap this back point, because we can. My opponent is kind of running for their life. Valkia is just scrapping in here. A few of the Cohort of Waddle have come back out. Throwing axes. Do we have this under control? It's looking a little bit less than ideal there. I'm gonna get a Fleshhound out, because there's a lot of red-crested skinks that need to be cleaned up here. Valkia can just sit in there and keep fighting. She's doing pretty decent damage. We're gonna just pop this here. Charge in. Get back. Attack the Marauders. These guys need to be unsummoned. Damn. Holding on to the point. I think we went on a double cap anyways. Just need to keep going in hard here. I need Khorngors back on the field, but they're all running away, and they've been running away for way too long. It's been very, 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 very annoying. I could do a Minotaur. I would just massively prefer something that's gonna do significantly more damage, is the thing. Okay, this unit is like basically on death's bed, so we're gonna leave him here. We get the Furies up in the sky, and now we can get a Khorngor out, which is frickin' massive. Definitely need it moving up quickly. Unsummon this super beat-ass Khorngor over here. Attack here. Just keep these guys fighting as long as possible. I think I'm gonna bring in Throwing Axe Horsemen, some fresh ammo. Oh god, and these guys are gonna rally? Oh no! Please don't let it happen. Let's maneuver over, try and take this point. They're taking these guys out. Just get in here and fight these lizard men just straight up, dude. I think we can actually drag down the Spear Riders here. Because they really don't have a whole lot. And we'll just have the throwing axes here as well and make sure that these guys stay on the objective. Move all of these guys forward and just make sure that we try and hold on to these points here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
These guys are going to chase down this routing unit. It would have helped if we had killed Mazda Mundi, but he did survive, which is a bit of an annoyance. I think we're okay no matter what. I think we slightly overlap the Lizardmen regardless in points. But just to fully clinch this game out, we're spamming stuff onto the points. Go after Mazda, we'll get over here, we'll get our horsemen moving out back for a moment. The Corngors should be able to kill these guys, and yeah, we barely won this game, but honestly, against the Lizardmen, this is a pretty dominant win, to be quite honest. Lizardmen are super frustrating because they just love spamming out cheap cap weight and keeping them dead and gone and honest in any way whatsoever
Unending glory is yours.
is a gigantic win. God damn, dude. Great freaking game. What a game to end stream on, quite frankly. I couldn't think of a more epic way to close this one out. We've had a lot of close games that we've watched today, and then we get to actually play in one. Ugh. Talk dirty to me, please. Soul Grinder was good. It got its value back and a little more. Blood Shrines are really good, guys. Seriously, do not discount these things. They are so wicked. Like, there's a reason that Skull Taker is the most popular lord for the Khorne roster. It's partially because of how good this mount alone is. They give huge buffs. They do a ton of damage to infantry after they got buffed up a few patches ago. And there's just so much to like about them. Minotaurs did really good. Throwing axes were okay. I didn't utilize them as well as I could have. I was a lot more occupied with making sure that I was getting good engagements infantry-wise. Shutting down the Troglodon was massive. Hunting packs were okay. The Spear Riders really didn't get a whole lot done. Thanks to the Corngors, and then like Furies and Fleshhounds swarming them. Throwing axes chipped them. Minotaurs got rid of quite a few. They just ran out of room to maneuver. Opal Bear did play really well off the objectives, though, and almost took that one from me. Oh, I'd have been so steamed if I had fumbled that by not counting my my victory tickets right. I think what happened with the cohort of Waddle when they overextended is that Opal just lost track of them. I don't think he sent them in to die with no backup. I think that what happened is he felt pressured and he panicked, and then he clicked them onto something, and it got the cohort of Waddle kind of just got lost in all of the noise, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And just couldn't pull them back in time, because they really didn't do bad. They got 2,200 value, but that's such an expensive unit. It's just unfortunate when something like that happens. It happens to the best of us, though. You tried Norska, more boring version of Beastmen. What are your... You've got Lizardmen and you've got Beastmen. So you've got an Order faction and you've got a Chaos faction. Dude, seriously, learn how to play Vampire Counts, because Vampire Counts are maybe not the most exciting faction per se, but they are really strong. There is a reason that they're tops of the win rates consistently. Even though you've got a very limited roster, you've got a very specialized roster. And you've got some excellent magic users. Oh my god, is the magic fun. If you want to play a faction where you get to cast spells and use abilities like Scab Scrape to bully your opponent around, Undead are for you. They're really good. I enjoy the hell out of them. I just don't play them too terribly often. It's just really fun to be able to fly around and just raise crap loads of zombies on top of whatever shooting your opponent has. It's really funny to be able to just completely ice out all of their important units with dog water zombie summons until you can get enough punching power on the field to actually just run them down. Pick a couple, you need 5. Oh, there's a it's best of 3 3x3s. Okay, so do vampire counts, do, where are they? Kislev. Kislev is always fun, really fun faction. Little Grom's goated artillery, funnest artillery in the entire game, period, no contest, everybody else is wrong. Deathstreak rockets are boring, Little Grom is forever. And Warriors of Chaos, just because the roster is gigantic. Nobody will ever be able to predict what you do if you just play Warriors of Chaos and don't bring the same thing twice. You will have people guessing in the worst possible way for them, and you will completely run them over if you get good at this faction. This is a very tough faction to learn, though, for obvious reasons. I mean, their roster is ridiculous. It is filled with all kinds of shenanigans. But Warriors of Chaos are the most versatile faction in the game, and honestly, the possibilities are limitless with these guys. They even get chimeras now. So if you wanna only play factions with chimeras, you can add them into the mix as well. And if you wanna be, you know, one of those guys that plays dwarves are fun. I don't play dwarves, but boy do I sure love fighting against Dowie players, because they put up such a fun scrap 9 times out of 10. They're just cool. I mean, what's not to love about gun lines? They're like the ultimate gunpowder faction. Oh, plus the gyro bombers are hilarious, and Skyhammer Squadron is pretty broken. If you get it to use all its bombs and all of its ammo, it's pretty much guaranteed 2400 value. It is dirt cheap for what it can accomplish. There are lots of people who will be trying to counter it, though, so you do need to be prepared for that. Those are my factions that I would recommend. Kislev, Warriors of Chaos, and Vampire Counts. And Khorne, I always recommend Khorne. It's not everyone's cup of tea, though. It's a faction that does have a lot of limitations. But you've got, like, the best infantry of any other faction in the game. Nobody can touch Khorne infantry, except maybe Norska. Norska, just because it has so many cheap, good options. But pound for pound, Khorne has the best infantry section in the entire game. They do so much for you. They just clear everything. And you've got some really cool, unique characters. Sila's really strong. Karanak, just quite literally hard counters multiple factions. Tzeentch and Nurgle especially. Nurgle just gets absolutely rolled by Karanak. It's not even funny. You've got, like, 3 really good legendary lords, which is awesome. You know, a lot of factions love bringing generics, because their legendary lords are kind of bad. But Khorne has Valkia, Skulltaker, and Arbol, all of whom have a niche in which they perform well. Valkia really good at support, flying around, dropping Sleipnir to break open enemy sections of the line. Demon Shield, if she needs to duel anything big and scary, it's actually a really, really good ability. One of my favorites in the entire game. Totally unique as well. Nobody else has an ability that makes them invulnerable and allows them to do damage. The Chaos Dowie Overseer does have something vaguely similar, but he can't actually attack when it's active. She just girl bosses it up, dude. The only things about Khorne that are not super great is that all of their generic characters are pretty god-awful. The Blood Speaker is okay. His support stuff is pretty cool. He's half decent on the War Shrine in a couple of matchups, or just on horseback, just popping Wild Abandon and Pilgrimage. Icon is pretty important, because it does keep him fresh all the time. Don't really want him to be fighting, though. He's really cheap. But the Herald sucks, Chaos Lord is worse, Demon Prince is god-awful. The only thing this guy can do is kill Azazel against Slaanesh. It's very niche. Exalted Bloodthirsters, unfortunately, have some weird animation jank, and Scarbrain is good in a handful as well. So, you've got some pretty fun stuff to do here. Always recommend them, especially for beginners. Because Khorne doesn't have magic, if you get good at Khorne, then once you're talking about playing factions that do have mages, you will have a huge leg up on people, because you will have learned the game from top to bottom as expertly as possible, because you have to be good at positioning to win with Khorne. If you let people kite you around and pull you out of position, you just lose games. If you learn how to keep Khorne in position and ready for anything and everything, then when you start playing Beastmen, when you start playing Vampire Counts and Warriors of Chaos, you'll be able to mix in a set of skill sets that will make it very hard for people to beat you. That's my firm belief. And Khorne is very beginner-friendly, too. They have a pretty stable floor. Yeah, and Wood Elves and Dark Elves are always fun. Best kite factions in the game. Dark Elves are pretty nuts. Yeah, nobody wants to say it, but yeah, Wood Elves are really great. Wood Elves, if you want to just delete people with, like, 1,000,000 missiles, all of it having magic damage. Wood Elves are especially good at countering all the Chaos factions. Here's the thing, Kentama, about the counts. I'm looking at what you've been saying now. The thing about Vampire Counts, you're usually not even losing on value. The thing about Vampire Counts is positioning so that you have max amounts of healing with your corpse carts and other passive sources of healing. Vampire Counts can be losing on value, but 9 times out of 10, they're really winning because the value is calculated really weirdly by this game. Counts are one of the most honest factions in the entire game. If you like killing stuff, you'll like playing Vampire Counts. And I think you'd be surprised by how enjoyable they are. Warriors of Chaos have lots of builds that don't just rely on armored infantry. Honestly, Chaos Warriors themselves are kind of crap. They're fine. You bring like 1 or 2. But really, the meat and potatoes of Warriors of Chaos is the Marauder Horsemen with all their skirmish. And then their, like, monster core. They've actually got quite a bit of, like, monster shenanigans that they can do with, like, armored trolls are really fun and have some really cool applications. You can go Dragon Ogres. Dragon Ogres have a couple matchups where they're pretty decent. Hell Cannons are just super awesome. You know, Fleshlights of Doom, what's not to enjoy. You've got Hellstriders that can help fill your roster out. You've got Skull Crushers, who are a niche but fun unit. And you've got Forsaken. You know, Forsaken are what most Chaos players, like, utilize as their mainline infantry. And they're, like, reasonably tanky, but they are all about killing stuff. So you can be wicked aggressive on Warriors of Chaos, dude. That's why I think they would really fit for your playstyle. Demons are kind of fun. I mean, if you the even more distilled down to rushing in and just killing stuff as quickly as possible, because you have no armor. The most heavily armored unit for this faction is Skull Cannon. And where are they? Oh yeah, the Soul Grinders. That's it. That's like, those are the only units that have more than 90 armor. And everything else is pretty light. Barons of the Bog have 80, and yeah, I mean, come on. You're not looking at anything too tanky in the infantry department. Plague Bearers are like your one-line holder, and they're pretty good at it, but really you just go Bloodletters and like swarms of Nurglings and maybe Pink Horrors. And then you bring Changebringers, and if your opponent doesn't have a counter for Changebringers, then you auto-win. It's pretty hilarious to watch sometimes. And the Lords have some flex to them. You can do Exalted Bloodthirster in the Plague Ridden with Fleshy Abundance. And you basically just run around with the Plague Ridden for, 950 gold, and you just pop Fleshy Abundance on the Exalted Bloodthirster to keep them going. And the way that your army abilities are charged as the Demons of Chaos is it's based on how much damage your Lord does. So this is actually one of the better combinations for Lord and Hero, in my opinion. Because some of these other Lords really don't do that much damage. Bloodthirsters have some problems with connecting at times, and they are a little too squishy, but getting the heals from Fleshy Abundance covers up for the worst of those problems, and they can still dominate a game. There's a lot to like about them. And then you can always mix in other spells if you want. And then there's plenty of other options. Be'lakor is pretty funny. He's a little expensive, but he's got some teeth to him. Sitting on and perma healing. You can then if you don't want to do that, you can try aggressive vampire counts and not do that. Vampire counts, most vampire count players do the same play style because it's just guaranteed effective. They don't want to get too fancy, but you can totally play more elite counts and actually succeed with that. I've beaten a handful of people with some vampire count builds that just don't even have zombies or skeletons. You can just go all lean, mean fighting machine stuff and take people out, because a lot of people are not prepared for all cavalry vampire counts. I've seen some really wicked performances from people using that. Alright guys, I've been going for a while. I need to go eat and chill. If you really want to play Slaanesh, you can. Slaanesh is just really good. They're crazy, but they're really overpowered. I'll die on that hill too. I'm gonna dip out, guys. Thank y'all for tuning in. I'm gonna go eat food and relax. Just lay around and do nothing. Yeah, of course, dude. I do love streaming this game. I just wish I had more time to do so. You too, Kintama. I hope we answered your question. And Bird, have a good one, man. Tomorrow, I'll, if you sent me any replays, I'll try and, do a few of those if I'm able to, set something up tomorrow. So, till then, folks, peace out. Take care.